The weather is getting colder. Since Song Yulan realized her feelings for Qin Yan, the two of them have seen each other less often. Qin Yan finished his calculus class a few days ago. Recently, he has been busy attending academic discussions every day. Although Song Yulan lives under the same roof as him, they hardly see each other. Late at night, Qin Yan comes home and opens the door. In the living room, the dim yellow light filters through the window into the yard, creating a faint glow. Little White is curled up in its warm nest. Hearing the door, it lifts its head. When the owner returns, it softly whines. On the sofa in the living room, Song Yulan is leaning back. Her eyes are half closed, and the TV shows flickering snowflakes, clearly indicating she has fallen asleep. Qin Yan still carries a bit of the coolness from outside. He walks to the sofa quietly and looks at Song Yulan. Her sleeping face is very peaceful. Her long hair falls like a waterfall over the sofa, slightly covering her face. Song Yulan seems to sense someone watching her. She groggily opens her eyes. "Brother Yan?" Qin Yan softly says, "Be good. Don't wait for me tonight." Song Yulan yawns. "I made pig's trotter soup today. Do you want a bowl?" She just cooked it and turned off the fire. Qin Yan looks into Song Yulan's bright eyes, feeling very soft inside. "Okay." Song Yulan is a little excited. "Wait for me a moment." The clay pot on the stove was still steaming. She used a spoon to serve a bowl of hot pig's trotter soup. Qin Yan had been very busy lately and had no time to come home for meals. They would occasionally see each other in the morning, then quickly part ways. Song Yulan was bored eating alone at home, so she mostly ate at the school cafeteria. Tonight, since there was nothing to do, she made pig's trotter soup, waiting for Qin Yan to come back so they could eat together. The soft, sticky pig's trotters and the milky white broth made her feel warm, especially on a cold winter night. Qin Yan slowly sipped the soup while listening to Song Yulan talk. Song Yulan looked a bit worried. "The calculus exam is tomorrow?" Qin Yan reassured her. "Don't worry, you'll be fine." Song Yulan was not very confident. "Can I really pass?" The system at Jinghai University was strict. If a student failed twice, they would get a warning about repeating the year. She was worried she might fail calculus and have to repeat. Suddenly, she remembered her classmates' tradition of praying to the learning god before exams. Carefully, she asked, "Brother Yan, can I borrow your hand for a moment?" She was a little nervous, seeing Qin Yan stretch out his hand. She immediately grabbed his hand. "Feel the blessing of the learning god, and let me pass." Qin Yan chuckled softly. Song Yulan's face turned a little red. "Please, let me get full marks and answer all questions correctly." Qin Yan turned his hand to hold her hand. Their fingers intertwined. The close contact made Song Yulan's heart beat faster. Qin Yan's palm could completely cover her, with long, strong fingers. Although she was the one who reached out first, he held her even tighter. It wasn't just about feeling the blessing of the learning god. She simply wanted to be closer to Qin Yan. She didn't know how much time had passed before she wanted to pull her hand back. Qin Yan said, "Stay a little longer. I promise you'll get high marks." Song Yulan hardly dared to look at Qin Yan, her body trembling slightly. She didn't know if Qin Yan understood her feelings, but since he didn't refuse, it meant he might have some hope. After finishing the pig's trotter soup, they finally let go of each other's hands. Qin Yan felt extremely happy. He turned to her and asked, "After the exam, shall we go to Hong Kong City?" Song Yulan looked down at her test paper. The moment she received the paper, she felt relaxed. The questions looked familiar. She picked up her pen and started answering. The questions that once made her anxious now seemed easier. After finishing, Song Yulan carefully checked her answers twice. Only when the exam bell rang did she feel confident enough to submit her paper. Su Jingjing leaned over and asked, "Yuelan, how do you feel?" Song Yuelan nodded. "It's okay," Su Jingjing said. "I think Professor Qin explained this question, but I still don't know how to do it." Song Yuelan replied, "Practicing more might help." As they talked, a boy passing by overheard them and said, "Fool, no matter how many times you practice, you won't do well." Su Jingjing frowned. "Hey, that's too much." The boy sneered, "Your calculus is poor." "Isn't that obvious?" Once you're married, you shouldn't come to school. Stay home and take care of your family and stop taking up resources. The second comment was clearly meant for Song Yuelan. Song Yuelan was sure she didn't know this person. She naturally didn't hold back when someone insulted her without reason. She shot back. What? Are you not your mother's child? Are you a simple organism that evolved into a person? People nearby couldn't help but chuckle at Song Yuelan's words. The boy's name was Wang Dashi. He had liked Song Yuelan since the start of school. He observed her for a few days. He found she fit his idea of a good partner. He was from a small town and wanted a kind and caring wife. Although the high school principal's daughter had pursued him, he wasn't interested. Her looks didn't meet his standards. He wanted his wife to have graduated from Jinghai University, at least. She should be kind and good-looking. He thought Song Yuelan was suitable after some time of observing her. He had heard she came from a small place. Such girls usually didn't have wealthy families, but they knew how to live well. Just when he was about to try to get to know Song Yuelan, he suddenly found out she was married. He was stunned. Marriage makes a woman unclean. He would never marry such a woman. His original love turned into jealousy and hatred. Why would a woman who has been married go to university? Today, he overheard Song Yuelan and Su Jingjing talking, and he couldn't help but mock them. He didn't expect Song Yuelan to be so sharp-tongued. His face turned bright red. He glared fiercely at her, and then turned to leave. Someone nearby spoke up. That Wang Dashi is really annoying, always looking down on others. Yeah, and he even mocks girls, saying girls can't handle science subjects, calling them fools. Su Jingjing was a bit angry. How can someone be so terrible? It's so hateful, Song Yuelan said. Forget it. These kinds of people aren't worth getting upset over. Han Huiqiao went with Yang Xiaohong to attend her cousin's wedding banquet. As soon as they arrived, Han Huiqiao's eyes were drawn to Yang Xiaohong's cousin. Her cousin was overweight, with dark skin, and she stood in stark contrast to the tall, handsome man beside her. What caught more attention was her cousin's slightly rounded belly, which clearly suggested that the man was forced to marry her. At the wedding, the bride's family was full of happiness, with friends and relatives laughing and chatting, creating a lively scene. Meanwhile, the groom's family looked very gloomy, with no sign of joy. Suddenly, a flashy young man swaggered into the room. He dressed casually and behaved in a somewhat wild and unruly manner. He walked straight to the bride's husband and loudly said, "Brother-in-law, you better treat my sister well." His tone was teasing and provocative. The man's face instantly darkened. With so many people around, he couldn't lose his temper, so he forced a smile and replied, "I will." This man was probably Yang Xiaohong's cousin's brother. He likely had some kind of drug. Han Huiqiao quietly followed him. They moved to a place with no one around. The young man turned around. "Why are you following me? Do you like me?" Han Huiqiao's heart raced. She tried to keep her expression calm, took a deep breath, and said, "You have the drug, right?" The young man clearly did not expect her to ask that question. A look of surprise appeared on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. He pretended to be confused and said, "Medicine? What medicine?" "I don't understand what you're saying," Han Huiqiao asked. "The medicine your sister used, do you have it?" The young man seemed to understand her meaning and suddenly sneered. He spoke with disdain. "Oh, I see. So, you miss a man." Then he deliberately took a step forward, getting closer to Han Huiqiao. "Can I help you?" Han Huiqiao felt a little scared inside. She forced herself to stay calm, took a step back, kept some distance, and said, "I can pay you." The young man asked, "Money? How much will you give me?" This woman was interesting. She even asked for that kind of medicine voluntarily. Han Huiqiao asked, "How much do you want?" The young man replied, 500 yuan. Han Huiqiao's heart tightened. She didn't have that much money on hand. She asked, "Can it be cheaper?" The young man clapped his hands and said, "All right, I don't want money. Can you do me a favor?" In the 1980s, Hong Kong was a golden era full of opportunities and challenges. The streets were busy with cars and people, neon lights flickered everywhere. Skyscrapers rose like bamboo shoots after rain, dazzling to see. Song Yuelan looked at the city in front of her, feeling a bit emotional. A young man in a suit came to pick her up. He was Qin Yan's temporary assistant during this period. The car moved smoothly through the bustling city, finally stopping in front of a grand villa. Song Yuelon looked at the villa with some curiosity and asked, "Aren't we going to a hotel?" Qin Yan explained, "No, we're staying here for now." He came to Hong Kong not only to attend an important academic conference, but also to take the opportunity to relax and let Song Yuelon unwind. She curiously looked around the villa. Wow, so beautiful. The villa's exterior was white, looking fresh and elegant. Inside, there was even a swimming pool and a tennis court. Qin Yan said, "If you like it, that's good." This villa was bought by Wen Fuhua, his father. Qin Jixiang is a very visionary person. After he and Wen Fuhua made money, he started investing continuously. When he returned to Jinghai, he wanted to bring Qin Yan back to change the environment and also to spend time with his parents. He often studied and worked away from home, but his family always supported him. One day, his younger brother wrote to tell him that their father had a serious illness. That was when he realized he was too far from home. Later, he took Qin Yan back to Jinghai to be closer to his parents, making it easier to care for them. However, he still often wrote letters to Wen Fuhua to learn about Hong Kong City. When Qin Yan was very young, he told him about the family's wealth. "My goal in earning money is to let you do what you want," he said. He knew Qin Yan liked scientific research. He supported Qin Yan in pursuing these interests. But he also didn't want Qin Yan to be overwhelmed by life. So, he prepared the way for Qin Yan early on. Parents love their children and plan carefully for their future. When Qin Yan was very young, he was always working hard to build his career. Later, he accidentally found out that his wife sometimes didn't even let Qin Yan eat enough. He was shocked and heartbroken. He felt very guilty, as a father, for being so careless. Since he and his wife divorced, he has always taken Qin Yan with him to teach him personally. He doesn't treat Qin Yan as a child, but as an adult. Qin Yan is very suitable for this kind of teaching. From a young age, Qin Yan showed a calmness and maturity different from his peers. Song Yuelon walked into the living room. She looked around at the surroundings. At this moment, Qin Yan approached her holding a pink gift box. He handed the box to Song Yuelon. "Qin Yan, open it and see." "Song Yuelon, is this for me?" She unwrapped the package. Inside was a luxurious pink diamond necklace. The light from the diamonds reflected a pink glow. Song Yuelon hesitated. "It's too expensive." Even without knowing the price, she could tell this necklace was beyond her means. She shook her head, wanting to refuse. "Qin Yan, you bought me a down jacket too, remember?" "Song Yuelon, that's different, this is too expensive." Qin Yan paused. "And that jade hairpin I didn't spend money on." "So that's why you accepted it, right?" Song Yuelon said seriously. "The most important thing about a gift is the thought behind it." Qin Yan smiled slightly. "The most important thing about a gift is the thought. Just liking its existence makes it valuable, but if you don't like it, then it has no value at all." Qin Yan's voice carried a hint of pleading. "Would you try it on for me?" He picked up a pink necklace with his slender fingers. This necklace was bought for him by Victor, who helped him purchase it. He had always wanted to see how Song Yuelon would look wearing it. Only such beautiful diamonds match her. Song Yuelon couldn't refuse, so she lowered her head slightly. A cool sensation touched her neck, and she could even hear Qin Yan's breathing. The pink necklace complemented her fair skin with a rosy glow. Even her lips looked pink, lively, and beautiful. Qin Yan said, "It looks very nice." He gently touched Song Yuelon's face with a bit of reluctance. "I'm going to a meeting now." "Wait for me to come back." Song Yuelon nodded. At this moment, a servant came over to help her with her luggage. "Thank you," she said. She still stayed in the best room of this villa. Sunlight could shine into the bedroom through a large balcony. In the auction house in Gangcheng, Song Yuelon looked around the exhibit items with some curiosity. This was her first time attending an auction. Before, she only knew about auctions from TV shows. She thought auctions were just sitting in a hall, raising her paddle to bid on items she liked. But in reality, there is a preview before the auction. Buyers can observe the items they are interested in up close during this time. This auction had many interesting items, including some ancient antiques. Song Yuelon examined them carefully. Qin Yan asked, "Do you like any of them?" Song Yuelon turned to warn him, "First, don't buy anything for me. Second, if I really like something, I will buy it myself. If you decide for me, then I." Qin Yan looked at her with interest. "Then what?" Song Yuelon thought for a moment. She didn't seem to have anything that could threaten Qin Yan. Her face scrunched up in worry. Qin Yan had to admit defeat. He gently pinched Song Yuelon's face and said, "Don't be upset. I believe you." Song Yuelon's mood eased a little. She glared at Qin Yan but couldn't help but smile slightly. Then, the two continued to walk leisurely through the auction hall. They admired various exhibits and occasionally whispered their opinions about certain items. Song Yuelon looked at the antiques around her. She didn't have much experience with antiques. In her previous life, she mostly just visited museums. But now, antique prices are much lower than before. Song Yuelon was drawn to a painting. It was a flower and bird painting. The branches of plum blossoms intertwined with bamboo leaves, and bamboo shadows leaned to the right. A small bird fluttered lightly on the plum branch, breaking the quiet and adding a hint of life. The lower left of the painting was left blank like snow, and in the upper right, there was an inscription that read, "Fragrant, cold, and pure." A red seal was stamped in the corner, and the overall style was harmonious, balancing emptiness and fullness. A staff member, smiling, introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the painting you see here is The Cold Crow by the famous Ming Dynasty artist Cui Heading." He paused briefly before continuing, "This piece is the highlight of the auction and has attracted many collectors' attention. The starting bid is 2 million yuan. Song Yuelon leaned in carefully to examine the painting. In her previous life, she had a friend who was a painter. When she was an online influencer, she had made a video with Cui Jin. Cui Jin specifically showed Cui Heading's The Cold Crow in that video. That was when she learned Cui Jin was a descendant of the great painter Cui Heading. Cui Jin explained in the video that their family didn't know such a painting existed. Until the old house was renovated, workers found a painting hanging from the beams. When they looked closer, it turned out to be Cui Heading's The Cold Crow. The video she filmed about this went viral, sparking many discussions and attention, especially the topic of whether the Cold Crow was authentic or not. Many online believed that the version Cui Jin showed was fake. A wealthy man once publicly claimed that he owned a genuine Cold Crow painting. This statement caused a heated online argument between fans of both sides. During the argument, many people attacked Cui Jin and herself, calling her a liar. In response to these accusations, the wealthy man boldly challenged Cui Jin to a face-to-face confrontation. Angered, Cui Jin accepted the challenge without hesitation and arranged a meeting place and time for an offline showdown. They decided to broadcast the confrontation live online, which drew many viewers' attention. As Cui Jin's friend, I naturally went with her. At the scene, they invited more than 10 art experts to examine the two Cold Crow paintings. After careful evaluation, it was confirmed that the painting Cui Jin held was the real one. When the result was announced, the whole internet was shocked. Before this, most people looked down on her and Cui Jin, thinking they were just two young girls trying to get attention. Later, Cui Jin donated her Cold Crow painting to the country. After this event, both she and Cui Jin gained many new followers, and their friendship grew stronger. Song Yuelon carefully looked at the Cold Crow painting. Qin Yan softly said, "You like this painting?" Song Yuelon was so absorbed in the painting that she thought the other person was interested. She immediately turned serious and said, "No, don't buy it." Qin Yan replied, "Okay." Worried that Qin Yan might think she was genuinely interested, Song Yuelon grabbed his hand. "This painting is a fake. You absolutely can't buy it. The rules of the auction are that they do not guarantee authenticity." She was really worried Qin Yan would buy the fake for her. Qin Yan was a bit surprised but trusted Song Yuelon's words. He nodded and said, "I'll listen to you." They were quietly talking when an older man in his 60s overheard their conversation. He looked at them with interest. Today, he came specifically to buy this Cold Crow painting. To make sure he wouldn't buy a fake, he brought a professional appraiser to help verify its authenticity. Just now, the appraiser told him that after careful inspection and evaluation, this painting is definitely genuine. The appraiser also heard Song Yulan's words. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Mr. Gu, don't believe what that ignorant child says." The old man nodded. He naturally wouldn't believe a young girl's unsubstantiated words easily. However, her confident tone made him slightly suspicious. At this moment, a loud exclamation came from the exhibition hall. Everyone's attention was drawn there. Xiao He is an auctioneer at the auction house. This is her first time organizing an auction. She arrived early to the venue to greet the guests. She is the youngest auctioneer at the auction house. Holding such a big auction on her first try shows the company's trust in her. Of course, it also caused some colleagues to feel jealous. One colleague, who often disagreed with her, suddenly bumped into a table. On the table was a clay jar, and it looked like it was about to fall. She instinctively reached out to catch the jar. Unexpectedly, the jar was very heavy. As she caught it, the impact made her right wrist swell quickly. Others immediately gathered around. "Are the exhibits damaged?" the manager asked. Xiao He shook her head, and the manager relaxed. If these exhibits were damaged, the company would have to pay compensation, and it could also harm their reputation. The manager looked at Xiao He's injured wrist and asked, "Xiao He, your hand is hurt. Do you think you can still hold the auction this afternoon?" An auctioneer's hand being injured usually means they can't continue with the auction. Xiao He gritted her teeth and said, "It's okay, manager." The manager said, "Then go prepare. If you can't, we'll have to replace you." Xiao He stood up, gently moved her wrist, and felt a sharp pain. Tears welled up in her eyes. A colleague came over kindly and said, "Xiao He, don't push yourself. Maybe Lily can do it instead." Lily was the colleague who accidentally bumped into the table earlier. Hearing this, Lily showed a proud smile on her face. She agreed and said, "Yes, Xiao He, this is an important event representing the company's image. We can't afford any mistakes." She almost broke the clay pot, but she felt no guilt. The others quickly agreed, speaking with teasing words about Xiao He. They had long been unhappy with Xiao He. Why could Xiao He, who arrived later than them, host this important auction? Faced with their cold mockery, Xiao He tightly held her injured wrist. She coldly said, "It's not afternoon yet. My wrist will get better." She knew very well that her wrist pain kept reminding her. She probably couldn't participate in the afternoon auction. But she couldn't lose face. At this moment, a gentle female voice said, "I can help you look at your wrist." Song Yulan overheard their conversation clearly. She could tell that this auction was quite important for Xiao He. Colleagues' jealousy and competition are always frustrating and annoying. She wanted to help Xiao He. She quietly observed her wrist. With her experience and expertise, she already made a preliminary judgment. She believed she could help Xiao He heal her wrist. Xiao He looked up and saw a young, beautiful girl speaking. Her voice trembled slightly. "Really? Thank you." Although she wasn't sure if she could truly heal it, she felt deeply grateful. Compared to her colleagues' cold stares, a stranger offering help made her feel warm. Song Yulan took her hand gently and held her wrist. It might hurt a little. She gripped her wrist firmly. With a cracking sound, her wrist bones returned to normal. Then, Song Yulan used acupuncture to unblock her meridians. Xiao He felt her wrist warm, and the pain almost disappeared. She moved her wrist slightly. Surprised, Xiao He said, "It's better now. That was so fast." Song Yulan smiled. "It shouldn't interfere with your afternoon work." Xiao He quickly expressed her thanks, as she was able to continue the auction activities in the afternoon. People around were surprised. "Already healed so quickly. Just now I saw that the auctioneer was badly hurt. Yeah, just a quick twist and a couple of injections and he's fine?" "Is that true? What kind of injections were those?" This time, Song Yulan's actions amazed many people and sparked a lot of discussion. She returned to Qin Yan's side and said, "Let's go. Let's get something to eat." Qin Yan smiled gently and asked, "How about I treat you to a seafood feast for lunch?" He naturally extended his arm and gently wrapped it around Song Yulan's slim waist, moving gracefully and affectionately. Everyone around looked at them with envy. In Harbor City, pretty girls are common, but someone like Song Yulan, who is skilled in medicine, is very rare. Song Yulan looked out the glass window at the sea view and took a big bite of lobster. Eating at a five-star hotel while enjoying the scenery is very relaxing, especially because the food here is really good. Song Yulan happily put down her chopsticks. She looked up at Qin Yan and asked, "I'm so full. Where should we go to play later?" Qin Yan suggested, "How about watching a horse race?" Song Yulan's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly, showing she was very interested. The afternoon auction wouldn't start until 3 o'clock, so there was some free time. Song Yulan secretly looked forward to it. In her previous life, she had heard about horse racing events in Harbor City, but never had the chance to experience them firsthand. Now that she had this opportunity, she definitely didn't want to miss it. Qin Yan called a waiter to pay the bill. However, the waiter respectfully told him, "Sir, someone has already paid for you." They looked at each other in surprise. Just then, a man in a black suit stepped forward. He politely said, "My employer would like to meet both of you. Would it be convenient?" Qin Yan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "If he wants to meet us, shouldn't he come himself?" The man in the suit said, "My employer's surname is Gu." His hint suggested that the other person would know who Mr. Gu was. Mr. Gu is very famous in Harbor City, and many people are eager to visit him. Ordinary people would be surprised if Mr. Gu wanted to meet them. Song Yulan nodded and agreed. Yes, if he really wanted to get to know us, he would come himself to show sincerity. The man in the suit nodded and left. Not long after, an elderly man, over 60, walking with energy and a gentle smile, slowly approached the two. He looked apologetic but friendly and said, "Sorry to bother you. Would you do us the honor of meeting us?" His sincere attitude made people feel comfortable. Qin Yan stood up and said, "Mr. Gu." Mr. Gu smiled and nodded, then added, "You can call me Uncle Gu. I knew your father many years ago. Xiao Wen is managing the company well." Xiao Wen is Wen Fuhua, one of the current shareholders of Qin Yan's company. Wen Fuhua and Qin Yan's company have been growing steadily in recent years. They are quite influential in the port city area. Song Yulan also stood up and smiled, greeting Mr. Gu. "Hello, Mr. Gu." Qin Yan then introduced, "This is my wife, Song Yulan." Mr. Gu kindly smiled and praised, "Madam Qin, I saw you treating that auctioneer earlier. Your skills are impressive and admirable." He had already decided earlier that afternoon to buy that painting at the auction. But when he was about to leave, he happened to see Song Yulan perform her medical skills. From her medical performance alone, Mr. Gu could tell she was sincere and kind. Additionally, Song Yulan had previously claimed that the painting was a fake. This made Mr. Gu think more about her words. He happened to see Qin Yan and his wife dining at his hotel, so he took the opportunity to approach them and get to know them. When Song Yulan heard Mr. Gu's intention, she gently shook her head. She smiled and said, "Sorry, Mr. Gu, I am not very knowledgeable about paintings." The appraiser standing nearby sighed in relief. He thought to himself that this young girl really didn't understand art, and he had been worried she might say something surprising. Mr. Gu asked again, "But didn't you say that the Cold Crow's painting was a fake?" Without hesitation, Song Yulan nodded. She confidently replied, "I may not know much about other paintings, but I am sure this one is fake." Hearing Song Yulan's firm answer, the appraiser became a bit impatient. He quickly interrupted, "How is that possible?" His voice showed some worry. Mr. Gu looked at the appraiser and felt a hint of disapproval in his eyes. The appraiser realized he had spoken out of turn and immediately shut his mouth, not daring to say more. After thinking for a moment, Song Yulan said, "This painting was copied by someone from the Ming dynasty, but it is missing a very important seal." She added, "Cui Heading was not only a master painter, but also an expert in carving seals. In his later years, he often played with a personal seal, which was his proud work." In her mind, Song Yulan kept recalling the comments from experts in her past life. To verify the authenticity of this painting, almost all the top masters in the country were invited. They examined and studied every detail carefully, leaving no part unchecked. So, Song Yulan remembered well what those masters had said. The appraiser standing nearby sweat more on his forehead as he listened to Song Yulan. He never expected that this seemingly perfect painting had so many flaws. Mr. Gu sincerely thanked Song Yulan, saying, "Thank you, Madam Qin. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have spent a lot of money on a fake." He had planned to buy this painting as a birthday gift for his 90-year-old mother. If he paid a lot for a fake, his reputation would be ruined. Gratefully, Mr. Gu looked at Qin Yan and smiled. "You have such a clever wife. I really envy you." Qin Yan smiled and replied, "Thank you. She is indeed very wonderful." He was never stingy with praise for Song Yulan. Mr. Gu smiled and said, "I just heard that Madam Qin wants to watch the horse races. Coincidentally, I happen to have 2 horses here. Would you 2 like to come and see them?" The location of the horse racing track varies in quality and price. The VIP box is a high-end area that only members can reserve. For someone like Mr. Gu, this is just an ordinary day. Song Yulan stands inside the box, curious as she watches the horses about to race. She doesn't know much about horses and can't tell which one is better. Qin Yan notices Song Yulan's confusion. He gently asks, "Yulan, which horse do you like? I can help you place a bet." Feeling a bit shy, Song Yulan shakes her head. She replies, "I don't understand these much. Brother Yen, you choose for me." At this moment, various data scroll across the TV screen. But Song Yulan can't understand what these numbers mean. Qin Yan takes a pen from the waiter. He quickly glances at the data and then marks a few horses. He chooses a complex betting method. This method is more complicated and involves betting on multiple horses to increase the chance of winning. Because it's complicated, the chance of winning is lower, but the prize is higher. Mr. Gu watches Qin Yan with interest. He smiles and says, "Mr. Qin, it seems you are quite experienced in horse racing." Qin Yan replies, "Not really. He did go to a casino abroad while studying, but only for a short time." He quickly grew tired of that place. As for horse racing, it's his first time. Mr. Gu's eyes show a hint of surprise. But he quickly smiles again and says, "You look confident." Qin Yan responds, "Maybe I just have good luck." Just as they are talking, the race officially begins. Song Yulan stands high up, looking down at the stands below. She sees the crowd bustling, with cheers rising one after another, like a huge wave of sound. She excitedly watches the track, cheering for the horses. Although she doesn't know much about horse racing and can't tell which horse has an advantage, the lively atmosphere makes her fully immersed, feeling very excited. One race ends. Song Yulan can't contain her anticipation. She turned to Qin Yan and asked eagerly, "Did we win?" Qin Yan smiled gently to comfort her and said softly, "Don't worry, we need to wait a little longer. 3 races in a row are needed before the final result is known." Soon, a waiter came over with a happy face. He said to Qin Yan, "Mr. Qin, congratulations. The horse you bet on won 6 million. Hearing this, Song Yulan was surprised. She asked in amazement, "Yan Ge, how much did you bet just now?" Qin Yan replied calmly, "Only 2,000 yuan." Song Yulan widened her eyes. 2,000 yuan turned into thousands of times more. That's incredible. In the 1980s, a few million was a huge amount of money, enough for a worry-free life. Next to them, Mr. Gu was also stunned. He looked at Qin Yan in disbelief and said, "Qin Yan, is this your first time betting on horse races?" This young man's luck was simply too good. It made people wonder if he was cheating. But that was obviously impossible. Qin Yan couldn't have bribed the racetrack staff. As security, there was very strict. Qin Yan said, "Some people believe that betting on horse races is all about luck, but actually gambling is also a form of math." He had just observed the odds of previous horses and done some calculations. He figured out the most likely winning probability before placing his bet. And, unexpectedly, he won this time. Mr. Gu finally understood and said, "Oh, I forgot you're a scientist." No wonder Qin Yan was able to make the right bet. Qin Yan said, "Math is definitely a key factor, but luck is just as important." He could calculate which strategy had the highest chance of winning. But even with a high probability, it wasn't guaranteed to win 100%. So, he still needed a bit of luck in the race. His good luck came from Song Yulan. If she hadn't suddenly decided to come to the racetrack, Qin Yan wouldn't have had the chance to win this big prize. It was because of her appearance that his luck played a role at the crucial moment. Song Yuelan came out of the bathroom, still feeling a bit dizzy. Thinking about Yen Ge winning such a large prize money, she felt like it was all a dream. Hard to believe. After taking a moment to compose herself, Song Yuelan took a deep breath. She knew she had to go to the auction with Qin Yan next. She quickly walked to the other end of the corridor, where Qin Yan was waiting for her. Before she could get close, a sharp and harsh voice suddenly reached her ears. Qin Yan, is this how you talk to your mother? You didn't even tell me about your marriage. I'm so disappointed in you. How could I raise someone so unkind and ungrateful? I'm really sorry I had you. These accusations felt like sharp swords stabbing directly into Song Yuelan's ears. She couldn't help but stop, her anger instantly flaring up. Was this how Qin Yan's mother treated him? Song Yuelan's brows furrowed tightly, and her fists clenched unconsciously. This was just too much. Qin Yan mocked. Did I tell you that we have no relationship? Leah replied, no relationship, but I gave birth to you, so you owe me for life. If I hadn't worked hard to give birth to you, would you even be here? If Victor hadn't slipped up, how long would you have kept this a secret from me? Why do you always choose to give up and hang out with those low people? Leah always took pride in her bloodline. She didn't understand why, after paving the best path for Qin Yan, he didn't follow her plan. Qin Yan said, talking to you feels like a waste of time. Hearing her son's words, Leah became furious. She kept attacking him with harsh words. If she hadn't only had one child, she wouldn't bother with him. But since she had Qin Yan, she couldn't have more children with her second husband. Her older brother's family had died in an accident, and her parents were heartbroken. Now, she was the only child left. Her father told her that if she had another child, that child would inherit the family's wealth. She had tried for many years, but never had a child. Qin Yan went abroad to study, and she met him there. That was when she remembered she had once given birth to a child. She became frantic, trying to control Qin Yan. As long as Qin Yan followed her wishes, she promised him a life of wealth and honor. The soft light shone on Qin Yan's side face, outlining his delicate features. Because of the angle of the light, Song Yuelan couldn't see his expression clearly, but she felt that Qin Yan seemed to carry a deep, unspoken loneliness. Hearing close family words can often hurt the most. A wave of sadness hit Song Yuelan's heart. She not only felt sorry for Qin Yan but also angry at his mother. Without hesitation, she stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Qin Yan, then gently took his hand. Qin Yan responded by holding her hand back. Mia spoke with a disdainful tone. Is this the kind of person you found? In Mia's view, Qin Yan should marry a white girl. Only then could his status match. Song Yuelan suddenly looked up, staring directly at Mia without fear. She was unaffected by Mia's words, and her voice turned cold. In our country, only when buying livestock do we care about bloodlines. Mia could hear the sarcasm in her tone. She was furious, you. Qin Yan couldn't help but chuckle softly, and his previously tense mood immediately eased. Mia said, Qin Yan, are you just going to watch her humiliate your mother like this? Qin Yan reached out and put his arm around Song Yuelan's waist, commenting, well said. Inside, Song Yuelan thought, I have harsher words to say, but unfortunately, she is Yan's mother. Some words are better left unsaid or only said partially. Qin Yan said, let's go, the auction is about to start. Mia followed from behind, saying, you'll regret this, Qin Yan. But no one paid attention to her. In the Hong Kong City Auction Hall, Song Yuelan and Qin Yan sat down. Boss Gu sat in front of them, turned around and smiled at them. Mia followed closely behind, sitting diagonally behind them. She stared intently at the two, but neither of them gave her a glance. The auctioneer began to auction off today's items one by one. Soon it was time for the painting Cold Crows, but unexpectedly Boss Gu started bidding. Song Yuelan was puzzled. She thought Boss Gu believed the Cold Crows painting was fake and wouldn't want it. Why would he start bidding? Qin Yan leaned close and whispered in her ear, he won't buy it. The starting price of 2 million yuan for the Cold Crows was quickly raised to 10 million. Later, Song Yuelan learned that some paintings could sell for hundreds of millions of yuan. But in the 1980s, 10 million was a lot of money. Here, money was just a number. When the price reached 20 million, fewer people bid. Each bid was very careful. Song Yuelan watched closely. The person bidding most fiercely against Boss Gu was a middle-aged man in a white suit. Whenever Boss Gu raised the bid, he would immediately follow. In the end, only two people were bidding against each other. Lu Zihui sat casually in his seat. His assistant beside him hesitated and said, "Boss, this, Cold Crows, has already gone beyond our expected price." Lu Zihui replied, "It's okay. Doesn't Gu Fangshun want it? Just bid more. He has plenty of money." He and Gu Fangshun were rivals. They had crossed paths in business several times, but Lu Zihui often lost. He was angry inside. He always wanted to see Gu Fangshun stumble. He had heard that Gu Fangshun wanted to buy the Cold Crows to give to his mother. Gu Fangshun was known as a very filial person. The assistant raised the paddle and said, 280 million yuan. Everyone looked at Lu Zihui. This was the most expensive item sold this year. He shot a challenging look at Gu Fangshun. The other just smiled at him without bidding. Lu Zihui felt nervous. Gu Fangshun was a clever fox. Could he not want the Cold Crows? He was here just to watch and maybe get a bargain, not to spend so much money. With the auctioneer's gavel, Lu Zihui won the Cold Crows. It was all planned by Gu Fangshun. The assistant looked a little worried and said, "Boss." Lu Zihui couldn't back out now. If he didn't pay, he wouldn't be able to stay in Hongqing. Lu Zihui, what are you afraid of? At least we bought the Crows in Winter painting. This old painting could be resold after a few years for a profit. Song Yuelan immediately understood Boss Gu's meaning. It seemed Boss Gu didn't get along well with the man in the white suit, deliberately letting him spend a lot on a fake. Then, the auction for the next item began. A set of Republican-era jade hair accessories. During the preview, Song Yuelan was already interested in this. When she heard the starting bid was only 20,000 yuan, she felt a little tempted. She raised her paddle. 25,000. At this moment, Mia immediately raised her paddle. 35,000. Clearly, she was targeting Song Yuelan. Song Yuelan thought for a moment and raised her paddle. 40,000, she whispered. "Yanji, can I vent a little on your behalf?" Her attitude toward the jade hair accessories was indifferent. Seeing Mia's expression, she actually wanted to tease her. At least, she wanted to make Mia's wallet bleed. Qin Yan immediately understood her meaning. "Thank you, Madam Qin. This set of Republican hair accessories was worth at most 50,000 yuan. But Mia was so angry she was blinded. She was determined to outbid Song Yuelan. She thought, who in Port City didn't know her family? Could she really be outdone by Song Yuelan? In the end, the jade hair accessories sold for 300,000 yuan. Next, several other items followed the same pattern. Soon, Mia spent 2 million yuan at the auction. In that moment, Mia couldn't help but feel a flicker of hesitation. She usually spent money freely, without restraint. She only had 2 million yuan herself. If she kept spending, she might face her father's stern scolding. Just as Mia hesitated, Song Yuelan suddenly turned around, a slight smile on her lips. That smile, in Mia's eyes, felt like a blatant provocation. Her pride was instantly ignited, and an impulse surged in her heart. Without hesitation, Mia quickly raised her paddle. She boldly called out a higher bid, once again winning the item. Yan Ge is very clever, but his mother does not seem to be as quick-witted. Whenever someone gives her a small hint, she immediately acts impulsively without thinking about the consequences. Mia then comes back to her senses. Could it be that Song Yuelan's smile just now was meant to provoke her and make her lose her temper? Thinking of this, Mia feels a tightness in her chest. This seemingly innocent girl is actually very cunning, able to fool Qin Yan completely. Mia secretly warns herself not to be fooled by her appearance again, or she might suffer a big loss. This time, she decides not to compete anymore. At this moment, only one item remains on the display table, the clay pot that injured the auctioneer. This is a pot from the Republic of China period. Its shape is a bit clumsy, and the pattern is very simple, although it can barely be considered a cultural relic. If placed in Jinghai's antique market, its value would be only a few hundred yuan at most. Clearly, the auction house also knows this clay pot isn't worth much, so they set the starting bid at 2,000 yuan. Surprisingly, even though the auctioneer kept asking if anyone wanted to bid, no one on the floor was willing to participate. At this moment, Song Yuelan suddenly raises her paddle. Seeing this, the auctioneer immediately calls out loudly, "Does anyone want to raise the bid?" This time, Mia does not raise her paddle like before. She just snorts coldly, thinking to herself she won't fall for this trick. Song Yuelan shows strong interest in the clay pot. She leans close to Qin Yan's ear and whispers, "Yenge, I suddenly feel like the weight of this pottery jar seems a bit off." Lu Zihui walks over to Gu Fengshan with a gentle smile, walking at a steady pace. "I say, if some people are not willing to spend money, they might as well not come to the auction." Lu Zihui's voice is soft but full of sarcasm. According to Lu Zihui's understanding of Gu Fengshan, he has always been very fond of the dark crows painting and is determined to get it. Today, this clever fox surprisingly did not buy the painting. This makes Lu Zihui secretly happy. Even though Lu Zihui paid a high price for the painting and is bleeding inside, at least he didn't suffer a loss. In a few years, once the value of this painting increases further, he can easily resell it to other collectors and make a good profit. Faced with Lu Zihui's sarcastic remarks, Gu Fengshan remained very calm. He didn't even frown, and a gentle smile stayed on his face. "Boss Lu, you're quite bold to spend so much money on a fake painting." Gu Fengshan spoke calmly, with no sign of emotion. Hearing this, Lu Zihui's face quickly turned unpleasant. "What are you talking about? Fake painting? Are you just talking nonsense because you didn't get the real one?" Although the auction house doesn't guarantee the authenticity of every item, they are very careful when choosing pieces, and many experts have carefully examined them. Lu Zihui was confident, but Gu Fengshan openly called his painting fake in front of so many people. He wanted the other person to clarify. Otherwise, if this rumor spreads, he won't be able to sell paintings in the future. Gu Fengshan seemed to have expected this. He calmly gave a look to the appraiser beside him. The appraiser understood immediately. He quickly repeated exactly what Song Yuelan had said earlier. After hearing this, Lu Zihui's face turned pale. His lips trembled slightly, and he pointed at Gu Fengshan, unable to speak for a moment. "Gu Fengshan, you tricked me. Spending 28 million on a real, cold crow painting was definitely worth it. But if it was fake, it would be a huge loss." Gu Fengshan said coldly, "This painting is fake, but it was painted by someone from the Ming Dynasty, so it's worth a few $1,000s. Boss Lu, don't be angry. The painting is fake, but the item itself is old, so it's not a loss." Lu Zihui, This time Lu Zihui didn't bring any appraisers. He just wanted to raise the price so Gu Fengshan would spend more money. But he ended up losing a lot. "Lu Zihui, you're talking nonsense. Gu Fengshan, you're just trying to anger me, aren't you?" Seeing the appraiser speak so confidently, Lu Zihui started to panic. He was a well-known figure in Harbor City, but no matter how rich he was, he wouldn't spend money like this. These funds could buy a good piece of land. If he bought a fake painting, he would lose a lot. Gu Fengshan smiled and said, "You can have someone appraise it. Boss Lu, with your wealth, why bother about that small appraisal fee?" After speaking, Gu Fengshan turned and left. It's always satisfying to see an opponent lose a large sum of money for nothing. Song Yuelan successfully bought the clay pot for 2,000 yuan. The auction staff were very careful. They would ensure the item was safely delivered to the customer's home. Song Yuelan looked closely at the clay pot. When she was helping the auctioneer treat his wrist earlier, she didn't pay much attention to it. Now she thought about it, the size of the clay pot was similar to a pickle jar. But it was strange that it could have such a strong impact on the auctioneer. At this moment, a staff member came forward to take the clay pot. Because the pot was heavy, one person found it difficult to carry. Another staff member came to help. They carefully placed the clay pot down, worried about any damage. Their actions confirmed Song Yuelan's suspicion. The weight of the clay pot seemed unusual. Mia walked over proudly. "Qin Yan, are you really planning to keep living like this?" Her voice was full of mockery. "Living a poor life with a country girl?" She looked at Song Yuelon with contempt and continued, "She will only hold you back." Qin Yan's face darkened. "If you speak disrespectfully to Yuelon again, I can't promise what I might do. You're supporting that young man, and your father and husband don't even know," Mia said, blushing. She didn't expect Qin Yan to know about this, and to say it openly. Doesn't he realize she is his mother? They are connected. One's loss is the other's loss. Their group had already attracted many onlookers. Mia realized that these words could spread quickly like wildfire, bringing her trouble and shame. Thinking of this, Mia's emotions completely unraveled. She was furious and, without thinking, raised her hand to slap Qin Yan hard. Qin Yan did not dodge. Just as her hand was about to touch Qin Yan's face, a slender hand suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed her wrist. Song Yuelon forcefully shook off Mia's hand. Caught off guard, Mia staggered backwards several steps and nearly fell. Song Yuelon was not afraid at all. "You have no right to hit him." She not only failed to fulfill her duties as a mother, but also tried to interfere in Qin Yan's life and give unwanted advice. She truly wished Qin Yan had never had such a mother, a selfish, cold, and irresponsible mother. Song Yuelon took a few deep breaths, trying to calm her emotions. She looked at Qin Yan, feeling a stronger pain in her heart. "Let's go, Brother Yan," Song Yuelon softly said. She hoped the other person wouldn't be hurt by this. The two held hands and left the auction house. Song Yuelon looked at Qin Yan. "Qin Yan, don't worry." Song Yuelon didn't know how to comfort him. "Brother Yan, don't be sad. At worst, we won't see her again." She carefully and somewhat awkwardly comforted him. Qin Yan's eyelids lowered slightly. "I'm very happy, Song Yuelon." Qin Yan looked sincerely at her. "Thank you for speaking up for me." Although he didn't spend much time with Mia, he knew what kind of person she was. Because of that, he never had any expectations of Mia. So, he naturally wouldn't be disappointed. He didn't expect to meet her in Gangcheng. He knew how to provoke her. Recently, he had keenly sensed the subtle change in Song Yuelon's attitude toward him. And this change just gave him a perfect opportunity. He decided to go along with it and add fuel to the fire. Let Song Yuelon feel more pain for him. Maybe then, they could get closer. At least, it would make Song Yuelon pay more attention to him. Their relationship needed to develop further. "Brother, buy a bouquet of flowers for sister. She's so beautiful." A girl's voice interrupted the two. A girl about 7 or 8 years old walked up to the two people. She carried a basket filled with many flowers. She was so thin that only her eyes were visible. She wore only a pair of slippers and looked dirty, which made people feel sorry for her. Qin Yan took out 200 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the girl. Song Yuelon said, "Wait a moment." She stopped Qin Yan, took the 200 yuan from him, and turned to enter a nearby shop. She bought a loaf of bread and exchanged the 200 yuan for a big handful of coins. She came out of the shop and gave the bread and coins back to the girl selling flowers. The girl's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, she tore open the package and ate the bread eagerly. She mumbled, "Thank you, sister." Song Yuelon noticed Qin Yan looked confused. She explained, "Brother Yan, if you give her so much money, she might not be able to keep it all. But if you give her some coins, she might be able to keep some for herself. Since she is so young and selling flowers, there's probably someone behind her giving instructions." It seemed to confirm what Song Yuelon said. A slightly overweight middle-aged man staggered over to the girl. He looked a little drunk, with hazy eyes. But he didn't hesitate to reach out and ask the girl for the money Song Yuelon had just given her. The girl was clearly afraid of this man. She hesitated for a moment, but slowly took out the crumpled bills from her pocket. The man saw this and quickly grabbed all the large bills. He left only a few coins with the girl. Then he turned and hurried into a nearby shop, as if he had stepped on something slippery. Not long after, the man came out of the shop, holding a bottle of wine and a pack of cigarettes. He tore open the cigarette box, lit one, and started smoking leisurely. He enjoyed the smoke until he disappeared around the corner. Song Yulan only approached the girl and softly asked, "Who is that person?" The girl looked up with big, wet eyes and looked at Song Yulan. She sniffed and quietly answered, "That's my dad," maybe because no one had ever truly cared for her. The girl's tears fell like broken beads, dropping one after another. She sobbed softly and muttered, "I hate him. All he does is drink and gamble. He never cares about me or Mom." Song Yulan asked, "And what about your mom?" The girl wiped her tears with her hand and sniffled. "Mom is at work." She used her sleeve to wipe her eyes again. Qin Yan said, "I took your flowers." The little girl looked a bit surprised. "Really?" Song Yulan took the basket of flowers. "Of course, it's true. Let's go. We'll take you to the store. You can buy anything you want." Instead of giving the girl money, it was better to let her bring back some food. Zhaodi felt very happy today. She met two kind people. They took her shopping and bought many things she didn't want to part with. So many things she couldn't carry them all. That handsome older brother asked the driver to take her home. She bought rice, flour, and oil for her family. She also bought medicine for her mom and formula for her little brother. Maybe this will make her mom a little happier. The assistant parked the car by the roadside. "Mr. Qin, Jilong village is just ahead. It's not very safe here." Zhaodi understood what the driver meant. Not only are there no wealthy people here, but even the police rarely come. It's a messy area, a place nobody really controls. Zhaodi said wisely, "My mom works at a restaurant outside. I'll go call her." She jumped out of the car and ran to find her mom. Qin Yan and Song Yulan also got out. The streets of Jilong village are lined with faded neon signs. Chinese signs hang crookedly, their lights casting a murky glow in the damp air. The air smells of garbage, mold, and cheap cooking oil. In this city, there are not only rich people, but also many struggling in poverty. Many people nearby are watching them. Especially because Song Yulan is pretty, some people look at them without restraint. But soon, they are scared off by Qin Yan's cold gaze. After all, he arrived in a car and looks like a wealthy person. These people don't dare to be too bold. After all, the cost of bothering a poor person is different from that of bothering a rich person. Song Yulan frowned as she looked at the environment here. This place isn't suitable for children to live. Helping the needy is one thing, but their help can only assist Zhaodi temporarily. Qin Yan looked at Song Yulan and softly asked, "Can I smoke a cigarette?" Song Yulan was clearly a bit surprised. Qin Yan rarely smoked in front of her. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded to agree.
Qin Yan skillfully a cigarette.
The smoke slowly rose, blurring his clear features. He took a deep puff and said slowly, "When you were at home before, was life very hard for you?" He knew that Song Yulan's parents were not kind to her. But Song Yulan never talked about her past life. Today, when he saw her giving change to the girl, he was surprised to see she knew to give change to Zhaodi. Such details are usually noticed only by someone who has experienced them. Thinking of this, Qin Yan felt more and more upset. Just from this, he could imagine how the Song family treated Song Yulan. If only he had met Song Yulan earlier. She wouldn't have had to suffer so much. He would buy her many pretty dresses, help her with her homework, give her the best life. Song Yulan didn't understand why the topic suddenly shifted to herself. She smiled and comforted him. "Brother Yan, it's all in the past. Don't think about it anymore." If it weren't for Qin Yan, she might still be stuck in that place. Qin Yan bit his lip. The cigarette flickered faintly, revealing his mood. At this moment, Zhaodi and her mother quickly came out. Zhaodi's mother looked to be in her 40s, with signs of age on her face. She was carrying a baby boy on her shoulder, who seemed very small and was sleeping peacefully. Her attitude was very humble. She softly said, "Thank you, sir." She felt a bit overwhelmed by this sudden kindness. Someone giving them so much food was truly a blessing in their difficult life. Qin Yan looked at the woman in front of him and said slowly, "Your child is not suitable for living here." He continued, "I can offer you a place to stay and a job." Hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up instantly. She was so excited that she trembled a little as she said, "You are truly a kind person, sir." Qin Yan did not let her happiness last too long. He then said, "However, I have a few conditions. The woman's mood quickly became tense again. She asked carefully, "What are the conditions?" Qin Yan's tone turned serious. "First, you need to divorce your husband." He continued, "You should send Zhaodi to a boarding school." Qin Yan didn't give her much time to think. "Finally, Zhaodi's report card will decide the amount of assistance I will give you. As long as she keeps going to school, I will send you some money every month, helping in emergencies but not in poverty. If Zhaodi truly wants to change her fate, she must study." The woman was surprised after hearing Qin Yan's request. She was initially very grateful for the help they received. But when she heard about the divorce, she hesitated. She and her husband had worked hard to come to Hongqing. Although her husband didn't earn much money, as long as he wasn't drunk, he wouldn't hit her or the children. He was kind to both her and the children. Divorce was something she couldn't even imagine back home. Moreover, how could her husband agree? She carefully asked, "Sir, can I not divorce him? Zhaodi is a girl, and girls are not very smart. She can't study well. Just give me the money, and I will send my son to school. When my son grows up, he can work for you." The woman first thought of the boy on her back. Back home, boys usually went to school. Girls, at most, studied for a couple of years before returning home. Song Yuelon couldn't help but speak up. "Zhaodi is of age to go to school. If your family wants to change, you must let the children study. Studying is for everyone, regardless of gender. There are girls in university too." The woman just smiled without replying and looked at Qin Yan. Qin Yan extinguished his cigarette and said, "Since you don't want it, forget it. He is not a saint or a savior. He can offer a chance, but if the other person refuses to take it, that's fine." Song Yuelon sighed. Although she felt a bit regretful, she believed Brother Yen did nothing wrong. Some things, after all, cannot be changed by them alone. The driver carried down the items requested by Zhaodi from the car. The woman didn't know what she had done to offend the two men. She tried to save the situation. "Sir, I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. But I really don't want a divorce." However, these kind-hearted people no longer paid attention to her. They got into the car, and Zhaodi stared blankly at the departing vehicle. She didn't know what she had missed. Song Yuelon got out of the car. The auction house staff carefully carried a clay jar into the house. At that moment, she noticed a familiar face at the door. She had seen this person earlier today. It was Gu Fengshuan's driver. When he saw Qin Yan and Song Yuelon, he quickly approached and greeted them. "Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, hello." The driver held a delicate wooden box. He handed it to Song Yuelon with both hands and said, "Mrs. Qin, this is a special gift from Mr. Gu." The driver added, "Mrs. Qin, Mr. Gu sincerely thanks you for your help today." He continued, "If you have any difficulties in Gangqing in the future, you can directly mention Mr. Gu's name." The meaning of this was clear. It meant that as long as Song Yuelon encountered any trouble in Gangqing, Gu Fengshun would offer her protection and support. She took the box and said, "Please thank Mr. Gu for me." She and Qin Yan returned home. The servant came out and asked, "Madam, where should I put your jar?" Qin Yan said, "Put it in my study." He thought Song Yuelon would still study that clay jar, so it was better to leave it in his study. Of course, Song Yuelon didn't mind. She handed Gu Fengshuan's gift to Qin Yan. "Brother Yan, I'll go change my clothes first. Later, we can look at the gift together." It was completely dark outside. The study lights turned on. Qin Yan was sitting at his desk, writing a report. Song Yuelon sat on the floor of the study. She was lying on a soft white blanket. She carefully examined the clay jar. The jar had a small opening. Song Yuelon's wrist was slender, but she could barely reach inside. She rolled up her sleeve, sat up straight, and put her hand into the jar. As she expected, what was inside looked different from the outside. The height inside the jar was not the same as outside. To find out what was inside, she had to break the jar. Song Yuelon picked up a small hammer and tapped around the rim of the jar. The top edge of the jar was broken. The opening was a bit larger, so she could see inside clearly. Inside, there was a thick layer of dirt. She touched the dirt with her hand, and dust stuck to her fair skin. It turned out that the dirt was the reason the jar was heavier than expected. Song Yuelon was not very disappointed. She put down the hammer and looked at the gift from Gu Fengshun. When she opened the lid and saw what was inside, she was slightly surprised. She knew that Gu Fengxuan's gift wouldn't be cheap, but it was clear that the gift was carefully chosen. It was a set of jade jewelry shining with a moonlight-like glow. She had bid on a jade hair ornament at the auction, competing with Qin Yan's mother. She didn't expect Gu Fengxun to give her a set of jade jewelry. From the look of it, it was much better than what was at the auction. This gift was definitely made with care. When Qin Yan heard Song Yuelon stop, he put down his pen. He turned his head. "What's inside the jar?" "Song Yuelon, it's all dirt." Qin Yan stood up and looked at the clay jar. The jar's top was broken by Song Yuelon, and inside was thick dirt. It looked dull and unremarkable. Qin Yan picked up a hammer and struck the hardened dirt a few times. He used a lot of strength, and in a few hits, the jar and dirt scattered everywhere. Song Yuelon couldn't help but cough twice. But in the next second, she froze. A shiny golden corner was revealed inside the dirt. From the color, she knew what was inside. Only gold could have such a unique color and such a dazzling shine. Song Yuelon's voice trembled slightly as she said, "Yanji, how did you know there was gold inside?" "Qin Yan, the density of soil is different from that of gold." Song Yuelon noticed that the weight of the clay pot was unusual. She thought it was just the weight of the soil, but the soil alone couldn't make the pot so heavy. There must be something else inside the pile of dirt. Qin Yan raised an eyebrow, but he didn't expect there to be so much gold inside the soil. This should be a big yellow fish from the Republican era. Big yellow fish was a nickname during the Republican period for 10-tail gold bars, named because they looked like yellow fish and were very valuable. One big yellow fish weighs about 300 grams. There are at least 45 of them here. This jar must contain at least 27 jin of gold. Song Yuelon remembered seeing gold prices in a shop. In the 1980s, gold was about 40 yuan per gram. So, the gold here is worth roughly over 50,000 yuan. It's completely an unexpected fortune. Song Yuelon blinked. Am I dreaming? She had never seen so much gold before. Qin Yan smiled. Of course not. Since she started her bun shop and food factory, her monthly income has been quite good. Suddenly finding this much money, she felt it was all a bit unreal. What do most people do with a large sum of money? Buy a house, invest, or manage finances? Song Yuelon picked up the gold bars and touched them one by one. Someone once said that humans are naturally drawn to gold, and she believed it. She held the gold bars in her hands. Two of them clinked together. The sound was so beautiful. Exaggerating, she hugged the gold bars to her chest. Normally, holding over 20 jin of weight would feel heavy. But having so much gold on her felt heavy with happiness. Qin Yan was delighted to see Song Yuelon acting so obsessed with wealth. He squatted down. You like gold that much? Maybe I should build you a gold house someday. Song Yuelon was momentarily stunned and shook her head. No. Although the phrase, a gold house to hide a beauty, sounds beautiful, unfortunately, Chen Ajiao's ending was not good. She didn't want a gold house. Excited, Song Yuelon asked, Brother Yan, is there anything you want? She took out a gold bar and handed it to him. Qin Yan smiled. Keep it for me. Song Yuelon remembered that the other person had won quite a bit of money in today's horse race. Of course, she didn't need his money. Her life was gradually becoming stable, and she seemed to have few material desires. Except for buying a house, she couldn't think of how else to spend money. Suddenly, she recalled something related to her childhood and her grandmother. Back then, her grandmother would occasionally buy a 2 yuan scratch card. For her, as a young girl, it was full of hope and surprise. Every time her grandmother scratched the small card, she would watch with wide eyes, nervously observing her grandmother's actions. Sometimes her grandmother didn't win anything, but she would smile and say, "If I don't win, it's like doing charity." Other times, her grandmother was lucky enough to win a small prize of 10 or 8 yuan. At those moments, her grandmother would, without hesitation, take out 1 or 2 yuan from the winnings. She would give it to her, telling her to donate it to beggars on the street. Her grandmother told her that these unexpected gains shouldn't be kept for herself. Remember, there are many suffering people in the world. The remaining money her grandmother would exchange for various snacks. Song Yuelan thought of the little girl selling flowers. There must be many children in the world who can't read or write. She thought for a moment and said, I've heard people say that when you get unexpected money, you should share a little. Brother Yen, I want to use part of this money to help children go to school. Instead of spending it elsewhere, it's better to help some children get an education. Qin Yen listened to her reason and wasn't very surprised. It seemed like something Song Yuelan would do. He felt quite happy and said, I won some money in the horse race that day, and I'll also contribute a part. Song Yuelan wanted to do something meaningful, and he naturally supported her. The rise and fall of a nation depend on education. Some people can only change their fate by studying. Now, the country isn't very wealthy yet, and in some places, children still find it hard to go to school. Song Yuelan was a bit excited and said, Of course, that's a good idea. Setting up a primary school in the mainland shouldn't cost too much. They might not be able to help everyone, but helping a few children change their lives is already very worthwhile. Late at night in Hong Kong City, Mia smashed everything she could see in her bedroom into pieces. She angrily smashed her porcelain decorations on the floor of her bedroom. Whenever she thought about what Qin Yen said publicly today, she felt extremely angry. This made it hard for her to stay in the circle of wealthy wives. In their circle, she wasn't the only one secretly supporting a man outside her marriage. Such things are usually kept secret, and no one talks about them openly. But Qin Yen revealing this made her very embarrassed. At this moment, the bedroom door was gently pushed open by the maid. She respectfully said, Miss, your father has arrived. A white man in his 70s slowly entered Mia's bedroom. He walked with a slow pace, leaning on a cane, with a serious look on his face. He frowned as he looked at his daughter. I heard you argued with that boy in front of everyone today. Mia immediately explained, Father, you don't know that Qin Yen is an unfilial son. Her tone was full of anger and sadness. He embarrassed me in front of so many people, making me lose face. John leaned on his cane. You haven't raised that boy, so it's normal he isn't close to you. His words were calm, but carried a tone of authority. He is still young and needs proper guidance. Give him some time. From now on, without my permission, don't meet with him privately. John turned and shakily went downstairs. He was born into nobility and earned countless riches in his life. But fate played a cruel joke on him. His heir, his eldest son, died in a car accident. Not only his eldest son, but also his 2 grandsons were in that car. God was unfair, leaving him without an heir. He couldn't leave his fortune to his daughter, who lacked intelligence. She would be easily deceived and lose everything. But he was unwilling to choose a nephew as his heir. Qin Yen was the best choice. He couldn't let his efforts go to waste. In a residential area of Jinghai, Han Huiqiao was trembling as she stared at the sturdy man in front of her. The who brought her here was looking at the man with a flattering expression. He politely said, Brother He, this is the person who wants the medicine. Brother He was playing cards. He casually glanced at Han Huiqiao. That glance made her feel numb all over. They continued, I heard her father is a professor. Brother He responded roughly, I haven't dealt with any professors before. Then he added with a half smile, but I have dealt with a professor's daughter. Hearing this, Han Huiqiao felt more uneasy. She instinctively took a step back and asked nervously, What do you want to do? Suddenly, she realized she might be in serious danger. These people didn't seem friendly. If they wanted to harm her as a weak woman, she probably couldn't fight back. Brother He seemed to see through her thoughts. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. He paused and then said, Just help me deliver something, and I'll give you the medicine you want. How about that? Han Huiqiao stood there, feeling nervous. She hesitated and asked, What do I need to deliver? Before she finished speaking, Brother He's face darkened. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, showing impatience. He scolded in a stern tone. If it's not your business, don't ask questions. Han Huiqiao was startled by his scolding. Brother He said, I told you to deliver it, so just do it. No need for all these questions. Inside, a dozen burly men looked at Han Huiqiao with unfriendly expressions. She realized she had no right to refuse. Despite her fear and unease, she nodded softly and said, "Okay, I'll do it." Seeing this, Brother He nodded with satisfaction. He then signaled to one of his subordinates. The subordinate understood immediately, stepped forward, and handed Han Huiqiao a package. "Go to number 15, East Gate Street, and leave the package at the door," Brother He ordered expressionlessly. Han Huiqiao tremblingly took the package, feeling its weight. She didn't know what was inside. "Remember, you must do exactly as I say. Don't speak out of turn," He Go warned again. Han Huiqiao quickly nodded, showing she understood. She tightly hugged her package and hurried out of the room. He Go watched her leave, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He turned to a subordinate nearby and said, "Huzi, you go with her. Watch to see if that girl will follow our instructions. After the meeting this morning, I will come back to pick you up. We'll go to the airport. They have been in Hong Kong City for 3 days. This afternoon, they are returning to Jinghai." Qin Yan stood at the doorway. Song Yuelon, wearing a white sleep dress, looked sleepy and stood at the top of the stairs. Last night, she was dazzled by Jinzi. She didn't fall asleep until late at night. The sleep was light, and she woke up before 7 a.m., hearing sounds downstairs. She realized Qin Yan was already dressed and about to leave. Seeing this, she decided to go downstairs and see him off. Qin Yan adjusted the top 2 buttons of his white shirt. His Adam's apple was attractive, full, and prominent. It moved when he spoke. Qin Yan looked steadily at Song Yuelon. "Do you know how to tie a tie?" She nodded, and Qin Yan smiled faintly. They were very close. Song Yuelon wasn't very skilled at tying a tie, but Qin Yan was very patient. The warmth from his fingertips through his shirt made her shiver slightly. After tying the tie, Qin Yan suddenly grabbed her hand. They were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Qin Yan's eyelashes were thick, casting a shadow under his eyes. Even so close, his eyes held a smile. Her face warmed up, and she couldn't help swallowing. But he remained calm and composed. Qin Yan slowly leaned in, their foreheads almost touching. He was very close to her pink lips. "Mr. Qin," an assistant suddenly spoke from outside, breaking the romantic atmosphere between them. Qin Yan took Song Yuelon's hand and gently kissed her fingertip. "Wait for me to come back." His voice was a little husky. "When he comes back, he should clearly say what he wants and give her a good kiss." When Qin Yan's figure finally disappeared from sight, Song Yuelon suddenly woke up as if from a dream. She slowly raised her hand and gently touched her hot cheek. Her fingers could still feel the warmth of Qin Yan's lips. His actions just now were very obvious. Brother Yan also likes her. Being liked by someone you secretly admire is a special feeling. She turned her head to look at the mirror by the entrance. In the mirror, her lips never seemed to leave a smile. She leaned closer to the mirror, extended her finger to touch her reflection, and softly said, "Song Yuelon, you are so lucky." Song Yuelon entered the department store. Since she was about to leave Harbor City, she planned to buy some things to bring back. In the 1980s, Harbor City's department stores were very busy. She bought a lot of things, gifts for her grandma, third uncle, third aunt, twins, and Su Jingjing. She counted on her fingers who she wanted to give gifts to. Only after she bought 2 toys for Little Black did she feel satisfied and happily carried her big and small bags out of the store. Qin Yan's assistant came over. Song Yuelon looked at Assistant Wang with a puzzled expression, feeling a little surprised by his appearance. She couldn't help asking, "Assistant Wang, aren't you supposed to be in the meeting with Brother Yan? Why are you here?" Assistant Wang took the things from Song Yuelon's hands. He explained softly, "Mr. Qin went to the restaurant first and specifically asked me to pick you up so you can dine together." Hearing this, Song Yuelon's doubts eased a little. She casually replied, "Oh, I see. Thank you." Assistant Wang drove them to a villa. Song Yuelon looked at the building in front of her and couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. The villa didn't look like an ordinary restaurant. It seemed more like a private home. She asked with some doubt, "Eating here?" Assistant Wang nodded confidently, "Yes, Mr. Qin is waiting inside for you." Song Yuelon's unease grew stronger. Assistant Wang's tone was so natural that she forced her doubts down and tried to ignore her feelings. As she reached the door, a servant came forward and opened the car door for Song Yuelon. Song Yuelon got out of the car and looked at the villa. The villa was large, with an ornate gate that looked very detailed. Round arched windows showed a European style of elegance. A white marble angel fountain added a romantic touch to the whole building. Song Yuelon walked from the door into the living room, which took her quite some time. The servant led her down a long corridor, stopping in front of a door. Unable to hold back her curiosity, Song Yuelon asked, "Brother Yen, is he really inside?" The servant nodded expressionlessly, giving her a clear answer. Feeling a bit relieved, Song Yuelon followed the servant into the room. It was a spacious and fancy dining room. A long dining table was covered with a pure white lace tablecloth. On it, there were delicate dishes and glasses, as if waiting for a grand meal. Above, a huge crystal chandelier hung from the golden ceiling. It gave off a soft glow, making the room look dreamy and beautiful. Song Yuelon looked around, but did not see Qin Yan. She couldn't help but feel worried and asked, "Brother Yen, where is he?" But no one answered her. Just as Song Yuelon turned to leave the room, suddenly, 4 men in black suits, acting like ghosts, appeared from all sides and blocked her way. "Miss Song, please wait a moment," one of the bodyguards said with a blank face. Song Yuelon's heart tightened. She immediately realized she might have been tricked by Assistant Wang. She didn't know who wanted to see her, or what these people intended. "You are illegally detained," she shouted angrily. "I will call the police." But the 4 bodyguards ignored her threats. They stood quietly like 4 tall towers, not moving aside at all. "Call your boss out," she demanded. These people brought her here for no reason. They definitely weren't just going to keep her locked up. One of the bodyguards saw her distress and said, "Please wait a moment, Miss Song." Song Yuelon was clearly unhappy with this answer. She asked, "How long do I have to wait?" The bodyguard seemed hesitant. After a moment of doubt, he chose to stay silent. Seeing this, Song Yuelon's dissatisfaction grew stronger. But she knew that losing her temper here wouldn't help, so she reluctantly sat down on a chair. There was no clock in the room, so Song Yuelon couldn't know exactly how much time had passed. She could only guess based on the changing light. In this room, there was a huge mirror. The mirror was so large it almost covered an entire wall. It was decorated with a gold frame, making it look very fancy. Suddenly, there was a creak, and the door behind her opened. She picked up her tie and wrapped it around his neck. When Qin Yan finished his meeting and came out, he habitually looked around. His assistant was not waiting outside as usual. At that moment, a black Rolls-Royce Silver Spirit slowly stopped in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a face full of wrinkles, but with sharp eyes. An elderly man in his 70s was sitting in the driver's seat. He looked at Qin Yan, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, giving off a subtle but noticeable smile. "Qin Yan, I am your grandfather." His voice was deep and strong, carrying a commanding presence. Qin Yan glanced at him indifferently, feeling a strange sense of annoyance. Since he arrived in Gangcheng a few days ago, these so-called relatives kept appearing like ghosts. It made him very annoyed. He responded expressionlessly, "I don't remember having a grandfather." After saying that, he turned to leave. He had no interest in this sudden relative. But then, the old man's words made Qin Yan stop in his tracks. "Then don't you care about Miss Song?" There was a faint threat in the old man's voice. Qin Yan's body tensed instantly, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. "What do you want to do?" Qin Yan asked coldly, showing caution. The old man smiled slightly, seeming to have expected Qin Yan's reaction. "Don't worry, Miss Song is visiting my home. Would you like to come and see as well?" At this moment, the driver in the car got out and opened the door for him. Qin Yan pursed his lips tightly and got into the car. John sat inside the car, seeming to have a feeling. "Have you been away from Hong Kong City for more than 20 years? Qin Yan left when he was 5 years old, so it has been 21 years now. I remember I saw you once before." John has 2 children in his life. He always had high hopes for his eldest son, but his younger daughter was nearly 10 years younger than her older brother. He truly cherished his daughter and raised her with care. Unfortunately, his daughter was not very quick-minded. At 18, she fell in love with a man from the mainland. He tried many ways to keep them apart, but ultimately couldn't separate the two. About a year later, his wife told him his daughter had a child. He still couldn't bring himself to give up and went to visit them at the hospital. He asked Mia, "If you cut ties with that man, I will allow you to bring the child home." This was his final limit and the biggest compromise he could make. Mia refused. He became furious and left the hospital without looking back. John's impression only stayed with the image of her sleeping in the crib. That was his only encounter with Qin Yan. In the blink of an eye, this child had grown so much. John sighed. "Qin Yan, don't blame your mother. She was only 20 when she had you. She was young and naive. I pushed her too hard." He cut off all financial support for Mia and ordered his family not to give her any money. Now, looking back, he thought that if they had given the mother and son a little more help back then, things might not have become so difficult today. Sometimes he heard his wife complain about their son. Mia couldn't take care of the child and often let Qin Yan go hungry. Qin Jixiang was always working outside and had little time to spend with his mother and son. But because of his orders, his wife dared not help Mia financially. If only Mia had been able to endure those tough times with Qin Jixiang, raising the child together, perhaps his view of Mia would have changed. Perhaps he will develop some interest in that child. However, as expected, Mia couldn't endure that kind of life for long. She had always lived a wealthy life as a young lady, so she couldn't really handle hardship. Soon, she gave up on herself. John wanted her to marry someone, and Mia agreed. At that time, he proudly told his son, "Remember, in this world, there's nothing money can't buy. If you can't buy it, then the price isn't high enough." Later, Qin Ji and Qin Yan left Port City, and he didn't care much. But who could have guessed that fate would play tricks on people? When he found out Mia recognized Qin Yan abroad, he was quite happy. Just as he was about to meet the other person, he never expected Qin Yan to have returned to the country. Qin Yan looked out the window and asked, "Do you think these things matter?" He thought for a moment and said, "I've asked around about your grades. You shouldn't be hidden away in Jinghai. You could do great things." John believed that with Qin Yan's intelligence, he would surely succeed in business. Why stay in Jinghai as just a small researcher? Just when Song Yuelon was getting impatient, the door suddenly opened. Song Yuelon looked up. A woman in her early 40s, tall and elegant, walked in. She smiled and said, "Miss Song, sorry to keep you waiting. Let me introduce myself. I am Mr. John's secretary. My name is An. Mr. John is Qin's grandfather." A hint of surprise flashed in Song Yuelon's eyes. She didn't expect Qin Yan's grandfather to come looking for her. Song Yuelon said, "Who are you to say that confinement is wrong?" An smiled and said, "Miss Song, there's no need to speak so harshly." As she spoke, she shook the bell on the table. A line of servants brought in food. An said, "Miss Song, you must be hungry after waiting so long. I've prepared French cuisine. I wonder if you will like it." An smiled, her eyes showing a hint of superiority. She calmly said, "Miss Song, I have looked at your information. You have always lived in a small town and only recently entered Jinghai University." She slightly raised her lips, revealing a subtle sneer. "Probably you haven't tried French cuisine. Let me tell you some dining etiquette. The knife and fork in front of you. The outer side is for appetizers, and the closer to the plate is for the main course." An spoke confidently, giving instructions to Song Yuelon. Normally, Song Yuelon might be interested in listening, but she knew the other person was lying about Yengu being here and speaking to her with such arrogance. She didn't want to hear any of it. Without hesitation, Song Yuelon interrupted. "Sorry, I am Chinese. Our Chinese table manners are to eat quietly and not talk during meals." An didn't expect her to cut her off. She paused, surprised. Today, she was here to negotiate on behalf of Mr. John with Song Yuelon. She had looked at her background. A girl from a poor place. Someone easy to handle. She deliberately kept Song Yuelon waiting in the restaurant for 4 or 5 hours to weaken her confidence. But she didn't expect her to speak like that. An was momentarily stunned. She underestimated this girl. Qin Yan's leather shoes stepped on the soundproof carpet, tiny static electricity flickering in the air. The room had no windows, but a large glass panel was the most noticeable feature. This glass was specially treated. It filtered the scene from the next room, making it unusually clear. Song Yuelan sat at the end of a carved long table. A crystal chandelier cast tiny light spots on her hair. Qin Yan's fingertips pressed against the glass, a cold feeling spreading along his fingerprints. "What did you do to her?" Qin Yan's voice made the air suddenly colder. The glass reflected his tense jawline. John smiled and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. This Miss Song must be your wife, right?" Qin Yan looked at him expressionlessly without speaking. "Qin Yan, I want to tell you a lesson through this matter." John continued speaking, a hint of pride in his tone. Qin Yan showed a sarcastic smile. "What do you mean? This is an era where money rules everything." John's voice became more serious. "In this time, money is everything." Qin Yan snorted coldly. John chuckled casually. "Isn't that true? The world is like that." He paused and then said, "I've always said, there's nothing in this world that money can't buy. Even a person's dignity has a price. If you can't buy it, it just means the price isn't high enough." Qin Yan's face grew darker. He showed clear disgust. "I don't want to play your silly games." After saying that, he turned to leave. But John called out from behind him, "Are you afraid to bet? Are you worried Miss Song won't choose you?" Qin Yan suddenly stopped. He slowly turned around, his eyes cold like icy stars. "You underestimate her." John didn't care. "Since you're so confident, can you wait a moment? If I lose, I won't bother you anymore. Maybe you'll stop Miss Song from doing what she wants. If she finds out later, she might blame you for blocking her future." On the other side of the mirror, An smiled. "Miss Song, why are you so hostile to me? I'm here to help you." Song Yuelan was blunt. "Calling illegal detention helping is just a joke." She clapped her hands. "You're shameless. I don't need your help." Song Yuelan grew more impatient. She had been here so long, wondering if Brother Yen was worried because he hadn't seen her. An didn't expect Song Yuelan to show no respect at all. She thought a country girl who had never seen much of the world would be easy to scare. But Song Yuelan was stubborn and wouldn't back down. An had to stop looking down on her. "Miss Song, you're smart. Let's be honest. Name a price. How much would it take for you to leave Mr. Qin?" Song Yuelan looked at her with some disbelief. If she wasn't being spoken to seriously by the other person, she would have thought she had suddenly traveled into a melodramatic TV drama at 8:30. They even wanted to spend money to make her leave Qin Yan. An looked at Song Yuelan with surprise. She smiled confidently and said, "Miss Song, you can think about it a little longer. This is your chance to change your fate, as long as you're willing." To make Song Yuelan more tempted, she rang the bell again. At this moment, a bodyguard dressed in a black suit carried a black suitcase and placed it on the table. The suitcase was opened, revealing stacks of US dollars inside. An said, "Miss Song, you've probably never seen so much money before. If you're willing, this money can be yours." Song Yuelan looked at the money inside the box, realizing the other side had invested a lot. Behind the mirror, John watched the stunned Song Yuelan and couldn't help but smile. He was about to speak to Qin Yan. At this moment, Song Yuelan spoke up. "You're wrong. I have seen more money than this." And she wasn't lying. In her past life as an internet celebrity, she attended an event. The organizer was a wealthy person who liked cash. He went to the bank and withdrew over 100 million in cash to give to his employees. The cash was so much that it couldn't even fit on a long table. An said, "Miss Song, I mean as long as you're willing." Lazily, Song Yuelan lifted her eyelids and said, "I'm not willing." An was stunned. "But with such a large sum of money, why wouldn't you? This money could let you live very well anywhere on Earth." Then, another bodyguard entered, still carrying a suitcase. He opened it again, revealing more stacks of cash. An said, "If you want, all this money can be yours." She stood up and said, "Miss Song, if you think the price isn't enough, we can talk. You got into Jinghai University, which is indeed a good school, But there are even better universities in this world. If you're willing, my boss can recommend you to them. An couldn't understand why Song Yulan was moved. Does she really believe that she will definitely get a price increase? This rural girl is truly ambitious. Song Yulan shook her head. The two of them were at a standstill. An's face gradually looked a bit unhappy. She felt her pride was a little hurt. Miss Song, you're so young. Why bother arguing over money? Because of your future. It's just a man. Not leaving Mr. Qin also hinders his future. You ask, what's so good about returning to Jinghai? Your bun shop and food factory only make about 10,000 yuan a month. I heard Mr. Qin is a researcher. His monthly salary is only a few hundred yuan. 300 yuan might be enough for an ordinary person in Jinghai. But do you know? 300 yuan here can't even buy a cup at this table. Do you think it's necessary? Why live such a hard life? An couldn't understand why Song Yulan wouldn't give in. Why make things difficult for herself? Qin Yan has such good conditions and still wants to go back to Jinghai. Isn't that just asking for trouble? How many people envy his opportunities? He doesn't need to make a call. The chance comes directly to him. After hearing this, Song Yulan sat up straight. She looked seriously at An. Do you know what Qin Yan is researching? An was surprised by the question. She hesitated. She really couldn't find out about these things. After all, they are national secrets. An. Miss Song, do you know? Song Yulan shook her head. I don't know either, but I know one thing. His research can help us stand tall. Won't let foreigners look down on us and speak on our land. How much do you think this is worth? Song Yulan looked at An seriously. With how much money you have, do you really think you're a god? Can you boss around other people's lives? You all think too highly of yourselves. Qin Yan stood behind the mirror. He couldn't help but quietly laugh. He knew Song Yulan would refuse. There are millions of people in the world. The chance of two people being together is almost zero. Life is so short, only about 30,000 days. Besides ignorance, old age, illness, and disability, he has very little time left. Before meeting Song Yulan, Qin Yan was full of disdain for the word love. He thought it was just a fleeting feeling, not worth mentioning. He believed it was nothing special. How could anyone in this world truly understand him? But all things in the world flourish and grow. And suddenly, there was Song Yulan. She simply knew him. Not just on the surface, but deep in his soul, a sense of recognition. Youth, beauty, wealth, these are parts of life, but not everything. Both he and Song Yulan will grow old someday. But as long as they have today's words, no matter the situation, they can stay together. How lucky life is. To have found someone like her. John looked at Song Yulan on the other side of the mirror. He didn't expect such a young girl to say such things. It made him see her in a new light. He underestimated Song Yulan. An still wanted to persuade Song Yulan, but Song Yulan was too lazy to argue. She stood up, ready to leave. Suddenly, there was a loud crash. The big mirror behind her shattered into pieces. Song Yulan turned around. The broken mirror reflected tiny shards of light. Behind the mirror was Qin Yan. He strode out quickly. Song Yulan exclaimed happily, "Brother Yan." She turned and ran to him. Qin Yan smiled and gently held her face. Their bodies moved closer. You left in such a hurry this morning. I didn't get a chance to tell you. Can I kiss you? Song Yulan didn't answer. She tiptoed and gave him a kiss. Qin Yan's fingers softly brushed her hair. He gently held the back of her head. Their first kiss made both of them tremble a little, just unable to handle the cold wind weather. At first, it was only a touch between lips. Then it suddenly exploded like fireworks. Wet, trembling, short of breath. The senses experienced the strongest stimulation. Song Yulan's whole body grew hot. There were others in the restaurant, but none of them cared. Song Yulan couldn't remember when they finished. When she left the villa at last, she and Qin Yan held hands. What a terrible yet wonderful day. Han Huiqiao stood on a busy street, surrounded by noise, but it seemed to have nothing to do with her. She felt around through her clothes for the item Brother He asked her to deliver. She was standing at a fork in the road, with two very different paths ahead. The left path led to the address Brother He mentioned. The right path led to the police station. She knew very well that what Brother Hay asked her to deliver was definitely not good. According to the right thing to do, she should walk straight to the police station and give the suspicious package to the police. But when she was about to step toward the police station, her legs felt heavy as if filled with lead, and she couldn't lift them. The distance between her and Qin Yan was just one step away. Han Huiqiao desperately tried to find excuses in her mind. She told herself she didn't really know what was inside the package, maybe just some ordinary things. She was only helping Brother Hay a little. Just this once, there shouldn't be any big problem, right? In the end, Han Huiqiao betrayed her conscience. She took the other road, the one leading to the address Brother Hay mentioned. She was determined to get Qin Yan, because she had already given too much time, effort, and feelings to get him. Tiger Z watched Han Huiqiao carefully place the item at the designated spot. After she finished, Tiger Z let out a sigh of relief. He went to report to Brother Hay. Brother Hay, that girl did as you said. Tiger Z looked a bit confused. Aren't you worried she might betray us? Black Brother smiled and said, what I gave her earlier was just a piece of wood. Huzi looked confused and asked, why did you give her wood? Black Brother explained, these so-called good girls all have a wall in their hearts. Once you break down that wall, they will gradually fall for you over time. People don't change all at once. It's a slow process, unconsciously lowering their own boundaries. Didn't she say she would only do it once? If she doesn't do it this time, she might never do it again. But as long as she does it this time, I promise she will help us again next time. From giving her things at first to eventually betraying herself. It won't take long. Qin Yan glanced at the assistant standing outside the villa. He said bluntly, you're fired. Someone who is easily bought is not someone he wants to keep around. He drove back to his house in Gangcheng with Song Yulan. Song Yulan packed her belongings simply. She looked around the house with mixed feelings. They had been in Gangcheng for less than 4 days. But one thing after another kept happening. Every detail was vivid, as if a month had passed. Qin Yan said, in these 2 years, I think we won't come back. This place always left him with bad memories. Song Yulan nodded. They both boarded the plane tonight. They got on the plane at the last moment. Just as they were about to board, they started running. The wind was howling past their ears. Song Yulan had a sudden thought. It felt like they were eloping. Knowing each other's feelings, everything seemed sweet. Even the air felt pure and passionate. They didn't want to be apart for a moment. Song Yulan was wrapped in a blanket. Her hand was always holding Qin Yan's under the blanket. She quickly ate a few bites of the airplane meal. Her voice trembled a little as she said, I'm so happy, Brother Yan. Qin Yan patted her head and said, me too. He refused the flight attendant's offer of a new meal. He took the remaining food from her. Song Yulan felt sleepy. The events of the past few days were too complicated for her. She closed her eyes and leaned her head on Qin Yan's shoulder. Qin Yan gently and tenderly touched Song Yulan's cheek. The flight attendant on the plane couldn't help but observe the two of them. Although it was just a simple gesture, it clearly showed the deep affection between them. Sometimes falling in love feels so wonderful. When Qin Yan and Song Yulan got off the plane, it was already past 4 a.m. The airport was very quiet, with only a few passengers wandering in the waiting area. It was a cold winter morning, and the chill seemed to follow them everywhere. The cold air felt like it could go through their bones, making them shiver. Song Yulan had been sleeping soundly on the plane, but now she was wide awake from the cold wind, though still a little fuzzy. She rubbed her eyes, trying to fully wake up. At that moment, a black car slowly drove up and stopped steadily in front of them. The car window rolled down, revealing a familiar face, Jiang Zhou. He couldn't help but yawn widely. Is Hong Kong City fun? Jiang Zhou asked casually, sounding a bit tired. Song Yulan quickly responded with a smile. Brother Jiang, thank you for coming to pick us up. She felt a little guilty. It was so early to ask someone to come and pick them up. It was quite troublesome. Jiang Zhou waved his hand and smiled. No need to be polite, we're all friends. In his heart, he knew very well how much Qin Yan usually helped him. If he didn't help with this small favor, how could he ask Qin Yan for help in the future? In the early morning, around 4 o'clock, the streets of Jinghai were empty and quiet. The streetlights cast faint light, barely illuminating the road. But sanitation workers had already started cleaning. Looking out the car window, Song Yuelan suggested, "Why don't we go straight to the shop for breakfast?" The bun shop had started selling breakfast early since it opened. Jiang Zhou immediately agreed. "Good idea. I haven't had your family's buns in a long time." When Song Yuelan mentioned it, he suddenly felt a bit hungry. The car stopped in front of the bun shop, and the three of them got out and went inside. At this time, the shop was not crowded, and it felt a bit quiet. But the smell of fresh buns filled the air, making people feel hungry just by smelling. They were among the first to come for breakfast. Auntie saw the owner coming to eat and greeted him warmly. Steaming buns were served on the table. They looked plump and white, giving off an inviting aroma. Jiang Zhou couldn't wait to take a bite. The bun skin was soft, and the filling was tasty. With each bite, the mouth was filled with flavor. Because they woke up early, their bodies felt a little stiff, but the delicious buns made them relax gradually. As time went on, the sky gradually brightened. The dull sky was lit up by sunlight, and the street started to become lively. More people came in and out of the bun shop. The shop was filled with a lively atmosphere, full of the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Song Yuelan sighed softly. Compared to the wealth and prosperity of Port City, she felt a sense of belonging to Jinghai. A cozy home was better than any fancy place. Under the table, she and Qin Yan's hands occasionally touched lightly, then quickly separated. This feeling of being close but not too close made her heart feel as if a feather was gently brushing against it, making her feel ticklish. Since they shared their feelings, the distance between them seemed to have shortened a lot. Even without deliberately getting closer, they naturally wanted to be near each other. When she was in a good mood, her appetite was better. Usually, Song Yuelan only ate one bun for breakfast, but today she couldn't resist having a second. She got up to get another bun. Jiang Zhou suddenly spoke. "Why do I feel like you two are a bit different now?" His eyes moved back and forth between Song Yuelan and Qin Yan, as if trying to find some clues. At first, when he saw them, Jiang Zhou felt that Song Yuelan still seemed a little distant from Qin Yan. She was polite, but seemed to be missing something. But now, the closeness between them was obvious. Even a blind person could see it. Qin Yan asked, "What's different?" Jiang Zhou said, "You seem closer now." Qin Yan looked at his wife with a different kind of affection. That proud feeling of being in love couldn't be hidden. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but feel curious. Is getting married really that good? Even Qin Yan seemed to change completely after getting married. Qin Yan slowly said, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you, Jiang Zhou. There's no need to show off. It's just about getting married." Jiang Zhou decided to go home and rest, so he didn't join them. Qin Yan needed to drive to the research institute first. The weather in Jinghai was getting colder. Song Yuelan wrapped herself in Qin Yan's coat and sat in the front passenger seat. The scent of Qin Yan still lingered on the coat, light and fresh. She looked at Qin Yan with bright eyes. Qin Yan felt a slight tremor in his heart from her gaze. He had imagined many times what it would feel like to be with Song Yuelan. But those imaginations were far less real than this moment. Outside the car window, the cold wind howled, making the branches rustle. Inside the car, it was filled with sweet affection. The atmosphere between them was like a warm fire in the cold weather, hot and comforting. The car stopped inside the research institute's yard. Qin Yan paused the car, but didn't turn off the engine. When she looked at him earlier, he already wanted to hug her. He especially liked seeing Song Yuelan wear his clothes. It felt like wrapping her up just for himself. Qin Yan said, "I want to kiss you. Not just a thought, but a decision." He didn't give her the chance to refuse. Since she had already agreed to be with him, she couldn't change her mind now. Song Yuelan didn't answer. Only her face turned slightly red. Qin Yan slowly leaned in to kiss her. Even in the cold winter, her lips carried a hint of coolness. Compared to the passionate kiss before, this one was softer, like a gentle spring rain. Silent and all-encompassing. Song Yuelan trembled again. Inside the enclosed space, the temperature in the car seemed to rise a little. Qin Yan's eyes shimmered with moisture as he smiled softly. You belong to me now. Qin Yan had to report his work at the research institute these days. Qin Yan suggested, why don't you take a day off? I can take you home. Song Yuelon shook her head. Forget it, I'll just go straight to school. She had already asked for 2 days off from school for this trip. Anyway, she couldn't sleep now, so she decided to go to school directly. Qin Yan took her to Jinghai University. She took the gift for her classmates out of the car. Behind her, Su Jingjing's voice was heard. Song Yuelon turned around. Jingjing, your gift. She handed the gift directly to her. Su Jingjing smiled and thanked her. Song Yuelon waved goodbye to Qin Yan, watching his car disappear from sight. Su Jingjing asked, did Professor Qin bring you here? Song Yuelon nodded. Su Jingjing leaned in to look at her. I think you've changed, Yuelon. Song Yuelon chuckled. Changed? We just haven't seen each other for a few days, Su Jingjing said. I can't quite put my finger on it, but I feel like you look more beautiful. Love always has a way of nourishing people. Now, Song Yuelon carried an indescribable charm all over her. She was no longer like a flower just about to bloom. She was shining brightly and confidently. Her whole body radiated sweetness. The two of them walked into the classroom together. Su Jingjing chatted casually. I heard we'll get our calculus grades today. Song Yuelon was a bit surprised. So soon? Other subjects still have a week before exams, but the calculus results are already out. Su Jingjing prayed. Long live 60 points. I hope I don't fail calculus. I heard the retake exam will be even harder. Song Yuelon's heart also tightened. Although Qin Yan tutored her, she still felt uncertain about whether she could pass this time. Oh heavens, long live 60 points. Song Yuelon silently prayed. Chun Xian stood under a tree. Today, he was there to deliver something for someone else. But before he could walk a few steps, he saw a black car coming. He immediately recognized Song Yuelon in the front passenger seat. She was wrapped in a black coat. Her hair was slightly messy, but had a relaxed, beautiful look. She was smiling happily while talking to Qin Yan. She looked very happy. Qin Yan seemed to see him. His expression was hard to read, somewhat proud. When Song Yuelon got out of the car, he kissed her on the lips. Chun Xian looked dazed. He felt his stomach twitch a few times. His veins on his hand bulged, and the materials in his hand became wrinkled. He knew Qin Yan was doing it on purpose. There was only one calculus class in the morning. Since the exam for this course was already over, there would be no class today. In the classroom, everyone gathered in small groups, chatting happily. Su Jingjing and Song Yuelon found a corner to sit in.
Su Jingjing kept crying quietly.
This made Song Yuelon feel anxious too. The classroom door opened, and everyone fell silent. The old professor, who usually taught them calculus, entered. The students were a bit surprised. Professor, are you feeling better? Last time, when the old professor was sick, Professor Qin taught the class. The old professor smiled and said, Thank you for your concern, everyone. I am almost fully recovered. This time, everyone did well on the exam. Congratulations to all of you. The old professor was genuinely happy. Now, the grades were recorded on paper. They included course name, credits, scores, and other information, similar to a payslip. The old professor held a thick stack of report cards. Many students helped distribute the report cards. This calculus exam was a bit difficult. Although there were many people in the classroom, the voices were very soft. Song Yuelon felt like she was back in high school. Song Yuelon? At this moment, the student handing out the report cards called her name. Song Yuelon immediately walked over. I'm here. She received a report card. Seeing her final score, she finally felt relieved. 82 points. The score wasn't very high, but she was satisfied. Su Jingjing also received her report card at this time. She was a bit excited. Yuelon, I passed. 61 points. For her, that was a pleasant surprise. She glanced at Song Yuelon's report card. 82, Yuelon, you're really amazing. This calculus exam was not easy. Besides those top students who were naturally strong in science subjects, most students scored in the 60s or 70s. Scoring over 80 was already quite good. Song Yuelon was very happy with her grades. Let's go have a nice meal later to celebrate, she said. There was a small restaurant outside the school. The food was cheap but tasty. After eating enough at the school cafeteria, many students went out to improve their meals. At this moment, a male voice came from nearby. How is it possible that you scored better than me? Song Yuelon turned around. She still remembered this person a little. The last time she and Jingjing finished their calculus exam, this person had mocked her harshly. Song Yuelon frowned. Isn't it normal that I scored higher than you? He kept being rude again and again. There was no need for her to tolerate him. Wang Dashi said, I saw your calculus homework before. You couldn't have scored better than me. He had liked Song Yuelon secretly before. At the start of the semester, when they first took the calculus class, he had seen her homework. Song Yuelon's calculus skills were just okay. This time, he scored 79 on the exam. But when he heard that Song Yuelon scored 2 points higher than him, he found it hard to believe. Since he found out that Song Yuelon was married, he looked down on her. He thought married women in college were wasting resources. In their hometown, married women stayed at home to have children and cook. Jingjing said, yeah, your grades are not good, but you still think others scored higher. This person spoke strangely. Song Yuelon said, let's go. She didn't want to have much contact with someone like him. Jingjing picked up her bag and followed Song Yuelon. Jingjing asked curiously, why does Wang Dashi always pick on you? More than 5 or 6 people in the class scored higher than him in calculus. This person is too confident. What do you mean by saying it's impossible for you to score higher than him? Song Yuelon said, this person is very strange. Her experience told her to stay away from strange people. Wang Dashi took his report card back to the dorm. He lay on his bed, repeatedly looking at his report card. He couldn't believe his grades were lower than Song Yuelon's. Even if it was just by 2 points. He looked down on her deep inside. But now that he knew Song Yuelon scored higher than him, he felt upset inside. The dormitory door opened again. Several roommates from the dorm entered together, talking. Did you see Song Yuelon from the medical school today? She seems to look even prettier lately. Guys often discuss which girl at school is the most attractive. One said, her husband is quite lucky, married to a beautiful woman early on. I guess her partner can't be too good-looking. One person winked and said, hey, do you think Song Yuelon might also? A few years ago, a young person who went to the countryside for work also caused a scandal involving abandoning a spouse. Their levels were too different, so divorce was very possible. Another said, stop talking nonsense. She won't get divorced. Curious, someone asked, how do you know? Her husband is Professor Qin Yan from our school. Everyone in the dorm was shocked at this news. Are you sure about this? Why would I lie? We even had a professor attend their wedding. Such things can be found out with a little effort over time. Wang Dashi couldn't help but sit up. The others in the dorm finally noticed he was lying down. Wang Dashi understood something he had been confused about. He realized why Song Yuelon's grades weren't higher. It was because she cheated. Qin Yan had been substituting for their classes for a month. Did he not know the exam questions? To avoid attracting too much attention, he didn't let Song Yuelon get a perfect score. She scored 82 points. Based on the number of students, 82 points was enough to qualify for next semester's scholarship. The more Wang Dashi thought about it, the angrier he became. He immediately put on his coat. He decided to report this. The professor was protecting his wife. It was truly disgusting. Wang Dashi hurriedly left and finally reached the office building. Without hesitation, he headed straight to the principal's office. But when he pushed open the door, it was empty. Wang Dashi felt a bit anxious, but didn't give up. He decided to look for the vice principal. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard voices coming from the meeting room. Without hesitation, he quickly walked to the door of the meeting room and pushed it open without doubt. Inside, the principal was sitting at the head of the conference table, surrounded by many professors. They seemed to be in a meeting when Wang Dashi's sudden entrance interrupted them. They all looked at him at the same time. The principal looked up, showing a hint of surprise, and asked, "Student, did you come to the wrong place?" "We are in a meeting." Wang Dashi's face showed no embarrassment. Instead, he looked very excited. He took a deep breath and loudly said, "Principal, I officially report that Professor Qin Yan is abusing his position for personal gain. Principal Lee frowned slightly and said seriously, "Young student, we cannot accuse a professor based on mere guesses and suspicions. You need solid evidence to support your claim." Wang Dashi seemed a bit excited and raised his voice slightly. "Is Professor Qin Yan's wife Song Yulan from the medical college?" Hearing this question, several professors exchanged glances, sharing looks of uncertainty. Jinghai University is a large higher education institution with over 1,000 full-time teachers. Some of them were not very familiar with Qin Yan. Some had heard that Qin Yan was married, but they didn't know much about his wife. Principal Lee said, "That is indeed a private matter for Professor Qin, but it doesn't directly prove any wrongdoing." Wang Dashi was not swayed by Principal Lee's words. He continued, "However, Qin Yan taught us a whole month of calculus classes. Song Yulan scored 82 on the exam for this course." His tone carried a hint of disbelief. With her abilities, it's impossible for her to get such a high score. At this point, Wang Dashi's emotions grew more intense. "So, I have good reason to suspect that Qin Yan leaked the exam questions." Principal Lee looked suspicious and asked, "Such a thing really happened?" He was not unfamiliar with Qin Yan. They had interacted several times before. Qin Yan's reputation was well known even before he became principal. If I had to describe Qin Yan with one word, it would be genius. Qin Yan is a proud student of Professor Liang. Professor Liang is a legendary figure who changed the history of national science and technology. With such a respected mentor, Qin Yan's talent and abilities are obvious. Qin Yan has always focused his work at the Research Institute. He accepted the appointment from Jinghai University mainly to help train students. Thinking back to several meetings with Qin Yan, Principal Lee's most memorable moment was at an international conference. At that event, Qin Yan openly pointed out that a foreign scientist's data was fake. His sharp words left a strong impression on everyone there. Given Qin Yan's personality, it's hard to imagine him doing such a thing. One teacher, feeling a bit helpless, said, "Principal, you know that professor, he was suddenly ill and had surgery recently. The school couldn't find a suitable person to teach calculus at that time." He paused and then added, "So, we had no choice but to ask Professor Qin to help teach temporarily." Hearing this, Wang Dashi became more upset. He shouted loudly, "Therefore, Qin Yan definitely took the opportunity of teaching to leak exam questions to Song Yulan." Wang Dashi continued, "I demand the school investigate this matter thoroughly. We can't let such unfair behavior happen in our school." His tone was firm, as if he had already decided Qin Yan was guilty. Professor Lee replied, "We understand the situation. We will look into this matter. Student, please go back now." Wang Dashi was not satisfied with Principal Lee's response. He retorted, "No, I want an answer today." His voice carried some anxiety, worried that the school might ignore the issue. Wang Dashi was afraid the school would take this lightly. If that happened, all his efforts would be wasted. He had to make sure Song Yulan knew the truth. Even if her husband was a professor, she couldn't act recklessly at school. Today, this matter must have a clear result. A professor kindly advised, "Student, we do need some time to investigate. This is to ensure the accuracy and fairness of the results." Wang Daisher disagreed and said, "Aren't they all at school? Why not just ask them directly? Why make things so complicated?" He continued, "If I don't get a clear answer, I'll report it to the police tomorrow. I can't let this kind of dishonesty go unpunished." Believing he stood for fairness and justice, Wang Daisher refused to let go of the matter. His tone grew more intense. Song Yulan should be expelled. What she did is a disgrace to academic integrity. And Qin Yan, he doesn't deserve to be a professor with such poor ethics. Hearing Wang Daisher's harsh words, the professor who had been trying to calm him down began to lose his patience. He raised his voice and said, "How can you be so sure? The investigation isn't even finished. Isn't it too rash to jump to conclusions like that?" After a pause, he added, "What if there's been some misunderstanding? By accusing them without proof, aren't you unfairly damaging their reputation?" This professor was also a student of academician Liang and had always cared deeply for his junior, Qin Yan. Deep down, he didn't believe Qin Yan was the kind of person who would abuse his position. Besides, it was just a small calculus exam. Qin Yan's wife had been admitted to Jinghai University, a school that only accepts very capable students. Scoring 82 in calculus was an ordinary result. It made no sense to think someone would use personal connections for something so trivial. Wang Daisher said, "See? You're just trying to protect them. Otherwise, why are you defending them?" Professor Zhu was furious. "I'm just speaking objectively. How is that protecting them?" As the two were about to argue further, Principal Lee coughed and said, "Since you don't believe it, we can ask the people involved directly. But if it turns out Qin Yan and Song Yuelan are innocent, you must apologize to them." Wang Daisher was overjoyed. "Not just apologize. If I'm wrong, I'll even withdraw from school." Qin Yan was attending an academic meeting at the research institute when he received a call from the school. Upon hearing the principal's reason, Qin Yan's face darkened completely. Jiang Zhou noticed his change in mood. "What's wrong?" Qin Yan said. "The meeting is paused. I have some personal matters to handle." Everyone in the conference room looked at each other in surprise. This was the first time Qin Yan had stopped work because of personal reasons. Jiang Zhou quickly tried to smooth things over. "Let's take a break." Song Yuelan was a bit surprised. She didn't expect the principal to call her. She usually had no interaction with the principal. Confused, she walked toward the office building. Just as she reached the door of the office building, she saw Qin Yan. Seeing her confused look, Qin Yan felt a bit more worried. "It's okay, I am here." His deep voice was close. A warm hand gently supported her waist. Her previously restless heart finally calmed down. As long as Qin Yan was nearby, she felt much more at ease. The door of the conference room opened again. Qin Yan strode in confidently. He carried a stern aura, making the room feel colder. He looked around and sneered slightly. "I heard someone reported me for cheating?" Wang Dashi didn't know why, but he felt a bit guilty under Qin Yan's intimidating presence. He forced himself to speak. "Yes, because you are married to Song Yuelan. So, you could be providing her with exam answers." Song Yuelan followed behind Qin Yan, glancing at the other person. She frowned. "Was it you?" She already knew the full story and didn't expect this person to be so relentless. What was worse, he not only falsely accused her of cheating but also dragged Brother Yen into it. Song Yuelan was angry. "I don't know this student, but he has repeatedly spoken disrespectfully. He even said that women shouldn't go to school after marriage. Can I say he's maliciously slandering?" Qin Yan's tone turned icy, as if he could freeze people with it. Wang Dashi shivered at his words. Then he felt he was acting a bit cowardly, so he tried to boost his confidence. Today, this matter must be settled at all costs. Anyway, the person has already offended others. He is determined to make these two people face punishment. Wang Dashi, Qin Yan, stop talking nonsense. First, answer everyone. Did you leak the exam questions? Show some proof that you didn't leak the questions. Several professors present frowned. Qin Yan is a professor, and currently, there is no evidence against him. Wang Dashi was rude to a professor. Qin Yan, with a half-smile, said, "Since you think I leaked the questions, who claims, who proves? You should provide evidence to show I leaked the questions. Relying only on my relationship with Yulan is too hasty." One law professor nodded. "According to civil law, it should be like that." Earlier, they all got caught up in Wang Dashi's unreasonable accusations. They didn't expect this point. Wang Dashi's face turned red. "I don't believe it. How could you not have leaked the questions? You two are married. I got into university through my math competition results. How could Song Yulan have scored higher than me?" Qin Yan was too tired to argue with this person anymore. When encountering a mad dog on the road, you can't bite back. The best way is to make the mad dog hurt with a quick attack. Qin Yan thought for a moment. "I actually have proof. Just ask Professor He, you'll find out." Qin Yan was substituting for Professor He. At this moment, Professor He pushed open the door and came in. He received a call from Qin Yan and came over. Professor He is in his 70s and has always been a diligent old professor. When he heard someone reported Qin Yan, he hurried over anxiously. He didn't expect that helping someone would involve him in such a matter. He felt very guilty. He remembered Wang Dashi and sighed. "Student, if you really have doubts about your grades, you can come to me." Coming to the principal so suddenly and causing a fuss benefits no one. He then turned to Principal Lee. Principal, I can prove that Professor Chin did not leak the questions. Professor This exam paper was created by me and 3 other teachers from the math department. This exam paper was never seen by Professor Chin. After teaching the class for them, Chin Yen went to work at the Research Institute. At that time, Professor He's health had almost fully recovered. He and a few colleagues from the mathematics department worked together to create the exam questions. Only they were involved in the process. Chin Yen had no access to the questions, so there was no way he could leak the answers. Wang Dashi couldn't believe what Professor He was saying. He stammered, "How is that possible? How could Song Yuelon have scored that well?" Professor He said, "The exam papers I graded show that Song Yuelon's solutions were all her own work. Some of her methods were a bit clumsy compared to professional mathematicians. If Chin Yen had given her the standard answers, she wouldn't have used those methods." Professor He looked serious. "Are you suggesting that Professor Chin bribed the 4 of us?" Wang Dashi's face turned pale. Professor Zhu smiled and said, "Hey, student, didn't you say you wanted to drop out and needed a proof?" The school wouldn't make Wang Dashi drop out just because of this. But Wang Dashi's behavior was too disgusting. He had no right to slander a professor so easily. The room was silent. In the cold winter, Wang Dashi broke out in a cold sweat behind his back. Of course, he couldn't drop out. He had worked hard to get into Jinghai University. If he dropped out, what would he do? He opened his mouth to say something, but he saw Chin Yan's mocking eyes. Now, his only goal was to earn Chin Yan's forgiveness. Even if he had to kneel, he couldn't be expelled. Otherwise, all his efforts would be wasted. Wang Dashi forced a flattering smile. "Professor Chin, I am a petty person. Your kindness outweighs my faults. I was wrong, and I want to apologize. Please forgive me. I am just a student." As he spoke, Wang Dashi couldn't help but cry. He was determined to make the other person accept his apology. Chin Yen remained unmoved. He said coldly, "Wang Dashi, I have graded your calculus homework. You said earlier that you were admitted through a math competition. Chin Yen, I reasonably suspect there is a problem with your math competition results. I request the school to investigate this matter thoroughly." Principal Wang Dashi's mind suddenly exploded. He couldn't believe Chin Yen could know about this. His father had handled this matter perfectly at the time. Yes, he used someone else's math competition results to get into Jinghai University. That person was very poor but had excellent math skills and participated in the national math competition. Wang Dashi's original grades could have gotten him into a regular university. This year was the 2nd year of the national math competition. His father worked at the Education Bureau. He knew that ranking in the top 30 in the national math competition could guarantee admission to Jinghai University. His father found a way to get the other person's math competition results for him. Wang Dashi said sharply, "I didn't do that." Earlier, Chin Yen heard Wang Dashi say he was admitted to university through a math competition scholarship. He immediately sensed the problem. Math is a subject that requires a lot of talent. He reviewed the other person's homework and found nothing special. Jinghai University doesn't lack top students, but many students with perfect scores in the college entrance exam still struggle in math majors. Wang Dashi's math scores are not enough for Jinghai University. He even got in through competition results. The value of the national math competition isn't that low. Chin Yen, do you really think math is that simple? Recently, at the start of the school year, there was a scandal involving Song Yuelon being replaced in the college entrance exam. Now, Chin Yen voiced his suspicion, and seeing Wang Dashi's reaction, Principal Lee became more cautious. Could another spot for guaranteed admission through substitution appear again? Professor He also pondered Chin Yan's suspicion. He thought, this exam might be difficult for ordinary students, but for those in competitions, it shouldn't be a problem. Math is a subject that heavily depends on talent. Students who win awards in the national math competition wouldn't score so low on calculus. Principal Lee stood up. "We will investigate this matter carefully. Professor Chin, Song Yuelon, sorry for the trouble caused to both of you." Wang Dashi was filled with worry. If the school really investigated this matter, he wasn't sure what they might find. He stood still, trying hard to defend himself. "Principal, I didn't do anything." I earned these grades honestly. This is my real ability. Principal Lee turned to look at this reckless and selfish student. His eyes showed clear disgust. Honest grades naturally don't fear investigation, right? Whether the other person was recommended or not, they would be thoroughly checked. The incident of someone pretending to be someone else to get into university hadn't been resolved, and now it was brought up again. Han Huiqiao entered that house once more. This time, no one was guiding her. She came alone. Last time, she helped Black Brother deliver some things, but there was no response afterward. The promised medicine had no sign of appearing, and she was naturally unwilling to accept that. Black Brother's room was still messy and smoky. He was playing cards with a few people, the tiles shuffling loudly. When he saw Han Huiqiao, he wasn't surprised. "What's the matter?" Han Huiqiao clenched her teeth. "Black Brother, about that medicine you mentioned." Black Brother smiled. "You mean that? I don't have any ready-made here." But he changed the subject. "I've asked my brothers in the south to go to the border and get it." Hearing that the medicine was still in progress, Han Huiqiao's heart fluttered with hope. She relaxed a little. "Thank you, Black Brother." Black Brother took a deep drag on a cigarette. "You don't know how hard that medicine is to get. I need you to help with a small favor." He made a quick signal, and a man beside him took out a black package. Han Huiqiao looked at the package, still feeling a bit reluctant inside. But she was less resistant than last time. The young man also gave her 20 yuan. Black Brother said, "I'm not someone who forgets kindness. I remember all your good deeds. Just wait a little longer for the medicine. It should arrive by next month at the latest." Han Huiqiao knew these people operated in gray areas. His sudden kind words surprised her a little. She nodded, took the package, and left. Black Brother sighed deeply, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief inside. There are brothers in the south who told him that some brothers were being watched by the police because of delivering goods. He rarely found someone like Han Huiqiao. This person has a clean background and is not easy for the police to investigate for now. Song Yuelan put down her pen and couldn't help but stretch lazily. Today is the last exam of this semester. After today's exam, it will officially be winter vacation. After handing in her paper, Song Yuelan packed her things and headed outside. As she stepped out of the classroom building, she saw Qin Yan's car parked there. She opened the car door. Brother Yan. Recently, she had been preparing for exams, and Qin Yan was also busy with work. During these days, Song Yuelan was busy studying, and Qin Yan's work was very hectic. They could only meet briefly each day. Sometimes, they barely had time to talk. Now, whenever they meet, Qin Yan can't help but hug and kiss her. This made her blush and her heart race whenever she saw him. She warned him seriously a few times, and Qin Yan finally restrained himself a little outside. The day before yesterday, Zhang Zhong told her that the peppers they grew with the villagers of Shirtu village were ready for harvest. Although it was the cold winter, the peppers in the greenhouse were not affected at all. They could be picked directly. Peppers are very important for food factories. Zhang Zhong planned to go buy them with cash, and Song Yuelan was quite interested. After Qin Yan found out, he planned to drive her to see it today. Since he returned from Gangcheng, he had also started adding some big items to his home. Life had changed a bit since he came back from Gangcheng. He bought a few large appliances and a car to help take Song Yuelan to school. He enjoyed the moments when she sat in the back seat of his car. But as the weather got colder, he noticed that even if Song Yuelan wore plenty of clothes, her little face still felt cold. He also installed a phone at home. That way, even if he was busy at work late into the night, he could call home to check in. Qin Yan didn't lack material things since he was young, but he wasn't very interested in enjoying luxuries. He was simple about food and clothing, just satisfying his basic needs. Because Qin Jixiang experienced hardships in his childhood, Qin Jixiang is very caring towards him. Since he earned a lot of money in Gangcheng, he is willing to spend generously on Qin Yan. This has made Qin Yan's spending habits different from others. Although he has a lot of money, he only buys what he needs. If Song Yuelan hadn't accompanied him to Gangcheng, he wouldn't have realized how wealthy Qin Yan is. Since Qin Yan started liking Song Yuelan, he realized that having money feels really good. Being able to spend on someone he cares about makes him happy. He has entrusted all the money he earned over the years to Song Yuelan to manage. At first, she didn't want to accept it. He looked down with a bit of sadness and asked, "Do you think we're still strangers?" Although they had confirmed their relationship, Song Yuelan was shy. Their relationship was only at the stage of sharing a kiss. As a man, he naturally had other thoughts. He had heard at the research institute that male colleagues often handed their salaries to their wives. Although he initially gave his salary to Song Yuelan, he hadn't yet shared the other income from his family. So a few days ago, he gave all his savings to her. Song Yuelan looked at the string of zeros on the passbook and gasped. After visiting Gangcheng, she knew Qin Yan was very rich. But his wealth still exceeded her expectations. Qin Yan's father truly loved his son deeply. Song Yuelan said, "With so much money, it will lose value if kept idle. We can buy something that appreciates in value. Property is undoubtedly the best investment. In a few years, the real estate market will grow rapidly. Apart from properties in Jinghai, future first-tier city homes are worth investing in. Although famous companies in later generations haven't appeared yet, she can slowly find out. Before those big companies grow, she can start investing herself." Song Yuelan shared her ideas with Qin Yan. Seeing her serious expression about their future plans, Qin Yan found her very adorable. Qin Yan said, "I'm listening to you." Song Yuelan was a bit annoyed and said, "It can't just be my idea. You need to help me too." Qin Yan nodded and said, "Yes, I will help you. Anyway, everything he has belongs to Song Yuelan, so it doesn't matter how." As the new year approached, the village was filled with happiness and joy. The greenhouse technology is really good. Inside the greenhouse, peppers hung in bunches from the branches. A family quickly started picking peppers. The bright red and green baskets of peppers looked very pleasing. Zhang Zhong stood nearby, looking down at the peppers on the scale, smiling with satisfaction. Next to him, two workers carefully recorded the weight of each basket. According to the agreed price, these peppers sell for 25 cents per jean. The smallest family in the village also farms half an acre. The teachers from the agricultural college did not deceive them. Inside the greenhouse, the yield of peppers per acre can reach 800 to 1,000 jean. Calculating this, even the smallest farm can earn at least 100 yuan. 100 yuan is a lot for rural people. Sometimes, they only earn 200 or 300 yuan a year. Compared to city workers, there is a big difference. As the new year approaches, everyone in Holong village is happy to make some extra money. Zhang Zhong holds a pen carefully recording the weight of peppers sent by each family. He concentrates on the numbers on the scale, afraid of making any mistake. After recording the weights, he skillfully moves the beads on the abacus. He quickly calculates the price for each family's peppers and accurately hands the money to them. Then, the workers load the peppers into trucks. Recently, because the factory expanded its production line, Zhang Zhong has been very busy. What was once one production line has now become 5, doubling the workload. To meet production needs, they also hired over 200 workers at once. Even so, the current output can only supply the chili oil needs of 3 provinces. After the new year, Zhang Zhong plans to expand the production line further. Machines and workers are not a problem, but the real challenge is the supply of peppers. Besides the batch he stored earlier, the only reason they have enough raw materials is because the peppers in Hualong village are just beginning to be abundant. This success is thanks to Song Yuelan's method. If she hadn't thought ahead to plant chili peppers, the factory might have run out of supplies at a critical moment. Zhang Zhong saw a small car parked in Hualong village and immediately recognized the 2 people getting out. Song Yuelan and Qin Yan. He told the workers to start working and went to greet them. "Wow, you 2 finally arrived. Comrade Yulan, you thought everything through. This year, we won't have to worry about chili raw materials." He spoke while explaining how Hualong village was growing chili peppers. Many villagers knew Zhang Zhong and greeted him warmly. They initially thought Song Yuelan and Qin Yan were relatives of Zhang Zhong. But when they heard they were also shareholders in the food factory, they all came forward to say hello. Everyone was very happy with the food factory. The old village secretary heard that other shareholders from the factory had arrived. He quickly came over. The old secretary said with emotion. We should thank your factory. As the new year approaches, everyone has earned a good income. This year, everyone will have a happy new year. Song Yulan smiled and said, Old sir, you are too polite. This is a win-win situation, the old secretary replied. Win-win? I don't quite understand. He then ordered. Today, after we finish harvesting chili peppers, we'll slaughter a pig. Make sure to stay and have a meal with us. Unable to refuse the kindness, the two agreed. At this moment, a grandfather and grandson selling chili peppers arrived. They looked a bit poor, wearing wrinkled clothes, but the chili peppers in their baskets looked good. Zhang Zhong praised them a little. The father looked proud and said, Lately, I've been in the greenhouse almost all the time, except when sleeping. He had a lot of debt, so he didn't dare to slack off while growing chili peppers. His son and some workers were loading the chili peppers onto a truck. The young man looked about 16 or 17. When he was scooping chili peppers, he used a little too much force, and the items in his pocket fell to the ground. They landed right in front of Qin Yan. Qin Yan looked down and saw a crumpled math workbook. The wind was howling, and he picked up the workbook. Qin Yan asked, Can I see it? He also just heard the village secretary say that these two are big bosses from the city. Qin Yan briefly looked through the practice book and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Qin Yan, do you like math? The young man's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, I do. Math is his favorite subject. He has liked it since he was young. Whenever he has free time, he enjoys working on problems from math textbooks. When the problems in the textbook no longer satisfy him, he privately goes to the bookstore to find more problems to solve. As long as he is doing math problems, he feels genuinely happy. Qin Yan, are you still in school? The young man shook his head, looking a bit disappointed. His father nearby interrupted. Stop talking. This kid is only good at math. If he doesn't get into college, he'll come back home. Their family's life is quite hard, but they still support their child's education. He has visited his child's school a few times. The teachers say that the child is best at math and always scores full marks. But college entrance exams are not just about math. Last year, the teacher told us about a competition that could help him get into university. He went but didn't get in. Their family has been struggling a lot these past 2 years. Now that the chili harvest is good, he plans to have his son help him farm. Qin Yan flipped through the other person's practice book. Did you participate in a math competition last year? Didn't win a prize? Wang Liang shook his head. No, Qin Yan. Are you sure? Wang Liang nodded. Qin Yan felt a faint suspicion rising in his mind. He carefully looked at Wang Liang's practice book from earlier. His math talent is quite good. He shouldn't have been overlooked for selection. Wang Liang's father said, My son is just meant to farm. Hearing this, Wang Liang felt even more disappointed. He really wants to go to college. He wants to see what college math is like. But unfortunately, he isn't capable enough. He didn't expect that this city boss could understand the math problems he worked on. After a few words, Wang Liang and his father left. Song Yulan looked a bit curious. Brother Yan, what's wrong? Qin Yan thought for a moment. There are some things I need to confirm. He turned to the old village secretary. Sir, is there a phone here? The old secretary shook his head. No, there isn't. You have to go to the township for that. You need to go to the countryside to get a phone call. Song Yulan followed Qin Yan onto the bus. She was surprised to hear Qin Yan's guess. Do you think Wang Liang's math competition score might have been swapped by Wang Deshishi? She was a bit shocked. What a coincidence. Qin Yan explained, I'm just guessing. We need to find out more. Recently, the school has been investigating Wang Deshishi, but there hasn't been any progress yet. It was unexpected that when he came to Hualong village, he met Wang Liang, who might have had his score replaced. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't care about such things. But Wang Deshishi can't ignore it. He bullies Song Yulan and he must pay the price. Wang Deshishi watched nervously as his father answered a phone call, his face changing color. He went home and told his father he was suspected of cheating to get into college. At first, his father comforted him, saying he had good connections to help. Even if the school found out, they would cover it up. But after taking that call today, things didn't seem right. Wang Ji hung up and pointed at Wang Deshishi's nose. Tell me everything clearly. Who did you offend at school? He had asked a senior leader for help to cover it up. The leader had agreed nicely at first. But the next day, the leader called and said he couldn't handle it. The senior leader even advised him that if he didn't want his son to be involved, it was best to turn himself in. From his words, it was clear Wang Dishishi had offended someone powerful. The higher-ups wanted to investigate, and it couldn't be hidden. Seeing his father like this, Wang Dishishi's legs went weak. He dared not hide anything anymore. Wang Ji, holding back his anger, listened as Wang Dishishi explained what happened. But as Wang Dishishi spoke, his anger grew. When he finally finished, Wang Ji couldn't hold back his fury. He suddenly pulled out a belt from his waist and, like a volcano erupting, struck Wang Dishishi hard in the face without hesitation. The belt made a swooshing sound in the air, carrying Wang Ji's rage, and whipped fiercely at Wang Dishishi's face. Caught off guard, Wang Dishishi was hit suddenly and burst into tears. But he dared not move at all, only allowing Wang Ji's belt to rain down on him like drops of rain. Wang Dashi's mother heard the noise inside the house and hurried out of the kitchen, trying to stop Wang Ji. Her attempt to stop him was useless. Wang Ji's anger was fully ignited, and he didn't listen to anyone's advice. At that moment, there was a sudden knocking at the door. Wang Dashi's mother temporarily stopped trying to stop Wang Ji and turned to open the door. When she opened it, two people in uniform stood outside. They looked seriously at Wang Dashi's mother and asked, "Is this Wang Ji's house?" She looked a bit panicked and nodded. She replied, "Yes, this is Wang Ji's house. Do you need something?" One of the uniformed people showed his ID. "We need to find Wang Liang to help investigate some matters." Wang Ji was just a staff member at the local education bureau. He could help his son get into Jinghai University. Of course, he couldn't rely on his salary alone. They needed to explain where the money came from. Wang Ji looked at the people at the door, thinking only one thing: it's over. The north wind was blowing strongly. As the new year approached and with distinguished guests arriving, Hulong village was especially lively today. The villagers happily slaughtered 2 big pigs to celebrate properly. Song Yuelan stood nearby, watching with interest as the large iron pot boiled with the pig dish. The steam was rising, and the aroma was everywhere. The air was filled with pure meat smell. Just smelling it made people salivate. The wife of the old secretary, Granny Li, enthusiastically explained how to make the pig dish to Song Yuelan. She added fire to the stove. Our hometown is in the northeast. Although we've moved here for some years, we still miss the taste of our old home. Every year, if we can eat authentic pig dish, then the year is considered complete, Granny Li sighed. This year, the peppers had a good harvest, so everyone could enjoy some meat. The villagers were very grateful to Song Yuelan and her group. When they heard Song Yuelan was coming, many brought vegetables and fruits from their farms to share. People came and went in the yard. Many people couldn't help but praise Song Yuelan and Qin Yan when they saw them. They are truly successful city folks, good-looking and with a unique aura. Looking at comrade Song Yuelan, she is almost as beautiful as a TV star. The boss named Qin is even more impressive. Besides being handsome, he is said to be a university professor. They are a perfect match in appearance and talent. At this moment, a little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, struggled to carry a heavy basket and came in. Seeing this, Song Yuelan quickly stepped forward to help. She looked inside and saw the basket was full of bright yellow corn. No wonder it was so heavy. The little girl saw Song Yuelan coming to help and smiled innocently. She didn't speak but stared at Song Yuelan with bright, big eyes. Aunt Lee saw this and hurriedly asked, "Arya, who asked you to bring so much corn?" Arya snapped out of her daze and answered softly, "Grandma." Aunt Lee casually placed a steaming bowl of pig vegetable stew into Arya's basket. "Arya, thank your grandma for me." Arya looked at the fragrant stew and secretly swallowed her saliva. But she still shook her head firmly and said, "I can't take it." Aunt Lee, seeing this, quickly pushed the basket into Arya's hands. "Why can't you take it? This is for you and your sister to eat. Just take it." After hesitating for a moment, Arya obediently took the basket. She cheerfully said, "Thank you, Grandma Lee." Then she smiled at Song Yuelan and said, "Thank you, sister." She slowly walked home carrying the basket. Aunt Lee was working nearby and kept talking. Arya, our family is having a hard time. Her father is sick and can't do heavy work, and her mother remarried. There are also two younger sisters. Our whole family relies on her grandma as the only worker. The villagers couldn't help but lend a hand to this family. Song Yuelon asked, Arya, do you go to school? She looked at the child, who was of school age. Aunt Lee replied, how can she go to school? She can only work at home, helping her grandma. Now, going to school also costs money. Song Yuelon remembered that she wanted to help several children, and it seemed that Arya's situation was not unique in the village. Aunt Lee was very happy when she heard about her plan to help some children. Dear God, Miss Yuelon, you are such a kind-hearted person. Aunt Lee then told Song Yuelon about the families in the village that needed help with their children. Our village is quite fortunate. Only 3 families of children who cannot even attend school. Besides Arya, there is another family with only a grandfather and grandson. The grandfather is over 70 years old, and the grandson started working in the fields when he was 10. Children from poor families often have to grow up quickly. The children in these families cannot go to school because the adults in their homes have lost their ability to work or have no parents. Song Yuelon carefully noted each case, planning to visit these families after dinner. By the time they finished eating the pig slaughter dish, it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Old Secretary was very happy and took out his treasured wine, insisting on sharing a drink with Qin Yan and Zhang Zhong. The old secretary was very enthusiastic, and Qin Yan did not refuse, slowly drinking 2 glasses with him. Song Yuelon ate a small bowl of the pig dish, feeling warm all over. After the meal, the wind outside grew stronger. Suddenly, large snowflakes began to fall like goose feathers. Driving back in this weather was quite dangerous. Aunt Lee tidied up 2 rooms in her house to let them stay. Song Yuelon planned to visit the families Aunt Lee mentioned in the village to see their situation. Qin Yan accompanied her. He had a little wine, and a faint smell of alcohol was on him. He held Song Yuelon's hand and put it into his down jacket pocket. His palm was large enough to fully cover her hand. They left 2 rows of footprints in the snow. Although the snow was falling heavily, walking in it was quite fun for both of them. First, Song Yuelon went to the car to get some snacks. They first visited Arya's home, a small yard located at the corner of the village. When they entered the yard, Arya's grandmother came out. She had many wrinkles on her face and looked very kind. As soon as she saw them, she turned back into the house. Soon, she brought out 2 dry apples and handed them to them. This was the only food available to entertain guests in the family. Song Yuelon politely declined and looked around. This house is probably the most rundown in the village. The walls are made of mud, and the roof has some leaks. Inside, the light is dim, and there is only an old wooden bed. Arya's father is lying on it, looking unwell and having trouble getting up. Besides Arya, there are 2 little girls in the family. The older one is about 4 years old, and the younger is around 1 year old. Because there is no formula milk, Arya's grandmother can only feed the youngest child with corn porridge. Song Yuelon crouched down and handed some snacks to Arya. Arya looked shyly at Song Yuelon, hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. Seeing this, Song Yuelon crouched down and gently asked, Arya, do you want to go to school? Arya looked up and nodded heavily, replying, yes. She heard her sister next door say that going to school is great. The teacher teaches new things every day, and the stories are very interesting. But because of their family situation, she never mentioned it at home. Song Yuelon nodded and said, would you like me to take you to school? Arya smiled and nodded, then shook her head. Song Yuelon asked, what's wrong? Arya said, if I go to school, Grandma won't be able to help with chores. Hearing this, Song Yuelon felt a pang of sadness. Arya's grandmother wiped her tears and said, our family is poor, but the children shouldn't suffer. When Song Yuelon offered to help pay for Arya's schooling, her grandmother held her hand tightly and kept thanking her. After a few words, Song Yuelon and Arya's grandmother left 100 yuan for them. At this time, heavy snow was falling outside, making the road difficult to walk. They could only return to the old secretary's house. The snow covered the ground, hiding the path. Walking on the snow, Song Yulan's footsteps crunched loudly. Suddenly, she accidentally stepped into a water ditch beside the path. The ditch was covered with a layer of snow. One step, and her foot was completely soaked. The cold water soaked her shoes through. If Qin Yan hadn't grabbed her quickly, she might have fallen into the ditch. Back at the old secretary's house, Aunt Lee helped light the stove in the room they were given. She saw that one of Song Yulan's feet was wet and said, "Oh, hurry and soak your feet to warm up. Don't let the weather freeze you." Song Yulan went to her room to change out of her wet shoes. Not only her shoes, but part of her calves were also wet. She didn't have any clean clothes to change into. Qin Yan carried a basin of hot water and came in. "What's wrong?" Seeing Song Yulan look troubled, Qin Yan said, "Take off your pants. Since the last time they stayed at Grandma's house for a few days after getting married, they still sleep in separate rooms." Wet pants are really uncomfortable, so Song Yulan nodded quietly. She thought for a moment. "You go outside first." Qin Yan looked down. "I'll help you dry your clothes," Song Yulan said, "then turn around first." In all her life, she had only talked to Qin Yan about one person. Although they are officially married now and their relationship is clear, they only kiss and hug, nothing more. So she had to change clothes in front of Qin Yan. She always felt shy about it. Qin Yan obediently turned his back. She took off her wet pants, wearing a pair of thermal underwear because it was cold. The pants inside were also wet, and her calves felt icy. Song Yulan wrapped herself in the bed quilt. Qin Yan turned around, quickly rinsed her pants in the water basin, and washed the wet parts. After wringing them out, he placed them on the heated brick bed to dry. Song Yulan's smooth calves were exposed outside the quilt. Her legs were slim, white, and straight, with no extra flesh. Qin Yan's gaze lingered for a while before he looked away, noticing her before she saw. He went outside and refilled a basin with warm water. Foot soak. Song Yulan sat on the edge of the bed, and Qin Yan squatted down. Her feet were cold from the ice water she had just soaked in, toes slightly red from the cold. Low voice, "I'll do it myself," Qin Yan said. "Don't move." He bent down to wash her feet. Once they were warm enough, he found a clean towel and dried her feet carefully. Winter days get dark easily, especially with snow outside. It was already very dark outside at around 6 o'clock. Qin Yan said, "Get some rest early." Their room didn't even have a light bulb, only a small candle to light the whole room. Song Yulan nodded. Qin Yan blew out the candle. Now, only faint traces of a person's presence can be seen. Song Yulan lies on the Kong bed, her heartbeat like a drum. Aunt Lee knows they are married, so she prepared a set of bedding. Although two people can fit comfortably, they are still sharing the same blanket. It feels a bit awkward. She hears a rustling sound, probably Qin Yan taking off his clothes. Then she feels a hot body next to her. She can't help but tighten her grip, and in the next moment, Qin Yan also moves closer. Song Yulan turns over. "Brother Yan." Qin Yan remains calm. The blanket is too short. After saying that, he pushes in a little more. Song Yulan. She feels a bit annoyed and reaches out to hit him. Qin Yan sighs softly. This seems more like a reward for him. Qin Yan's large hand directly pulls her into his arms. "Be good, I'll just hold you to sleep." Their first time together naturally shouldn't happen in a place like this. Song Yulan can't break free. The feeling of skin against skin is too exciting. Her body hairs are standing up. She can't help but move a little. Qin Yan softly says, "Don't move." If she moves again, he won't be able to hold back anymore. Song Yulan's face turns red as blood, but since it's dark outside, no one can see. She can't break free and can only be held in his arms. Outside, the north wind howls, but inside the house, it's warm and comfortable. Unconsciously, Song Yulan falls asleep. At dawn, the first light appears. Song Yulan is awakened by a noisy commotion. She groggily lifts her head. She sees Qin Yan standing in the room. He is shirtless, only wearing pants, standing there for a long time. It turns out Qin Yan originally thought that sharing a bed with Song Yulan was a reward for himself. But unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, this reward turned into a kind of torment. He is so restless that he can't sleep. Watching Song Yuelon sleep peacefully, he kisses her twice in frustration. But she remains unaware, just snuggling and falling asleep again. It's both painful and tormenting. Suddenly, his nose feels a bit cool. He casually wipes it, catching a faint smell of blood. Qin Yan has no choice but to get up and wash the blood from his nose. The water in the basin had already cooled, so he simply wiped his body with it. His clothes were still damp, but he was worried it might make Song Yuelon uncomfortable. He decided to stand by the window and look outside. It was just dawn, and the sky was a dull gray, giving a hazy and gloomy feeling. It was still snowing outside, but the snow had lessened a bit compared to before. The world outside was covered in a thick layer of white snow, blending the sky and land into a white expanse. The distant mountains and trees were all turned white by the snow, merging with the sky. It was hard to tell where the sky ended and the ground began. Given this situation, it seemed he wouldn't be able to go out today. Suddenly, loud noises came from outside. Song Yuelon, still sleepy, peeked her head out. She mumbled groggily, "Brother Yan?" Her voice carried a hint of sleepiness. Qin Yan walked to the bed and helped her tuck in the quilt. "Go back to sleep. I'll go check what's happening." At this moment, Song Yuelon woke up fully. She had gone to bed early last night and now couldn't sleep again. She rubbed her eyes and looked at Qin Yan, insisting, "I'll go with you." Quickly, she got out of bed and reached for her clothes on the side. Her pants, which she had left on the bed last night, had dried and warmed after a night's rest. She hurriedly put on her clothes. Seeing this, Qin Yan didn't stop her. He turned and left to prepare a basin of hot water for her to wash up, placing it by the bed. After Song Yuelon finished washing, Qin Yan had already returned inside. His face looked serious as he told her, "A school outside has collapsed." It turned out that the heavy snow from yesterday was too much to handle. The school, being old and poorly maintained, couldn't withstand the weight and was crushed by the snow. Song Yuelon was surprised. "Did anyone get hurt?" Qin Yan replied, "It's not clear yet, but it seems some teachers live inside that school." Most of the men in the village had gone to help, and he planned to go too. Song Yuelon quickly wiped her face and said, "I'll go with you." She knew some medical skills and thought she could help. The two of them hurriedly followed the villagers toward the school. Before long, they saw the school building buried under the heavy snow, collapsed. This school is a single-story building with 8 teachers living inside. It was just after the winter holiday, and the teachers hadn't yet gone home when this happened. Many people had already started helping to move the stones. Fortunately, 5 teachers managed to run out during the collapse and were temporarily safe. 2 of the remaining 3 teachers had already been rescued. Song Yuelon quickly stepped forward and said, "I'm a doctor. Please make way." Upon hearing her, the people around quickly cleared a space for her. Her eyes first focused on the female teacher, who looked more seriously injured. She saw a deep, angry wound on the teacher's wrist. It was clearly caused by a sharp piece of stone, and blood was still flowing out. Song Yuelon leaned in to examine closely and found the wound was deep and needed disinfecting. There was no alcohol available at the scene. A kind villager hurried over, holding a bottle of strong white liquor. Although it's not professional disinfectant, it could help in an emergency. Song Yuelon took the bottle, poured some onto the teacher's wound. The teacher trembled slightly from the pain, but tried to stay silent. Quickly, Song Yuelon wrapped the wound with a clean bandage, stopping the bleeding for now. "It's best to go to the hospital for proper treatment and stitches to prevent infection," she said seriously. She also told the teacher, "You need a tetanus shot." 2 strong villagers volunteered to help. They quickly gathered some branches and ropes to make a simple stretcher. They lifted the teacher onto it, ready to take her to the local hospital. Song Yuelon then went to treat another female teacher. Her injury was lighter. Her ankle was swollen. She tested the joint and found it was just dislocated, not broken. Song Yuelon comforted her. "It might hurt a little, but it will be okay soon." The teacher thanked her. While speaking, Song Yuelon applied force to the ankle before the teacher could cry out. The dislocated ankle was back in place. The last person not rescued from the school was the principal. He was trapped in a corner of the dormitory. Above, there is a large, heavy wooden beam that several people cannot lift at once. To lift the beam, it would be better to push it aside carefully. If not, it might collapse the corner where the old principal is, causing him to get hurt. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. Qin thought for a moment and asked, "Do we have any ropes?" Dinyo, standing nearby, replied, "I have some at home." Qin said, "Use the rope to lift the beam. There is a big tree in the yard." They tied the rope to the tree and attached it to the beam, pulling it down. This acts like a simple pulley. Soon, the old principal was rescued from under the fallen wooden beam. Fortunately, he was in a safe spot and was not hurt. He first checked on the teacher's conditions. When he heard they were only lightly injured, he felt relieved. He was glad the school was on winter break. If classes had been in session, the situation could have been much worse. He looked at the school now reduced to ruins. He had been teaching here since he was 18 and now he was 58. He loved this place deeply. Tears welled up in his eyes as he said, "My school." People around him also looked worried. In spring, they would need to rebuild the school. The village was not wealthy, which is why the school had fallen into disrepair over the years. Qin looked at Song Yulan. They exchanged a glance, understanding each other's thoughts. Song Yulan stepped forward and asked, "Principal, how much would it cost to build a new school?" The old principal rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. "What do you mean?" Song Yulan smiled and said, "If the cost isn't too high, I want to help rebuild the school." The old principal thought he was dreaming. He became excited and said, "Let me calculate first. It would be wonderful if someone could help rebuild the school. It doesn't have to be a fancy school, just a few simple shelters so the children can have a place to learn." Song Yulan comforted him. "Don't worry, rest for now." The old principal had already pulled out paper and a pen from the ruins. He knew about the recent construction of houses in the village and was familiar with the prices. The village secretary called out, "Since they want to help us build the school, we shouldn't just stand by. We can do the labor ourselves." Many villagers responded enthusiastically. The school was built, and they were the ones who benefited most. In less than 15 minutes, the old principal calculated the cost. He nervously approached Qin and Song Yulan. The old principal swallowed hard and said, "Boss, it will probably cost around 20,000 yuan. He estimated everything at the lowest price, but the total still seemed quite high and surprising. Nowadays, having 10,000 yuan is considered a sign of wealth. Even if the two are big bosses from the city, the price isn't cheap." The old principal looked at the two quiet people and quickly added, "You can donate whatever you want. Any amount is better than nothing." He planned to negotiate further in the countryside. At least, they shouldn't delay the children's classes next semester. Song Yulan wasn't silent because she thought it was expensive, but because building a school turned out to be surprisingly cheap. She had visited a port city, where the nightlife was lively. Although it was the 1980s, the prices there were completely different from here. Some shops in the port city sold bags for up to 20,000 yuan. But here, they could build a school instead. The old secretary suggested it was not convenient to discuss matters outside, so they went to his house first. When Principal Zhou heard how much Qin and Song Yulan wanted to donate, he was so surprised he nearly jumped out of his chair. His lips trembled with excitement. This is too much, really too much," Song Yulan said. "Principal Zhou, don't worry. Since we want to build a school, let's do it well. We will make the school building sturdy." Thinking back to what she saw earlier at the school, the ground was just dirt, and the desks were old and broken, leaning at odd angles, as if they could fall apart at any moment. She heard that the chalk used by teachers was limited. Each teacher only used one piece of chalk per day. So, 20,000 yuan wouldn't be enough to build a good school. Song Yulan thought for a moment and asked, "Do the children eat lunch at school?" "What do they eat?" Principal Zhou replied, "They don't go home. Usually they bring some coarse grains and eat them with pickled vegetables. Their families weren't well off, and just being able to send the children to school was already a good thing. There is no cafeteria at school, so the children bring their own food to eat lunch." Song Yulan asked this because she remembered a roommate from her school days. Her roommate came from a poor area. Once, she talked about her hometown and felt a bit emotional. When she was in elementary school, kind people provided free lunches. Her family was able to send her to school because of the free lunch program. It saved her family the cost of one meal. Song Yuan thought for a moment and said, "So, we also helped with this lunch. Let's try to keep it simple, with one meat dish and one vegetable dish." Principal Zhou was stunned. He had never thought about giving such careful thought to helping Song Yuan. He stood up seriously and said, "Thank you both. Thank you so much." No amount of thanks could fully express his gratitude. Before they could respond, he bowed deeply to both of them. His eyes were a little moist. "Thank you on behalf of the children. Building a school involves many details." The old secretary advised him to go rest first. Principal Zhou reluctantly ended the conversation. Qin Yan and Song Yuan went to see him off. Watching his figure disappear into the distance, Song Yuan felt a bit emotional. He is a good teacher. Qin Yan put his arm around her shoulder. "Yes, you are also a good girl. His precious one is a kind angel." Chun Xian lay on his bed. No one was at home, and the new year was approaching. The rest of his family was busy preparing for the holiday. The house was empty and quiet. When people have free time, they tend to think more. Yesterday, he went to Jinghai University, but unfortunately, he didn't meet Song Yuan there. Sometimes, when someone can't get something, it becomes an obsession. For Qin Xian, Song Yuan was like that. Maybe he never truly had her. So he kept thinking about how good she was. It was like the moon in the sky. He always felt he'd be happy if he could just reach out and touch it. He carefully considered his relationship with Qin Yan. He thought he was not worse off. In the end, it all came down to timing. He wished he had met her earlier. The more he thought about it, the more he felt troubled. He wore a coat and prepared to go for a walk. He walked for more than half an hour before reaching a small house. Soon the door opened. The person opening the door was a stylish young man. He was Chun Ming, Qin Xian's cousin. However, Chun Ming was very rebellious and often made his family angry. He rarely contacted his family. "Chun Ming, what's wrong?" Qin Xian walked into the house and casually replied, "I'm in a bad mood. Do you have any alcohol?" His family didn't know he was secretly in contact with Chun Ming. "Chun Ming, of course I do when you come." He took out some alcohol from the cabinet. Feeling upset, Qin Xian didn't answer. "Chun Ming, let me show you something good." He signaled for Qin Xian to come over. Qin Xian took a few steps forward and saw his cousin pull out a gun from the cabinet. He raised an eyebrow. "Where did you get this?" Because Qin Xian's father was a soldier, he was familiar with guns. He had played with similar things when he was young. But now, the country has banned guns for everyone. It's hard to find such items now. Chun Ming smiled. "Want to try it?" Without hesitation, Qin Xian swung his arm quickly and fired a shot like lightning. The tree shook violently, and its leaves rustled. Even the birds resting on the tree were frightened by the loud noise and flew away in panic. Qin Xian commented, "Not bad." Qin Ming looked a little proud. "Of course. I just found a new way to get them." Qin Xian looked at the gun in his hand and suddenly remembered the first time he met Song Yuan. They met at a shooting competition. His expression darkened again. Chun Ming patted his cousin's shoulder. "Why are you unhappy again? Tell me about it." The two of them had to accept this heavy friendship. The villagers sincerely thanked them. Not only did they help increase the village's income, but they also helped build a school. They are truly good people. Arya was standing among the crowd. She saw Song Yuan getting into the car and couldn't help but speak up. "Sister." Song Yuan turned around. She gathered her courage and handed her a piece of paper. "Arya, this is for you." Song Yuan smiled and accepted it. "Arya, after the new year, go to school. Remember to study hard." Arya nodded. "Sister, I will learn to read and write, and I will write you a letter." Song Yuan gently pinched her nose. "Then I'll be waiting for your letter." Arya's eyes sparkled. She promised to study well and write a very long letter to Sister Yuan. The special gifts from the villagers were too much for the two of them to finish. Qin Yan planned to drive and deliver some to his grandmother's place. Qin Yan's grandmother lived in a courtyard on the second ring road. They stopped the car and saw another small car parked at the entrance of the alley. Qin Yan's car was a small black sedan, similar to the official car used by their workplace. In the 1980s, private cars were already quite noticeable. Qin Yan deliberately chose a car of the same brand as the official vehicle to avoid attracting attention. Although the 1980s had strict regulations, serious crime still occurred. Private cars were still too easy for malicious people to notice. Most people would assume Qin Yan was driving a work car if asked. But the car parked at the alley entrance was very eye-catching. It was a white imported vintage car, which was rare on the market. There probably weren't many like it in Jinghai. As soon as Song Yulan entered, she felt something was off at her grandmother's house. Third aunt came over quietly and said, "Xiao Yan Yulan, your little aunt is here?" Song Yulan was a bit confused. Qin Yan whispered, "My grandmother's youngest daughter." Qin Yan's grandmother had 3 sons and 1 daughter. But Song Yulan had never heard her family mention this little aunt's name. Third aunt pulled her aside and explained softly, "Your little aunt, well, it's a long story. Qin Yan's grandmother had 4 children, 3 sons and 1 daughter. Her youngest daughter, Qin Jiming, was born when Qin Yan's grandmother was in her 40s. She was more than 10 years younger than her youngest brother. During a time when valuing boys over girls was common, her family spoiled their youngest daughter very much. She never did any chores since she was a child. As Grandma Qin Yan said, she grew up in the arms of her father and brothers. When she was little and her parents were busy, her brothers took turns carrying her to school. They never wanted her to suffer or face hardships. Because her family loved her so much, she became very spoiled and proud. She was quick to get angry at the slightest trouble. In high school, she had no interest in studying. Her family worked hard to transfer her to several schools so she could continue her education. But this didn't change her dislike of school. Instead, she started dating early. She was very beautiful and attracted many boys at school. Some even fought over her. Faced with this, her family had no choice but to personally take her to and from school every day to avoid trouble. Despite their efforts, she fell hopelessly in love with an older man more than 10 years her senior. In that conservative time, such a relationship was not accepted by society. But she ignored her family's objections and decisively left with the older man. Her family was frantic and searched everywhere for her. After some effort, they finally found her. But she ignored their advice, refused to leave the man, and even threatened to run away from home. Worse, she was pregnant with his child and insisted on marrying him. Her family was at a loss. Her belly was growing bigger every day, and the situation was beyond control. In the end, her family had no choice but to agree to her marriage. But who could have guessed that this marriage was just beginning? Soon after the wedding, the man began to abuse her at home, causing her to miscarry. This tragedy made her brothers furious. They beat the man badly to vent their anger for their sister. With her family's help, she finally escaped from this painful marriage. Grandpa and Grandma Qin Yan thought that after such an experience, she would change. "My daughter has made some progress and is no longer as willful and reckless as before. Our family found her a new job in an office. But after only 3 months, she fell for a male coworker. That coworker is married, with a wife and children. When his wife found out, she caused a big scene at the workplace. My daughter couldn't stay there anymore. Our family had to send her to the countryside to avoid trouble. Grandpa and Grandma went with her to the countryside. But she soon fell for a young man from the village. Ignoring her grandparents' objections, she ran away with him. Grandpa fell ill overnight. Grandma cried and said she no longer considered her daughter. But a few months later, she returned pregnant. She said she wanted to get married, or else her current partner would look down on her for not having her family's support. She knelt outside the door, begging her parents. In the end, her family couldn't bear to turn her away. They agreed to marry her off as she wished. This young man was better than her previous boyfriends and didn't mind that she was remarried. They finally settled the marriage. Grandma even gave her a set of courtyard houses as a dowry. But not long after, she didn't come home, only sent a telegram saying she was divorced. Her child was with her. She found her true love. Her father, affected by her situation, fell ill and passed away. Before he died, he wanted to see her, but she didn't come back. Grandma finally made up her mind. This life, I will pretend I never had this daughter. So, her family never mentioned her name again. Chin Jimin hadn't returned home for 7 or 8 years. She never expected she would come back today. She even brought a child with her. Chin Yen and Song Yulan entered the house. The atmosphere inside was very tense. Chin Yan's grandmother was still angry. Chin Yan's young aunt, Chin Jimin, sat nearby, sharply contrasting her grandmother. Chin Jimin wore a deep purple mink coat, clearly expensive. She also wore a large diamond ring. Under the light, it sparkled brightly, impossible to ignore. Not only that, Chin Jimin carefully dressed up and wore the most popular makeup style today. Her eyebrows were neatly shaped, and her eyes seemed to carry a faint, charming look. In sharp contrast to Chin Jimin's glamorous appearance was the boy next to her, about 8 or 9 years old. There was a large dark red scar in the shape of a centipede on his right cheek. This scar not only ruined his originally innocent face, but also made people feel scared when they saw it. When he saw Song Yulan and Chin Yen approaching, he quickly looked at them and then forcefully turned his head to the side. He was afraid of others' disapproving looks. Chin Jimin saw them coming and immediately smiled, saying, "Oh, Chin Yen is already so grown up, and he's married." Chin Yen didn't like his little aunt. In his mind, she was just trouble. He ignored her and only greeted his grandmother. Song Yulan, imitating Chin Yen, didn't speak to her little aunt, only greeting her grandmother. Chin Jimin didn't care at all about being ignored. She turned to Chin Yan's grandmother and said, "Mom, you must help me this time. Jack wants to take me to the beautiful country. I can't go with him." Chin Jimin mentioned was the boy standing nearby. The boy seemed used to it and didn't react, just kept his head down. Chin Yan's grandmother angrily said, "I already said I don't acknowledge you as my daughter. Where do you come from, and where are you going?" Then she added, and Chin Yan's grandmother continued, "Such a good child. How did he end up like this?" Chin Jimin nonchalantly pouted, "Then you should ask him, who made him so careless." She then pulled the boy and asked, "Song-Nyen, tell your grandma how you got hurt." The boy refused to speak, biting his lip and turning his head to the side. But from Song Yulan's perspective, tears were welling up in the boy's eyes. Chin Jimin patted the boy's back and said, "You're naughty, spilling the candle and burning yourself like this. Who can you blame?" She turned to Chin Yan's grandmother again and said, "Mom, you have to help me. If you don't, I will send him to the orphanage. If you don't want it, I don't want it either," she said, then tried to stand up. Song Yulan had never seen such a shameless woman before. She was treating her own child this way. Song-Nyen couldn't help but wipe his tears with his sleeve. He knew from a young age that he was the unwanted one in the family. When he was very small, his mother took him away. He called many people dad along the way. In the past 2 years, his mother had been with a foreign man. This foreign man was very cold to him, so he was very careful at home. In this new family, Song-Nyen felt like he was walking on thin ice. The foreign man had 2 boys around his age. They often spoke harshly to him and fought with him. Whenever he told his mother, she would side with the other children. Although the family was rich and had a nanny to take care of them, he felt no warmth at all. If he was naughty, he would often be beaten or locked in a small dark room. The foreign man also often mocked him, saying he was so bad because his biological father's bloodline was poor. That night, the 2 boys scared him. They accidentally set his room on fire. That's how his face got burned. He told his mother that the 2 boys set the fire, but she didn't believe him. The boys said he was playing with a candle and burned himself. The foreign man got angry and said he almost burned down the house. He said he was morally corrupt and couldn't stay in this family. The foreign man was going back to his country, so he asked his mother to deal with him. At first, his mother planned to send him to his biological father. But his father refused to take him when he saw the scars on his face. So he followed his mother back to his grandmother's house. He thought to himself, it might be better to go to an orphanage. At least it would be better than staying in that family. Qin Jiming took out a house deed from his bag. Mom, this is the dowry you gave me back then. I forgot to transfer the ownership of that courtyard house. It's still in my dad's name. I'm giving this house back to you as a kind of support for this child. After saying that, she placed the house deed on the table. Grandma Qin Yan took a few deep breaths, but in the end, she couldn't hold back and spoke tremblingly. Her young daughter had come to demand her debt. Grandma Qin Yan's body also trembled slightly from the emotional excitement. Song Yuelan noticed that something was wrong. Anxiously, she said, "Grandma, don't get angry. Breathe deeply. Getting too angry can cause high blood pressure in older people." Suddenly, Grandma Qin Yan's head tilted sharply, and she seemed to lose her support, falling straight to the ground. This scene happened so suddenly that everyone present was caught off guard. Seeing this, Qin Yan quickly rushed forward and caught her grandmother. Qin Jiming immediately stood up and said, "I didn't do anything. When did her mother become so weak? She fainted after just a few words." Qin Yan looked up coldly and said, "Get out." Qin Jiming was startled by his cold gaze. Song Yuelan said, "Hurry to the hospital. If she has high blood pressure, she still needs treatment there." Qin Yan hurriedly carried his grandmother to the car. No one paid attention to Qin Jiming. Third aunt saw her mother faint and immediately followed behind the two. The three of them took the elderly lady to the hospital. Qin Jijun happened to be at the hospital and saw them bringing their mother in. He didn't have time to ask more and rushed forward to start emergency treatment for her. Time passed second by second. After more than an hour of tense and difficult rescue, Qin Jijun finally came out of the emergency room, sweating profusely. He took a deep breath and said to third aunt, who was waiting outside, "Grandma is no longer in serious danger, but she still needs to stay in the hospital for observation." Hearing this, third aunt heaved a sigh of relief and patted her chest. She sighed, "Oh, I was so scared. How could Grandma get so upset?" Qin Yan briefly explained what had happened to Qin Jijun. Qin Jijun grew angrier the more he listened. Hearing that his sister had caused their mother to become like this, he couldn't help but curse. "She's just a troublemaker." Qin Jijun turned to Qin Yan and ordered, "You guys go home first and bring some daily necessities for Grandma. Tonight, I will stay here to keep watch." After all, the elderly lady was suddenly taken to the hospital, and nothing was prepared. Song Yuelan quickly nodded and agreed. "Third uncle, don't worry. I will bring the food over later." Qin Jijun said, "All right, the elderly lady likes your cooking the most." Qin Yan and Song Yuelan arrived at their grandmother's house. As soon as they stepped into the alley, they saw a small figure squatting in front of the door. Night had fallen, and everything was very dark. Only faint moonlight shone on the ground, barely outlining the child's shape. He hugged his knees tightly and buried his head deep in his arms. When he heard Qin Yan and Song Yuelan's footsteps, he suddenly looked up as if shocked. His lips trembled slightly and he softly said, "Brother, sister." "Hazongyan," the child brought by Qin Jimin. Qin Yan looked at him silently, without speaking. Qin Jimin took advantage of the chaos to quietly leave, leaving the child behind. Everyone else hurried to the hospital. No one paid attention to him. He was confused and didn't know what to do. Hazongyan clenched his clothes tightly, his fingers turning slightly white from the grip. He felt like he was a person who shouldn't exist. Wherever he went, he felt like an unwelcome stranger suddenly entering someone else's life and disturbing the peace. Song Yuelan looked at the child in front of her, her mind constantly replaying what Qin Jimin had said earlier. She felt a little sorry for the child. The conflicts among adults should not involve innocent children. A slight smile appeared on Song Yuelan's face. "Haven't you eaten yet? Come in, I will cook now." Hazongyan had already prepared himself to be ignored. He thought that if they didn't pay attention to him, he would have to leave. He still had 1 yuan and 82 cents in his pocket. He wondered if children with parents could go to an orphanage. Just as Hazongyan was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Song Yuelan's voice. He quickly looked up, his eyes wide with surprise, and his face showed shock. He stammered, "Sister, are you talking to me?" Song Yuelan smiled gently. Yes, come in quickly. It's so cold today, don't catch a chill. Qin Yan stood beside her without speaking, quietly opening the door. He silently agreed with Song Yuelan's decision. Song Yuelan understood how Qin Yan felt. He was upset with Qin Jimin, but he didn't want to take it out on the child. So he chose to stay quiet. Song Yan stepped into the house, unsure where to put his hands or feet. He didn't even dare to sit on the sofa. Seeing his awkwardness, Song Yuelan turned on the TV. You can watch some TV first. We'll eat soon. She went into the kitchen, and Qin Yan followed to help. Song Yuelan started cooking millet porridge, while Qin Yan peeled garlic beside her. As she sliced potatoes, Song Yuelan said, "That child." Qin Yan added, "Tomorrow I'll go talk to Qin Jimin. If that doesn't work, I'll find the child's father." It was fine for the child to stay here for a few days, but it couldn't be a long-term solution. Song Yuelan nodded. If it doesn't work out, we'll send him to his father. Since Qin Jimin was unreliable, it would be better for the father to take care of the boy. Song Yuelan quickly cooked 2 dishes, stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar and braised pork with noodles. Song Yan stared at the TV, but his mind was far away. His stomach growled loudly, protesting the long hours without food. Yesterday, when his stepfather's 2 sons learned he was going to be sent away, they deliberately teased him. They not only mocked him, but also took away the little food he had. Unable to bear it, Song Yan finally shouted angrily. Unfortunately, his stepfather heard him and became furious, forbidding him to eat. From last night until now, Song Yan hadn't eaten anything. The hunger was almost unbearable. Sounds came from the kitchen, followed by the delicious smell of food drifting through the air. The aroma seemed to have a life of its own, filling his nose and making his mouth water. He swallowed hard, and his throat made a small sound. "Come eat," the kind young woman said as she placed the dishes on the table. He took 2 steps forward. A big bowl of rice was placed in front of him. He saw the 2 people sitting down to eat, so he picked up his chopsticks. He lowered his head and carefully scooped a bite of rice and some shredded potatoes. Crispy shredded potatoes with rice tasted very good. He focused on eating rice and hardly picked any vegetables. At this moment, the pretty older sister put many dishes into his bowl. Song Yuelan said, "Don't just eat rice, eat more vegetables." Watching how this child ate, she knew he was not treated well at home. When she was at the Song family's house, she was the same. She had to watch others' reactions even when eating. Not to mention meat, just a little more rice and the family members would be unhappy. Stir-fried pork belly with a fragrant oil aroma. Vermicelli soaked in soup, soft and slippery. Song-a inhaled through his nose. This was the best meal he remembered ever having. No need to worry about others' opinions. The hot and steaming food was comforting. Han Huiqiao thought about it. This was the 7th or 8th time she had brought something to Ge. With each time, she felt less nervous. She skillfully took the items and prepared to receive her deserved reward from her younger brother. At this moment, Ge threw down his cards and said, "After you deliver the things, come back. The medicine you wanted has arrived." Han Huiqiao's face lit up with surprise. "Thank you, Ge." Ge lit a cigarette with a lighter and said, "Work hard. Ge won't treat you badly." Han Huiqiao turned around and delivered the items to the designated place. She felt a little excited inside. As soon as she got the medicine, she could be with Qin Yan. Then no one could stop them. She remembered her dream. Qin Yan not only inherited his grandfather's estate, but also became a famous scientist nationwide. And his cousin, who grew up to start a tech company and became a wealthy person. But in her dream, she remembered that Qin Yan's cousin seemed to have a disfigured face. He was often mocked by others. If she was with Qin Yan, she would treat him better. Maybe Qin Yan's cousin would also return her kindness. Thinking of this, Han Huiqiao's steps became lighter. The bright road was right in front of her. Han Huiqiao needs to deliver some items to a small house in the West City area. She walks through a few alleys and finally reaches the place. She places the items at the door and knocks. Before she can leave, the door opens. Han Huiqiao immediately runs away, without looking back. She remembers Black Brother told her not to let the buyer see her face. She secretly complains that this time, the person was so rude and didn't follow the rules. Chun Xian is lying on his cousin's bed. He hears someone knocking at the door. He gets up to open it. As soon as he opens the door, he sees a hurried figure. He looks down and sees a black package on the ground. He picks up the package and goes back inside. His cousin yawns and comes out of the room. "Who is it?" Chun Xian replies, "I don't know. The person ran away." He still feels the figure was familiar, but he can't remember where he saw them before. "Anyway," he says, lifting the black package, "they left this." Chan Ming pats his head. "My memory isn't good today. I told you someone was coming to deliver something." Chun Xian looks puzzled. "What?" Chun Ming says, "Just open it and see." Chun Xian opens the package, revealing a wooden box. Inside is a sleek, dark-colored gun. Chun Ming proudly says, "Nice, huh? This is a foreign product, Jinghai City People's Hospital." Song Yulan carefully removes needles from her grandmother's acupuncture points. Her grandmother sighs with emotion. "Yulan, I really appreciate what you've done these days." Her grandmother has been ill recently. Besides daily injections, Song Yulan also helps her with acupuncture every day. A few days ago, her younger daughter got angry and had a high blood pressure attack, but she was rushed to the hospital in time and has no lasting effects. However, her old shoulder inflammation has flared up again. In the past few days, Song Yulan has been coming daily to help with acupuncture. When her shoulder inflammation flared up before, recovery was slow, and sometimes she couldn't even lift her arm. Now, her shoulder feels warm, and the numbness and pain have disappeared. Song Yulan says, "Grandma, when you have time, do some exercises." She teaches her grandmother a few movements to relieve shoulder inflammation. Her grandmother gets off the hospital bed and raises her arm. "I do that several times a day." At this moment, Qin Yin walks into the ward. He came to see his grandmother and to pick up Song Yulan at the same time. As the new year approached, he still needed to visit the research institute and the school every day. At the school, Sha Hai and Chen Rong's experiments were in the final stage and could not be interrupted. So he checked on their progress every day. Grandmother smiled happily as she watched the two of them. Lately, she could feel that her grandson and his wife were growing closer. She had never seen Qin Yen so clingy before. They were always together, never wanting to be apart. Grandmother smiled and said, "Am I about to hold my great-grandchild?" She felt very lucky. Soon, her family would be 4 generations living together. Song Yulan's face turned slightly red. Actually, she and Yen hadn't reached that point yet. Qin Yen calmly said, "Don't worry, grandmother, it will happen soon." Grandmother nodded happily. "That's good, that's good." After leaving the hospital room, Qin Yen saw Song Yulan's cheeks were a little red. He felt quite happy. "When will we fulfill grandmother's wish?" Hearing Qin Yen say this, Song Yulan looked up in surprise. She saw Qin Yan's serious expression. She felt a bit shy and annoyed. "Yanji," but Qin Yen playfully teased, "I know you're shy, but we are a proper married couple. Having children, of course, first involves." Seeing Qin Yan's words heading toward a sensitive topic, Song Yulan immediately covered his mouth with her hand. Qin Yan's warm breath brushed her palm, making her feel ticklish. She tried to pull her hand back, but Qin Yan held it gently and licked her palm. The damp sensation made Song Yulan's heart beat faster. Unconsciously, she bit her lip. They were married, so such things naturally happen. Thinking about it, she blushed and her heart raced uncontrollably. Qin Yan took Song Yulan home. Today, he also needed to visit the school. Xiao Hai and Chen Rong's experiment was in its final stage, and he had to oversee it himself. He gently kissed Song Yulan's forehead. "Baby, wait for me to come back." This was the first time he called her baby. The words carried a hint of flirtation from the serious Qin Yan. Song Yulan could clearly smell the unique scent of Qin Yan. It was faint but addictive. She knew she couldn't escape this time. Of course, she hadn't planned to run away. She dared not look at the other person, only focusing her gaze on a distant, barely visible point, nodding slightly. Han Huiqiao tiptoed carefully, afraid to make any noise. Over the past few days, she had been quietly watching Qin Yan's movements. She found that Qin Yan usually came to the office once every afternoon. Qin Yan students were busy doing experiments in the lab next door. Han Huiqiao hid in a corner of the corridor, waiting quietly for the right moment. Suddenly, the door to the lab swung open. Han Huiqiao's heart tightened. She quickly pressed herself against the wall, nervously watching the door. Two of Qin Yan's students came out of the lab. They talked as they walked toward the stairs. Han Huiqiao let out a breath of relief. After their figures disappeared from sight, she quietly slipped out from the corner and hurried into the lab. Once inside, Han Huiqiao quickly looked around. She knew the key to Qin Yan's office was here. Sure enough, on the desk in the lab, she found a bunch of keys. A wave of joy swept over her. She didn't hesitate, quickly grabbing the keys and opening Qin Yan's office door. This was her first time in Qin Yan's office. The room was simple, with only a row of bookshelves and a desk. The shelves were filled with a jumble of materials she couldn't understand. Suddenly, she saw a photo frame on Qin Yan's desk. She picked it up and almost threw it away.
It was a photo of Song Yulan,
the person she hated the most. She frowned and put down the frame. There was also Qin Yan's water cup on the desk. Han Huiqiao took out the medicine given by Brother He and secretly added it. Her hands trembled with excitement. She felt relieved only after seeing the medicine fully dissolve in the water. She had tested this medicine. It was colorless and tasteless, but could trigger the strongest desires in people. Just then, footsteps sounded from the corridor. Han Huiqiao's heart tightened, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She quickly turned sideways and slipped behind the row of bookshelves. Her movements were light, as if afraid of attracting attention. Soon after, voices came from the corridor. Han Huiqiao held her breath nervously and listened carefully. Sure enough, the next second, she heard Qin Yan's voice. "How are the experiment results?" Chen Rong and Xiao Hai immediately replied, "Professor Qin, the experiment data is normal and within expected range." Qin Yan stood in the corridor, nodded slightly, and said happily, "Good job." Hearing Qin Yan's praise, Chen Rong and Xiao Hai exchanged a glance, their faces showing some excitement. Xiao Hai quickly said, "Professor Qin, we'll go back to the lab now." Actually, they had planned to go out for some fresh air earlier, since staying in the lab for a long time felt a bit suffocating. But now that Professor Qin was here, they couldn't leave, so they decided to return to the lab to continue working.
The two of them went back to the lab.
Qin Yan opened the door and entered the office. Han Huiqiao was behind the cabinet, and when she heard the door open, she broke out in a sweat. Qin Yan stepped into the office. His eyes swept around. Everything looked normal as usual. He walked to the bookshelf, took out 2 books, and sat down in the chair behind the desk. Just as he sat down, a strange feeling suddenly arose in his mind. His sharp intuition told him that something was off in this room. His gaze fell on the desk. Song Yulan's photo should have been in the upper right corner of the desk, but now it was slightly shifted. Qin Yan frowned slightly, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. But he quickly thought of a possible reason. Xiao Hai and Chenrong sometimes came in to clean, and maybe they accidentally moved the photo frame. Thinking of this, Qin Yan relaxed a little and decided not to investigate further. He adjusted his sitting posture and focused on his work.
Time passed second by second.
Qin Yan was completely immersed in his work, unaware of everything outside. After a while, Qin Yan felt his throat getting dry. He casually picked up the cup on the desk and took a sip of water. Just as he put down his cup, a faint sound came from behind the bookshelf. Although the noise was very soft, it seemed very out of place in the quiet office. Qin Yan's voice carried a cold tone as he asked, "Who?" A figure appeared in his sight, and this person was very unexpected. Qin Yan raised an eyebrow, showing a look of dislike. "Qin Yan, what are you here for?" Behind the bookshelf was Han Huiqiao, who had previously confessed her feelings to him. Her appearance clearly surprised Qin Yan, as they didn't have much interaction before. She was sneaking into his office, which naturally meant trouble. Han Huixiao's body trembled slightly, obviously frightened by Qin Yan's presence. She had wanted to quietly hide behind the bookshelf so Qin Yan wouldn't see her. When she heard Qin Yan drinking water, she couldn't help but make a small sound. Being caught, Han Huixiao looked a bit embarrassed. Her face turned red instantly, and her eyes showed a hint of innocent sadness.
Qin Yan, I
really like you. Qin Yan's voice was deep and a little impatient. I've said the same thing before, I don't want to say it again. But Han Huixiao seemed not to hear him and stood still, refusing to move. A stubborn and unwilling look appeared on her face, and she bit her lip tightly. Leave now. Qin Yan suddenly raised his voice, his anger hard to hide. Han Huixiao naturally refused to leave easily. She knew the medicine's effect was very quick. In just a few minutes it would take effect. She took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice calm. I don't understand. Why don't you like me? She started listing her good qualities nonstop. What am I worse than Song Yulan? In terms of family background, I am better than her. In looks, I am not bad. In talent, Before she finished, Qin Yan suddenly interrupted her. His face grew darker, and he squeezed out a few words through his teeth. Get out. The word made Han Huixiao's ears ring loudly. Qin Yan's heart was full of disgust and dislike. He didn't want any connection with this woman. He couldn't understand how Han Huixiao could be so shameless as to come over and say she was better than Song Yulan. In his eyes, Han Huixiao had no qualities that matched Song Yulan. When Han Huixiao heard Qin Yan's attitude towards her, tears began to fall from her eyes. She stepped closer to him, saying, I don't believe you dislike me that much. Qin Yan, I don't care that you're married. I want to be with you. I will give you everything. At this moment, Qin Yan felt dizzy and his vision blurred. He sat down heavily in a chair. Han Huixiao was happy, thinking her medicine was working. She moved closer again. Qin Yan, are you feeling unwell? Let me help you. She reached out to untie his collar. Before she could touch him, Qin Yan grabbed her hand and pushed her away with great force. He threw her hard onto the ground. Han Huixiao fell heavily, grimacing in pain. But this fall did not make her give up. Instead, it fueled her anger. She widened her eyes and asked, Qin Yan, are you a man? Qin Yan seemed indifferent to her question. Seeing this, Han Huixiao's anger grew stronger. She stood up suddenly, took a few steps forward, pointed at his nose, and said, either you be with me or... Suddenly, she stopped speaking. Her hand slowly reached for her clothes buttons, unfastening them one by one. Her movements were slow, as if deliberately provoking Qin Yan. As she unbuttoned her shirt, it gradually opened, revealing her underwear. A sly smile appeared on her face. Tell me, if I go out like this and say you bullied me, do you think others will believe me or you? In that era, a girl's reputation was very important. No one would take such matters lightly. Qin Yan's chest rose and fell violently as he stared angrily at Han Huixiao. She had actually drugged him. Han Huixiao's lips curved into a slight smile as she softly said, Why do you have to endure this? It only makes you so uncomfortable. She slowly moved closer to Qin Yan and continued gently, As long as you follow your heart, we will be very happy. Her voice carried a hint of temptation, because we are meant to be together. You belong to me. Han Huixiao took another step forward, seeming to reach out to touch Qin Yan. But Qin Yan suddenly back as if shocked by electricity, stumbling to his feet. He quickly moved aside, then without hesitation, he raised his foot and forcefully kicked the nearby wall. The wall, already fragile, shattered under his strong kick, creating a large hole. Behind the wall were Chen Rong and Xiaohai, looking surprised and uncertain. The wall was thin, just a temporary wooden partition dividing the lab into a simple office. Through the big hole, Han Huixiao clearly saw Chen Rong and Xiaohai behind the wall. Her face turned pale instantly, losing all color. She realized that the two people had overheard everything she just said. Qin Yan took 2 deep breaths and then shouted at Chen Rong and Xiaohai, What are you standing there for? Control her quickly. Chen Rong exchanged a quick look with Xiaohai. Without hesitation, Chen Rong rushed into the office and grabbed Han Huixiao to prevent her from escaping. Xiao Hai turned around and quickly ran downstairs to call security to handle the chaos. This world is too crazy. Song Yuelan was a bit confused when she heard the knocking. Qin Yan had the key. The knocking sounded urgent, as if something serious was happening. She panicked and hurried to open the door. Outside was Xiao Hai, Qin Yan's student. Xiao Hai looked anxious. Madam, Professor Qin has gone to the police station. Come with me, we'll talk on the way. Song Yuelan didn't think much and grabbed her house keys, then followed Xiao Hai. She and Qin Yan live in the staff housing of Jinghai University. There's a police station not far from the university. The story was simple.
Han Huiqiao drog ett Professor Qin.
Then Professor Qin called the police. They are all at the police station now. Xiao Hai hesitated and said, Madam, Professor Qin doesn't look right. They don't know what medicine Han Huiqiao gave to Professor Qin. They wanted him to go to the hospital, but he refused. Professor Qin only told them to help find Song Yuelan. That's why Xiao Hai hurriedly came to find her. Song Yuelan clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her flesh. How dare Han Huiqiao treat Brother Yan like that? This is terrible. As soon as Song Yuelan entered the police station, she saw Qin Yan sitting on a bench in the corridor. It was already dark outside. The corridor was dimly lit with yellowish lights. Most of Qin Yan's body was hidden in the shadows. His hair was messy, he was looking down deeply, and he was holding a cigarette in his mouth. He radiated a gloomy, sharp aura. He disliked anyone coming close to him. Song Yuelan took 2 steps forward and couldn't help but speak. Brother Yan. Qin Yan turned his head. His eyes were slightly red, his lips chapped and cracked, with traces of bloodshot lines. He spoke hoarsely, Yuelan. Song Yuelan quickly ran a few steps to Qin Yan and touched his face. His hot skin almost burned her hand. She was at a loss and said, Let's go to the hospital. Qin Yan clenched her wrist. No need, it's that kind of medicine. In an instant, Song Yuelan understood what Qin Yan meant. It was the kind of medicine his mother had given him before. The source of why Qin Yan jumped from the 5th floor. His leg was injured because of that medicine. She sniffed and her eyes suddenly filled with tears. At this moment, the police came out with Han Huiqiao. They wanted to take her to another room for questioning. Song Yuelan turned sideways and saw Han Huiqiao. Han Huiqiao's face was filled with deep fear. She didn't know her plan had gone off course. Shouldn't Qin Yan be involved with her? Why did they call the police? Could it be that the medicine given by Brother He didn't work? But she had used that medicine on others before, and it was definitely effective. Why did it turn out like this?
Song Yuelan glared at Han Huiqiao angrily.
She said each word clearly, Han Huiqiao. The other person turned around and looked at her. Song Yuelan ran forward without thinking and gave her a hard slap. Song Yuelan's chest rose and fell rapidly. How dare you treat him like that? You idiot! This scene happened so suddenly that even the police present didn't react right away. One police officer stepped in to stop her. Police. Family member, please stay calm. Such incidents often happen inside the police station. When faced with emotional family members, they usually turn a blind eye. They can understand the situation. At this moment, Qin Yan walked up behind Song Yuelan and grabbed her wrist. His voice was hoarse. Let's go home. Qin Yan's hand was trembling, or rather, his whole body was shaking. He was in pain, as if oxygen was being taken away from him. Song Yuelan ignored Han Huiqiao. She turned around and helped Qin Yan. Yes, let's go home. The way from the police station to home was very close. Song Yuelan supported Qin Yan, walking unsteadily. Qin Yan had been holding back. After calling the police, he gave a statement. Once finished, he sat on a bench. He found himself unable to move. All his strength was fighting the medication's effects. He hated himself. Why had he fallen into this situation again? He didn't want to be controlled by the medicine like a monster. He believed he could endure it. He kept silently repeating Song Yuelan's name in his mind. Until Song Yuelan appeared, his restless soul finally found peace. The door was pushed open roughly. Little Black in the yard looked up and barked. Seeing the owner return, it relaxed and lay down again. Song Yuelan helped Qin Yan sit on the bed. She was panicked and didn't know what to do. She remembered the spiritual spring in the space. She comforted Qin Yan. Yanji, wait for me. Then she ran to the kitchen and poured a bowl of spiritual spring water. She didn't know if the medicine had side effects, but giving Qin Yan a little of the spring was always good for his health. She entered Qin Yan's bedroom. Yanji, drinking this will make you feel better. Qin Yan sat on the edge of the bed, his shirt unbuttoned. A few buttons had burst open because he pulled too hard. A strong upper body revealed firm abs. He looked up at Song Yuelon, his face flushed, trying hard to control himself. Qin Yan softly and hoarsely said, Yuelon, help me. I belong to you. Take me. After saying that, he grabbed Song Yuelon's wrist and pulled her toward him. The spiritual spring in the bowl spilled all over, and the bowl shattered on the ground. No one paid attention to it. The cool water from the spring made Song Yuelon flinch, but in the next moment, she was surrounded by warmth. Qin Yan covered her, wrapping her tightly. Song Yuelon kissed her dry lips. To suppress the effects of the medicine inside him, Qin Yan kept biting his tongue to stay awake. His lips and tongue were filled with the taste of blood. They exchanged flavors, breaths, saliva, and blood. Song Yuelon kept trembling. She felt like she was sinking into an endless swamp. She slid down through the mud, not wanting to struggle, only wishing to sink deeper. The orchid on the windowsill. It still bloomed after the cold winter. The whole room was filled with the scent of that orchid, mixed with a hint of hormones. Qin Yan picked up Song Yuelon. He kissed every part of her. Even her fair toes he refused to leave untouched. Every part was beautiful, every part loved. Suddenly, a strong wind blew outside, making the windows rattle. Song Yuelon leaned on Qin Yan. She held his shoulders and sobbed, Brother Yan. Song Yuelon was awakened by sunlight. She opened her eyes drowsily, wanting to move, but found she couldn't. Qin Yan was holding her tightly. They were pressed close together. Behind her was Qin Yan's warm breath. He nuzzled her and said, Sleep a little longer. Thinking about what happened last night, Song Yuelon's face turned slightly red. She pushed Qin Yan gently. It's almost 11 o'clock. They had been fooling around all night. Qin Yan didn't care at all. Who cares what time it is? He sat up and kissed Song Yuelon again. The kisses were gentle and tender, and as they continued, they became more passionate. Song Yuelon wrapped herself in the blanket. She turned her head away and said, Let's get up. Qin Yan, who had taken the medicine, was unable to resist. Qin Yan said in a rough voice, The effects of the medicine haven't worn off yet. Song Yuelon covered his mouth. Liar. Last night, she was kept awake all because of those words. At first, she felt sorry for Qin Yan, but then she started feeling sorry for herself. Qin Yan was very good at flattering and pleasing her. She was no match for him. Qin Yan looked serious. Really? Try touching it if you don't believe me. Qin Yan spoke affectionately and tenderly. Song Yuelon looked at his face and felt a little overwhelmed. Seizing the moment, Qin Yan kissed her again. Until he was satisfied, he touched Song Yuelon, who was covered in a light layer of sweat. Song Yuelon was too tired to resist and only gave him a cold look without any anger. Today the weather was especially nice, and the windows were not covered. Sunlight shone into the room, making everything look lazy and relaxed. Qin Yan felt more comfortable than ever before. Under the sunlight, Song Yuelon's skin looked slightly pink. Qin Yan loved touching her back. Her skin was smooth and delicate, feeling wonderful to the touch. His fingers stopped at a pink mark on her shoulder. The pink mark looked like a love bite. He softly asked, Is this a birthmark? Song Yuelon shook her head slightly. Her hair moved gently with her head. No, this was a mark left by space. She thought it was okay to tell Qin Yan about the space. Before she could explain, suddenly, a bright white light flashed like lightning in front of them. They both entered the space together. Qin Yan looked around in surprise, trying to understand what was happening. Song Yuelon explained where the space came from. She didn't expect that after she and Qin Yan had a relationship, he could also enter this space. At that moment, the inside of the space started to change. The space, originally only about 7 or 8 square meters, seemed to be pushed by an invisible force and slowly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it grew to over 20 square meters. And that was not even the most surprising part. On the other side of the space, suddenly many dense data streams and various experimental tools appeared. It was as if they had emerged from nothingness. Song Yuelan was a bit surprised. This space could automatically change its size based on how many people were using it. It could even create very different scenes for different users. When the space appeared before her, a clear spiritual spring was visible. For Qin Yan, the space displayed various items and equipment related to experiments. Qin Yan felt a wave of disbelief. As a researcher, he found it hard to understand such a space that defied the laws of physics. He walked toward the experimental tools. Just as his fingers were about to touch them, something unexpected happened. The tools seemed to be lifted by an invisible force and quickly floated into the air. As the experiment continued, strings of data gradually appeared in the air. These data shimmered like tiny stars in the night sky. Qin Yan's eyes widened. He understood what these data meant. This was a major breakthrough. Next to him, Song Yuelan saw this and exclaimed happily, "Brother Yan, does this help your research?" Qin Yan nodded excitedly. He hugged Song Yuelan tightly and sincerely said, "Thank you." With this magical space, their research progress would surely speed up. What might have taken a long time before could now be achieved quickly. One day, they would no longer be blocked by foreign rivals. Han Huiqiao stayed awake all night, sitting blankly on a stool. Her mind kept replaying the moment Qin Yan made the call for help. She couldn't understand why Qin Yan was so resolute. He suppressed his instincts and chose to call the police to handle their situation. When she saw the police enter the room, her heart raced. Her face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She stammered to the police, "Officer, I really know I was wrong. I didn't mean to do it. I just liked Qin Yan too much, so I did that thing." Her voice was trembling with tears, sounding very pitiful. She continued, "I'm willing to apologize to him. If he can forgive me, I will do anything. Please just forgive me this time. I promise I won't do it again." Han Huiqiao couldn't imagine how her classmates would react if they knew she was in the police station. At school, she was always the center of attention, beautiful and from a good family. Everyone admired her. She enjoyed feeling special. But now, all of that might disappear because she was in the police station. If her classmates found out, she wouldn't have the face to see anyone. No matter what, she had to go inside quickly. The police officer sat slowly in his chair, staring sharply at Han Huiqiao. He asked directly, "Tell me exactly, where did you get the medicine you gave Qin Yan?" Han Huiqiao's heart pounded. She knew that if she told on Black Brother, she might get into serious trouble. Black Brother had many people outside. Would he really let her go easily? Thoughts of possible consequences flashed through her mind quickly. Sweat started to appear on her forehead, and her hands unconsciously clenched her clothes tightly. In her fear and hesitation, she decided to stall for time. She hurriedly wiped her tears and stammered, I just found it on the street." The police officer didn't look satisfied with this answer. He frowned slightly and asked seriously, "You found the medicine on the street, and you just gave it to someone without thinking? Don't you know what this medicine can do?" Han Huiqiao's body trembled involuntarily. She lowered her head, afraid to look at the officer, and kept shaking her head while mumbling, I don't know." Seeing her uncooperative, the police officer sighed helplessly. He said, "Your parents are here. You should talk to them. You're so young. Don't be stubborn." Han Huiqiao looked up and saw her parents standing behind the door. She covered her face. She didn't dare look at them at all. Father Han was heartbroken. He never expected his beloved youngest daughter to cause such a big problem. Mother Han held her daughter's hand and said, "Child, just tell the truth. We'll make up for it and try to be good people." Early in the morning, Qin Xian was awakened by a hurried knocking on the door. No one was at home, so he got up impatiently to open it. When he opened the door, he saw Chen Ming rushing in, looking panicked. Qin Xian frowned. "What's wrong, brother?" Chen Ming, angry, said, I just got the news that the delivery person was caught. He's now at the police station. And we don't know how much he has revealed. Chunming added, the delivery person actually had a university student deliver the package. It seems they drugged a professor named Qin, and that's why someone called the police. Such fools. It's almost the new year, but he can't stay in Jinghai anymore. It's just too troublesome. Chunming cursed the delivery person many times. He handed Chen Xian a gun. I can't keep this. I'm heading south to lay low for a while. Chen Xian took the gun from his cousin. Let me give you some money. Although Chunming often associates with shady people, he is a good brother to him. At this moment, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Chunming took the money from Chen Xian. Once I settle down, I'll let you know. Chen Xian stopped him. You said the delivery person drugged a professor named Qin? Chunming nodded.
It seems to be that.
I wonder if the delivery person can hold on. This line of work was going smoothly at first. But who would have thought the delivery person would end up in the police station? Now everything's a mess. Chunming asked curiously, why are you asking about this? Chen Xian looked thoughtful. It's nothing. I just happen to know a professor with the last name Qin. Two detectives walked into the interrogation room with serious expressions. One police officer spoke sternly, Han Huiqiao, after our investigation, we have enough reason to suspect that you have close dealings with someone called Blackhead. We hope you'll cooperate with our work. Han Huiqiao's heart suddenly tightened, but she forced herself to stay calm and replied, What Blackhead? I don't know this person at all. The police clearly were not satisfied with her answer. He continued, We have been tracking this Blackhead for half a year. Recently, we found you frequently appearing at their hideouts. This Blackhead was very clever. Before, they received intelligence to arrest him, but he destroyed all the evidence. They had no choice but to try to break through from Han Huiqiao. Tell us what you know. Han Huiqiao just shook her head. If she told the truth, she would be ruined. Using drugs was just a charge. If the police found out she was helping the Blackhead deliver things, it would be much worse than just drugging. The police said, Even if you don't tell us, we will find out. As long as you cooperate, we will be lenient. Han Huiqiao forced a bitter smile. Her father was a law professor. She never thought she would hear the phrase, be lenient, used on her. How did she end up like this? Who is the one who caused her to become like this? A name appeared in her mind. Song Yuelon. It was all Song Yuelon. Thinking of Song Yuelon, her heart felt complicated. Why didn't she divorce Qin Yan according to her dreams? If she hadn't divorced, she wouldn't be in this situation. She suddenly raised her head. I want to see Song Yuelon. The iron door of the interrogation room made a rough screeching sound. When Song Yuelon entered, her deliberately soft footsteps were still very clear in the silence. The pale white light from the ceiling shrouded the entire space. There were no windows here, no day or night. When Han Huiqiao suddenly looked up, her forehead hair was stuck with dried tears. She was wearing a wrinkled light blue prison uniform. She looked like she had been through a lot. Song Yuelon said, I heard you want to see me? Han Huiqiao's eyes widened. Song Yuelon? You really came? She thought the other person wouldn't come to see her. Song Yuelon replied calmly, You did something wrong, not me. Why wouldn't I dare to come? Han Huiqiao gritted her teeth and said, Are you very proud? Qin Yan was originally mine. Why don't you divorce him? Song Yuelon calmly replied, We love each other. We are a perfect match. Why should I divorce him? Han Huiqiao shook her head. That's not true. Qin Yan doesn't love you. He hasn't even touched you, right? Song Yuelon's face finally showed a hint of change. She slightly frowned. Stop your silly assumptions. We are doing very well together, Han Huiqiao screamed. I don't believe it. It's different from what I saw in my dreams. Song Yuelon looked at her with pity. Qin Yan is a good man, but Song Yuelon continued, no matter how good he is, he's not worth risking your future. Hearing this, Han Huiqiao became very angry. She argued, You say that easily. Now that you're with him, of course you'll say that. If he weren't with you, Song Yuelon interrupted her. I would be very sad, but I wouldn't ruin my life. I won't use mean tricks to get close to him. Love is important, but is it more important than your life? Love is just part of life, not everything. Han Huiqiao was stunned. Tears fell down her face. as she looked blankly at Song Yuelon. No one had ever told her these words before. Song Yuelon said, "Using such mean tricks to treat him. Can that still be called love?" She couldn't understand Han Huaiqiao's thoughts. Sighing, Song Yuelon said, "You should be grateful to have good parents." The police specifically asked if she could see Han Huaiqiao and share the truth. They asked her to cooperate with the police. Han Huaiqiao's parents also came to beg her desperately. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to see the other person. Han Huaiqiao forced a bitter smile and muttered, "It's too late. I made a mistake. There's no way back." She hesitated, knowing the police would find out. Her life was truly ruined. Even if she regrets now, what's the use? Song Yuelon initially wanted to turn and leave when she heard Han Huaiqiao's words. She calmly said, "People have a lot of room for forgiveness in life. As long as you're alive, there is hope. Committing a crime and making amends might help you serve fewer years. Think about your parents." I don't know if Han Huaiqiao understood what she meant. She has never seen Han Huaiqiao as an enemy. Rather, she is trapped in her obsession and refuses to come out. Song Yuelon left the interrogation room. Qin Yan stood quietly outside the door, his figure looking especially tall in the sunset light. A police officer quickly approached to thank Song Yuelon. Qin Yan stepped forward and walked alongside her. They left the police station together, feeling the cool evening breeze on their faces, bringing a fresh feeling. Qin Yan opened the car door, letting Song Yuelon get in first. He then went around to the driver's side and sat in the car. After the car started, Qin Yan drove carefully. He broke the silence with a gentle, low voice. "I won't make you sad." He heard what Song Yuelon said in the interrogation room and to Han Huaiqiao. If he didn't love her, she would be very sad. But he simply couldn't bear to see her sad. Qin Yan continued, "I always think that the day I went to propose at the Song family was the luckiest day of my life." There was a faint happiness in his tone. "Qin Yan, you're right. Love is part of life, but it's not everything in life. He is older than Song Yuelon and maybe someday he will leave this world before her. But he hopes that when that time comes, Song Yuelon won't be too sad. She should just enjoy her life." Although he is a scientist and doesn't believe in ghosts or gods, he still hopes they will have a next life. Song-Yan followed Qin Yan closely, like a little tail. He has been staying at his grandmother's house these days. His grandmother was hospitalized because of an argument with his mother and hasn't come back yet. So, he can only temporarily live with his uncle's family. Today, things are a bit different. His aunt wants to take the twins back to her parents' house, and his uncle has to go to work. Even though Song-Yan repeatedly said he was fine staying home alone, his uncle still felt uneasy and specifically asked Qin Yan's cousin to come over. Song-Yan felt a little uneasy inside. He was actually a bit afraid of his quiet and reserved cousin. Qin Yan took the small, almost tiny bag from him and said expressionlessly, "Get in the car." Song-Yan didn't dare ask any questions and quietly sat in the back seat. He didn't even dare to ask where they were going. He felt like a small dog waiting to be sold at the market, silently accepting whatever fate had in store. Qin Yan parked the car in front of a bun shop. He followed Qin Yan into the shop. His cousin's wife, Yulan, was also there. Normally, he should call her sister-in-law, but he had always called her sister because it felt closer. Yulan warmly greeted him. "You haven't eaten breakfast, right? Come and have some buns." He picked up a bun and took a bite. It was filled with savory meat sauce, juicy and oily, with soft outer skin. He ate 3 buns in one go. After finishing, he realized he had been a bit rude and felt a little embarrassed. His stepfather was well off, but if he ate too much, his mother would scold him. He looked nervously at Yulan, worried she might think he was greedy. Yulan didn't mind his eating manners. Instead, she took 2 more buns from the steamer and placed them in front of him. His heart softened. Compared to his cold cousin, he liked his sister more. Yulan smiled. "Later, we'll go to the store. Is there anything you want?" Qin Yan found his father's address, and they planned to send Song-Yan there today. Since the new year was coming, the child probably wanted to be with his family. He shook his head. "No, thank you, sister." Yulan turned to talk to Zhou Gang. "Tomorrow is the 23rd day of the lunar month, Little New Year. At this time, the New Year atmosphere is very strong. Some places start preparing for the New Year right after the Laba festival. Today, the bun shop officially closed for the holiday and wouldn't reopen until the 15th day of the first lunar month. Yulan paid the staff's wages for the month. She also gave each aunt an extra 50 yuan bonus. Everyone's face was filled with happiness. The aunties worked together to clean the shop before closing for the day. Qin Yan drove with Song Yulan and He Songyan to the friendship store. Of course, during the New Year, they needed to buy holiday supplies. Song Yulan bought 2 sets of clothes for Qin Yan at the store. She saw children's clothes on the counter and said, "Song Yan, go try these on." She asked the clerk to bring out a jacket. He Songyan couldn't believe there was something for him. Usually, he wore clothes left over from his stepbrother's family. His mother rarely bought him new clothes. Seeing He Songyan standing still, Song Yulan said, "Don't just stand there." He Songyan finally came back to himself and hurriedly put on the clothes. Song Yulan nodded and said, "They fit quite well." She then turned around and bought several more sets of clothes for him. After buying clothes, the group went to the food counter next door. For the New Year, they bought candies, snacks, sunflower seeds, and dried apricots. These things are always essential. When they left, Qin Yan and He Songyan were carrying a big pile of things. Song Yulan wanted to help, but both of them refused. Qin Yan placed the items in the trunk. Song Yulan sat in the front passenger seat and smiled. "Songyan, we now know where your father's family lives. We'll take you there later." He Songyan was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Yan and Song Yulan to take him back to his biological father. He replied weakly, "Oh, he liked it here and didn't want to leave." But he knew deep down that he was still an outsider. Staying here these days was just causing trouble for them. He Songyan felt very sad. He hugged his clothes tightly, feeling more and more heavy-hearted. Song Yulan gently took out a delicate small porcelain bottle from her pocket and handed it to He Songyan. She said softly, "Songyan, this is a special ointment I prepared for you. You can apply it to your face. It will help heal your wounds." Ever since Song Yulan shared the secret of her space with Qin Yan, she no longer needed to carry the spiritual spring with her when using it. She had been thinking about the scar on He Songyan's face. So she specially made this ointment with the spiritual spring, hoping to help him heal his injuries. He Songyan is still just a child, and his scars attract many strange looks. Seeing this, He Songyan quickly reached out his hands. "Thank you, sister." He slowly opened the bottle, and a light, fresh scent wafted out. Curiously, he dipped his finger into the ointment and gently applied it to his face. Actually, He Songyan had long given up hope of completely healing his scars. His mother had taken him to the hospital after the incident. The doctor told them that the scars would stay with him for life and could not be fully removed. When the ointment touched his skin, a cool feeling spread through his body. This sensation was very different from ordinary ointments. It felt as if a magical power was seeping into his skin, healing the wounded area. He Songyan's biological father, He Tao, is a school principal. He lives in Tianyuan City, next to Jinghai. Qin Yan drove to the neighborhood near He Tao's house. Although he knew He Tao lived here, he still needed to find out exactly which house. At this moment, a woman in her 40s, leading 2 children, happened to pass by. Song Yulan quickly approached and politely asked, "Hello, ma'am. Do you know where He Tao lives?" The woman stopped and looked at Song Yulan and Qin Yan with suspicion. She hesitated and asked, "What do you want with him?" Song Yulan explained kindly, "Ma'am, we are looking for the father of the children." She pointed to He Songyan in the car. The woman's face suddenly turned very grim. She said bluntly, "Didn't we already say last time? We don't want this child." She added impatiently, "He can go wherever he wants. This woman is He Tao's second wife. Last time, Qin Jimin had brought the child over, but she had harshly turned them away. Now, someone else was bringing the child again." The woman grew angrier. She raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "We can't even take care of our own children. How can we take care of someone else's? Is Qin Jimin dead? Why doesn't he take care of his own children and keeps sending them here?" At this moment, a middle-aged man rode over on his bike. He heard his wife's words and realized the true purpose of Qin Yan and Song Yulan's visit. He turned to his wife and said, "Aren't you going to visit your parents with the kids? You go ahead first. I'll catch up with you later." His older sister refused to leave and kept nagging. "If you dare bring the kids back home, we won't have anything to do with you." He Tao tried to calm her. "Go ahead first. I'll handle this." Then his older sister took the kids and left. He Tao frowned and looked at them. "Didn't I tell you clearly last time? Qin Jiming raised the kids like this. I can't take them anymore." He had seen the scar on He Songnian's face, which made him decide the future for this child. A child with a disfigured face wouldn't have a bright future. Keeping this child would only be a trouble. Qin Yan and Song Yulan then learned that Qin Jiming had brought He Songnian here. He Songnian got out of the car, his head hanging low. Last time, he came with his mother, but he didn't hear what they said. He just watched from afar as they argued loudly. Later, his mother, angry, took him away and left him at his grandmother's house. Tears welled up in his eyes. The world felt huge and cold, as if there was no place for him. He wished his parents were his older brother and sister. He suddenly envied their children. They must have been very good parents. Seeing He Tao's reaction, Qin Yan no longer wanted to hand He Songnian over to him. Although he didn't have strong feelings for He Songnian, he couldn't just watch this child fall into trouble. He coldly said after hearing He Tao's words, "If you don't want to raise him, we will." Hearing Qin Yan's words, He Songnian suddenly looked up. He didn't expect his seemingly indifferent cousin to want to keep him. He Tao sighed in relief. "Then this child has nothing to do with me anymore." He turned to leave without hesitation. Song Yulan called out, "Stop." He Tao paused, a flicker of impatience in his eyes. Song Yulan said, "You're the child's biological father. You may not raise him, but you must pay child support." Abandoning the child, both He Tao and Qin Jiming were very irresponsible. Even if they can support He Songnian, the parents still need to pay their share. At the very least, they should fight for He Songnian's rights. Qin Jiming left the traditional courtyard house. Naturally, He Tao also needs to contribute money. He Tao's face immediately turned unpleasant. "I have no money," he said. Song Yulan didn't back down. "No money? Fine, then we'll see each other in court. Since He Tao is the principal, she doesn't believe he would be shameless." His confidence quickly diminished. He opened his mouth to explain, but found he had nothing to say. Reluctantly, He Tao asked, "How much do you want?" Song Yulan answered straightforwardly, "Let's say 20 yuan a month, until He Songnian turns 18. He Songnian is only 7 years old, so they want support for 11 more years." He Tao silently complained. He didn't want to pay this money every month. It would surely cause trouble at home. Every time he paid, there would be a big argument. He hesitated but finally gritted his teeth and said, "Can I pay it all at once? I have 500 yuan here." This 500 yuan was his secret savings. Even his wife didn't know about it. He preferred to spend this money to keep peace. But 500 yuan is clearly not enough to raise a child. Song Yulan didn't want to let He Tao off easily. Seeing this, He Tao quickly added, "I also have a fan that was passed down from my ancestors. It might be worth quite a bit. Can I give you that fan instead?" He Tao went home and found the fan hidden under his bed. It was a gift from his grandfather. During difficult times, he was very cautious because of this fan. He had asked around, and someone told him it was worth at most 30 yuan. He thought about using the fan as child support. Since they didn't know its true value, it might work. When Song Yulan took the fan from He Tao, she didn't show much surprise. In the 1980s, antiques were not yet as popular or highly valued as they are today. Their worth was much lower than in the past. Song Yulan carefully put away the fan and then handed it to He Songnian. This fan is a small token of protection for He Songnian. With the rapid economic growth, the antique market experienced an unprecedented boom. Those antiques once ignored by people became highly sought after, and their prices soared. The fan that He Tao used as part of the child support payment to He Songnian would also reveal its true value during that time. He Tao signed a formal agreement with them. A fan and 500 yuan meant he had nothing more to do with the son. He also gave his wife a clear explanation. He-Tao looked at the group preparing to leave. He thought for a moment and called out to them, maybe we should change his family name. He really didn't want any connection with this child anymore. Qin Yan turned to look at him coldly and said, you don't need to worry. From now on, he has nothing to do with you. When Song-Yan heard his biological father say, change his family name, tears suddenly streamed down his face. At such a young age, he couldn't understand why his father was so cold, even wanting to take away his family name. He sat silently in the car, tears flowing quietly. Seeing him cry so sadly, Song Yuelan felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She quietly sat in the back seat of the car, staying with Song-Yan without saying a word. Sometimes keeping things inside is worse. Letting the child cry openly can be a way to release feelings. Parents who don't love their children make life harder for them. Song-Yan kept crying until he was gasping for breath. He said intermittently, I
didn't want to have his family name.
This name was given to him at birth, not something he chose himself. He felt like a toy being played with no right to choose. Song-Yan said they forced me to be born. He couldn't understand why they had a child but then didn't want him. Song Yuelan gently wiped the tears from his face. She softly stroked his head and comforted him. This isn't your fault. You are a good child. Song-Yan looked up, tears in his eyes, and saw a glimmer of hope in Sister Song's eyes. They don't want you, but we do, said Song Yuelan firmly and warmly. Your scar will heal. She continued to comfort him. He hesitated and asked, really? Others might say that, but he believed Sister Yuelan. He truly didn't want others to look at him with strange eyes anymore. He longed to have a clean, smooth face like other children. Song Yuelan smiled and nodded strongly. She gave him a confident answer. It will definitely get better. Song-Yan returned to Jinghai with Qin Yan and Song Yuelan. He changed his name to Qin Yan. The Qin family discussed how to settle him. The old lady had been living with Qin Jijun's family all along. Most of the time, Qin Yan also lived with them. He would take turns every week to stay with his second uncle and Qin Yan. The third daughter-in-law needed to work, and they also had twin daughters to care for. Now, with an extra child, it would bring more work and burden to the family. The old lady decided to hire a nanny after the new year to help with household chores. She also made an important decision. She divided the four-courtyard house, which Qin Jimin returned, equally among her 3 sons. Since the eldest son had passed away, his share was inherited by Qin Yan. Originally, she planned to sell the four-courtyard house and split the money. Qin Yan remembered that Song Yuelan wanted to buy the house. At this time, buying a four-courtyard house was not easy. Many of these houses had unclear property rights, and several families often lived in one house. Many owners wanted to sell, but dealing with tenants was complicated. The four-courtyard house that Qin Jimin owned was bought with a lot of effort by their father years ago. Qin Yan decided to buy the shares of the four-courtyard houses from his second and third uncles. He accompanied Song Yuelan to see the house. This house was old, originally belonging to a general. Over time, and through changing eras, the head of this courtyard house has changed hands several times. The location of this courtyard is very good, right inside the second ring road, and it covers a large area. Because no one has lived there for a long time, it looks a bit run down. It needs a lot of work to renovate it and bring back its old beauty. Song Yuelan really likes this place because the yard is big. She can plant more plants there. The flowers and plants at home grow especially well thanks to the spiritual spring. Qin Yan looked around the yard and said, if we have children, there will be enough space for them to play. Song Yuelan hadn't thought about having children yet. When she heard Qin Yan mention it, she froze. Qin Yan stepped forward and pinched her cheek.
Norus.
You're still a little girl now. In the past 2 days, Song Yuelan still went to the hospital to give her grandmother acupuncture. But now, she has a little helper following her. Qin Yan is only 7 years old, but he is much more mature than other children his age. He hasn't started school yet. Qin Yan arranged a primary school for him, and he will start after the new year. In his free time, Qin Yan teaches him how to read. The two children from his stepfather's family have a private teacher, and Qin Yan has learned most of the basic characters with that teacher. Song Yuelan originally thought Qin Yan would start teaching him from basic school knowledge. But one day, she saw Qin Yan give Qin Yan a junior high physics textbook. Qin Yan said, "Read it yourself. If you don't understand, ask me." She wanted to stop him, but Qin Yan eagerly started reading. Qin Yan is very similar to Qin Yan when it comes to learning. Geniuses in childhood often differ from ordinary children. Their desire for knowledge and ability to learn often surpass what most people expect. Qin Yan sat on a chair, reading a book while keeping company with his grandmother. After finishing her grandmother's acupuncture, Song Yuelan began to do acupuncture for Grandma Jean next door. Grandma Jean is an old friend of her grandmother. She has been suffering from severe headaches recently and is staying in the same hospital ward. Her grandmother recommended Song Yuelan's acupuncture. Song Yuelan took out her needles and skillfully inserted them into Grandma Jin's acupoints. She pinched the needle handle and carefully inserted it into the point on her forehead. Grandma Jean lay on the bed, and as the acupuncture continued, her previously furrowed brow began to relax. Within just 5 minutes, she felt the pounding in her temples, which had been bothering her these days, finally calmed down. Her headache eased a lot, and she felt much happier. Grandma Jean was lying in bed, admiringly saying, "Big Sister Lin, your daughter-in-law is amazing. I can feel my head not hurting as much, and I don't feel so dizzy anymore." Grandma loved hearing others praise her children, and she immediately felt proud. "Grandma, my daughter-in-law not only knows acupuncture, but is also good at dancing and cooking." Grandma Jean sighed slightly. "Such a good girl, and Qin Yan from your family married her." Then she changed the subject and started to worry. "You know, my eldest granddaughter is already 30 years old, and she still doesn't have a partner. What should I do?" In the 1980s, being unmarried at 30 often caused a lot of gossip and concern among people. At that moment, suddenly, a clear, rhythmic clicking sound of high heels came from the corridor outside the ward. Soon after, the door was slowly pushed open, and a figure appeared in the doorway. A woman in a long black coat, the hem gently flowing with her steps, like a drifting cloud in the night sky. She wore large sunglasses that covered most of her face. Although her face was still hidden, her outfit gave off a mature and glamorous vibe. She took off her sunglasses and smiled. "Grandma, what are you saying about me now?" When she removed her sunglasses, Song Yuelan was stunned. This was none other than Deng Jiaji, the popular movie star from recent TV shows. Although Deng Jiaji became famous in the 1980s, Song Yuelan had heard her name in her previous life. Many movie stars of her age had already retired. In her past life, she was over 70 but still active in the entertainment industry. She always seemed full of energy, positive, lively, and vibrant. Even at 70, she was still passionately in love. She saw Song Yuelan smiling kindly at her and said, "Hello, I am Deng Jiaji. Maybe you've seen my movies." Song Yuelan quickly nodded. Grandma Jean added, "I just told Yuelan that you're over 30 and still haven't brought home a grandson-in-law." Deng Jiaji didn't mind and said, "Everyone has their own way of living. Why should I get married to a man? Men are just a flavor in my life now." Grandma Jean had heard her granddaughters say such shocking things many times. She coughed twice and closed her eyes, not wanting to see her granddaughter. Deng Jiaji leaned closer to Grandma Jean and asked, "Is this acupuncture? How do you feel, Grandma? Does it work?" Grandma Jean replied, "Very well. Yulan's skills are impressive." Deng Jiaji smiled happily and said, "That's good. Yulan, I've been feeling some discomfort in my wrist recently. Can you do some acupuncture for me?" A few days ago, she had twisted her wrist and always felt like there was something foreign inside. In 5 or 6 days, she would start working at the TV station, so her wrist discomfort was quite troublesome. Song Yulan quickly nodded and said, "Of course." She took the needles from Grandma Jean and examined Deng Jiaji's wrist. There was no serious problem, just some meridian blockage. She used acupuncture to give a few quick, and Deng Jiaji immediately felt the effect. She raised her wrist and said, "It's really not sore or swollen anymore." Deng Jiaji smiled and said, "Thank you, Yulan. Originally, Deng Jiaji wanted to pay her, but then she thought about it. Song Yulan was treating her because of Grandma Jin's kindness. It would be too abrupt to give money. Deng Jiaji said, I'm performing on the Spring Festival Gala this year. How about I give you 2 tickets so you can go see it? Last year, the first Spring Festival Gala caused a huge sensation. This year is the second one, and even before it started, it had already attracted a lot of attention. Song Yulan's mind moved. Suddenly, she remembered something. Just a few days ago, when Fu Hua had specifically come to see her. His clothing factory was almost ready. To ensure the factory could start smoothly, he had his secretary bring back many sample clothes from Port City. These samples were the latest popular styles. Once the factory opened after the new year, it could start production immediately. Song Yulan quickly asked, Jiaji, are your clothes ready for the Spring Festival Gala? Deng Jiaji smiled slightly and said, You mentioned that, and I've been a bit worried about it. Actually, she had already prepared 2 outfits, but she wasn't completely satisfied with either. This year marks the second Spring Festival Gala. The Spring Festival Gala hosts had already been chosen, but one host had a last-minute emergency. The director asked her to step in as a host. Performing at the gala is a big event, and she naturally wanted to appear in the best possible way for the audience. Currently, the better quality clothes available are mostly only sold at Friendship Store. However, clothes there are often similar, making it easy to wear the same outfit as someone else. Deng Jiaji received the invitation to the gala just a few days ago, and the time was very tight. Most stores are already closed for the day, so she had nowhere else to buy clothes and could only make do with the 2 outfits she had. Song Yulan suggested, I have a friend who owns a clothing factory. They have many sample clothes. Maybe you could try those? Hearing this, Deng Jiaji's eyes lit up, clearly interested in the idea. She quickly replied, Of course. I was worried about finding the right outfit. They agreed to look at the clothes the next day. Song Yulan didn't expect this to be a happy surprise. If Deng Jiaji really chose their factory's clothes, it would be a huge opportunity for them. Immediately, Song Yulan contacted Wen Fuhua. Wen Fuhua, being a smart businessman, quickly sensed the opportunity. He was glad that he had recently asked his secretary to buy a large batch of the latest fashionable women's clothes from the port city as sample items. On the scheduled day, Deng Jiaji arrived at the factory on time. When Fu Hua had prepared everything well in advance, arranging staff to display and match the clothes neatly. Each piece was carefully organized and pressed. Deng Jiaji looked around at the clothes with some surprise. The clothing factory exceeded her expectations. Many of the styles she had never seen before. No wonder these clothes came from the port city. They were all very fashionable. Deng Jiaji said, I won't be polite then. When Fu Hua warmly welcomed her, We're just afraid Miss Deng might be too polite with us. Deng Jiaji's eyes were sharp. She quickly picked out 4 outfits. Today, she also brought a makeup artist. The makeup artist would do her makeup based on the outfits she chose. She first liked a red shirt and a black skirt. The red shirt looks festive and is perfect for the new year. The black skirt also makes her look more serious and steady. This outfit is the easiest to wear without mistakes. Deng Jiaji plans to wear this outfit for her first appearance on the Spring Festival Gala. She also chose a light yellow long dress. The color of this dress is like new buds in spring, full of life and energy, matching the upcoming beginning of spring. The design of this dress is very creative, especially the waist part. It cleverly shows off Deng Jiaji's slim waist, making her look taller and more graceful. Deng Jiaji turned around in front of the mirror several times, adjusting her pose and admiring the different angles. She liked this dress more and more. She picked out many clothes and only stopped when it got dark, feeling satisfied. Deng Jiaji, thank you for your help today. Song Yulan. You're welcome, Sister Jiaji. If you like our clothes, you can come anytime. Song Yulan knew that advertising in the 1980s was still quite traditional, mainly through newspapers or TV. Public figures like Deng Jiaji have a big influence, especially since she often appears on the highly watched Spring Festival Gala. A famous star wearing their clothes is the best way to promote their brand. Song Yulan, who is a former internet celebrity, understood the business value of star influence very well. After Deng Jiaji and her makeup artist left, when Fuhua's face showed excitement, he said excitedly, "After the 15th day of the Lunar New Year, we will officially start work." Thinking about Deng Jiaji wearing their clothes on the Spring Festival gala stage, he was full of hope. He believed these clothes would become very popular across the country. After thinking for a moment, Song Yulan said, "Can we start a bit earlier? I think we can begin on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year." Hearing this suggestion, the secretary looked uncomfortable. The secretary explained, "Miss Song, the New Year is coming soon and the timing is a bit tight. Our clothing factory's machines are all ready, but right now we have only hired 80 workers, and we previously agreed with the workers that the official start date would be the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. Now, with less than a week before the holiday, asking the workers to return on the 4th day might be difficult to communicate." Song Yulan clearly does not want to give up easily. She decisively said, "We can offer overtime pay. Starting from the 4th day of the Lunar New Year until the 15th, we will pay them triple wages every day." Trends change quickly. The women's clothing industry is especially so. It always stays ahead of fashion and seasons, leading the trend. After the Spring Festival, around March or April, the weather warms up. At this time, people start to take off heavy winter clothes and wear lighter spring outfits. For clothing factories, this is a crucial moment. If they can't seize the opportunity to bring their clothes to market in time, they might miss a good chance and end up helping others sell their products. After all, nowadays, most people lack strong awareness of intellectual property rights. The clothes on Deng Jiaji are not difficult to make. Currently, they are not the only clothing factory around. Whoever can get their products to market first will gain an advantage and earn more profit. They want to launch their clothing brand early and quickly take a share of the market. In the 1980s, entertainment options were limited, and people's ways to relax were simple. Some stayed home watching TV, others went out for a walk. If Song Yulan could decorate her clothing store uniquely and attract the attention of people shopping during the holiday, she believed her clothing brand could rise quickly and establish a firm place in the market. When Fuhua was surprised by Song Yulan's decisiveness, opening the clothing factory early and renovating the store was a big task. Normally, this would be a lot of work, especially close to the new year. At this time, workers and materials are hard to find. All these issues needed Song Yulan to personally coordinate and solve. This was no small project. When Fuhua asked doubtfully, "How many sets of clothes are we planning for Deng Jiaji?" Song Yulan replied, "The more, the better. The current market response is still somewhat delayed compared to the previous life. A piece of clothing can stay popular for many years. The clothes produced by the factory recently will definitely be in high demand." Song Yulan thought for a moment and asked, "Boss Wen, I have some money now. Is the clothing factory open to investment?" Last time, she discussed with Wen Fuhua about having his factory help process clothes for her own brand. This time, after the incident with Deng Jiaji, she has the idea of investing in a clothing factory. The gold she earned in Gangcheng hasn't been cashed out yet, plus the money from Qinyan. She has plenty of funds now. Wen Fuhua certainly wouldn't refuse Song Yulan's proposal, not to mention his relationship with Qinyan. But his investments in Jinghai are not limited to the clothing factory. He also owns a larger electronics factory. Compared to the clothing factory, the electronics factory is his main focus and the biggest part of his investments. Starting an electronics factory is much more complicated than a clothing factory. If Song Yulan can buy shares in the clothing factory for Wen Fuhua, it would be a relief. He wouldn't need to worry too much about the clothing factory. Wen Fuhua also noticed that Song Yulan has a sharp insight into women's fashion. This made him realize her abilities even more. He believes that her investment in the clothing factory will bring positive changes. Song Yulan immediately signed an agreement with Wen Fuhua. This time, she invested 200,000 yuan to buy a 30% stake in the clothing factory. Her planned clothing store is completely separate from the factory. It is entirely under her control, with 100% ownership. Clothing stores with unique styles often need a clear leader to guide the overall direction and style. If too many investors are involved, decision-making can become difficult. After all, everyone has different tastes and preferences in fashion. Once Song Yuelan finalized her plans, she started preparing to work hard. In her previous life, she was very efficient. Since being reborn, she has become even more so. Some things can't be delayed, or problems will arise if they are. When Fuwa's secretary, Wang Jie, received her boss's instructions and immediately took action, she began coordinating with the workers. Only a small number of workers have already gone back to their hometowns for the new year and cannot return in time. The other workers are very interested and eager when they learn they can earn 3 times their usual pay for a day's work. By the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, the holiday is almost over. Most people have finished traditional activities like paying New Year visits, and the remaining time is mainly spent resting and enjoying food and drinks at home. For those workers who can come back to work early, they can earn extra money without losing much of their holiday time. It's a good choice. In the 1980s, the idea of triple pay during holidays was not very common. Earning a month's salary in just 10 days was a rare opportunity that few would refuse. Song Yuelan also contacted the cotton spinning factory. Li Li's aunt, Xia Hua, is a middle manager at a clothing factory. Last time they danced together, Xia Hua even helped them find fabric with colors related to Dunhuang. The cotton spinning factory is a state-owned enterprise, and they only have holidays starting on the 28th day of the lunar month. Xia Hua was happy to hear that Song Yuelan wanted to order so much fabric. Xia Hua is the director of the production workshop at the cotton spinning factory. Recently, the factory has started performance evaluations for middle managers. One important goal is to see who can sell more fabric. This tests their sales skills and also affects their evaluation scores. Although not selling fabric doesn't lead to punishment, those with higher scores are more likely to get promoted. People who bring real benefits to the factory are the backbone of the company. Xia Hua is just over 40 years old and has her own ambitions. In this era, women often need to work harder than men to succeed in the workplace. Xia Hua has a natural stubbornness and never gives up. This helps her stand out among many male leaders and become one of the few female managers in the factory. After the fabric is finished, it cannot be used immediately. It needs a key step, dyeing. The cotton spinning factory has its own dyeing workshop. However, the dyeing workshop usually closes earlier than the spinning workshop before the holiday. Xia Hua took the initiative to coordinate and have a batch of fabric dyed and printed before the new year. Song Yuelan specially bought many gifts to thank the other person. She also went to the store to buy plenty of cigarettes and alcohol for Xia Hua to distribute to the workers in the dyeing workshop. This way, the issue with the first batch of fabric was finally resolved. Next, she began preparing to decorate the clothing store. Zhang Zhong's food factory plans to expand the factory building after the new year. He had already found a professional construction team. If Song Yuelan wanted to renovate the clothing store, she could just hire some local workers from inside. She knew that to motivate the workers to do their best, she needed to give them enough incentives. She promised the construction workers that once the work started, they would earn 3 times their usual wages every day. Moreover, if they finished early, there would be extra rewards. The workers were now very motivated. After confirming the construction team, Song Yuelan planned to finalize the design drawings and the brand name for the clothing store tonight. She didn't even have time to eat dinner and started drawing plans. In her past life, when she was an online influencer, she bought many clothes and often visited clothing stores. Many clothing stores had very distinctive displays. Her goal for her first clothing brand was to be elegant, romantic, and refined. These words covered most age groups of women. So, the store's design also needed to be delicate and natural. Song Yuelan thought about the name of her clothing brand. She considered for a long time, but each name she wrote down was rejected. She turned her head and saw the orchids on the windowsill. An idea came to her. Why not use a flower's name for the brand? But which flower would suit the style of her clothing store better? A flower name appeared in her mind. It was passionate, vibrant, and delicate. It perfectly matched her idea of the brand. She also planned to name the store in English. The English word for rose is rose. It's pretty and easy to remember. This wasn't because Song Yuelan was overly fond of foreign things. At this time, foreign products were quite rare. As the economy developed, most people would look at the brand before buying. In the last few years of her previous life, people became more accepting of domestic brands. Using an English name would help her open up the market more effectively. When Qin Yan arrived home, it was already past 10 at night. He was dressed in a black coat. He strode quickly up to the second floor. Song Yulan was sitting at her desk, drawing and writing. She was so focused that she didn't hear Qin Yan's footsteps. Her long hair fell over her shoulders, slightly curly, clearly just washed. She was wearing one of Qin Yan's shirts, loose-fitting, making her look small and delicate. Qin Yan felt a strange sense of possessiveness. He liked Song Yulan to wear his clothes, so he had given her a few of his shirts to wear at home. Song Yulan seemed to remember something, her eyes shining brightly. She unconsciously bit her lip. Her hand moved faster with the pen. It wasn't until Qin Yan got closer that she noticed him. She looked up happily, Brother Yan. Qin Yan was busy with work and often had to stay late. She was used to it. Qin Yan responded with a simple hum. A tiny meow sounded almost inaudibly. Song Yulan raised an eyebrow. Where's that cat from? The next moment, she saw Qin Yan reach into his black coat pocket and pull out a tiny kitten. Qin Yan said, found it on the way home. Song Yulan's breathing softened involuntarily. She carefully reached out her hand and took the kitten from Qin Yan's hand. It was a very beautiful three-colored kitten, with bright and unique fur. Its fur was wet from the cold night air, messy and pitiful-looking. The little creature was so tiny that its eyes hadn't even opened yet. When Song Yulan's hand touched the kitten, it seemed to feel the warmth and let out a soft meow. The sound was faint but full of life. If Qin Yan hadn't found it on such a cold winter night, it probably would have frozen to death. Song Yulan gently warmed some goat milk, adding a bit of spiritual spring water. She also made a warm nest for the kitten using a shoebox, lining it with thick blankets. The kitten licked the milk clean and curled up happily to sleep. Qin Yan watched her quietly from beside. Song Yulan suddenly noticed a faint smell of alcohol on Qin Yan. Brother Yan, you've been drinking. Qin Yan replied, just 2 glasses. The research institute had started its holiday today, and his teacher had organized a small gathering that evening. Although Qin Yan could handle alcohol well, he was always careful and rarely drank much. He almost never got drunk. When Song Yulan stood up, she noticed a small piece of strawberry cake on the desk. Surprised, she asked, how come there's strawberry cake at this time of year? Qin Yan said calmly, a colleague gave it to me during dinner. Strawberries were one of the earliest off-season fruits in the country. Recently, the agriculture department had been studying winter strawberries, and since they had just ripened, a professor's wife had made strawberry cakes to share with everyone. Qin Yan had taken a piece, thinking Yulan would like it. The small cake was placed in a light pink plastic box. Song Yulan took a spoon and began to eat it slowly. The cake was small, and after a few bites, she scooped up a spoonful and offered it to Qin Yan. He shook his head slightly. He didn't really like the taste of cream. Seeing that he didn't want any, she finished the cake herself. Qin Yan asked, was it good? She nodded. Yes, it was. Qin Yan lowered his head slightly. Let me try. Before she could react, he gently kissed her. The sweet scent of strawberries filled the air, carrying the flavor of the cake she had just eaten. The faint warmth of wine on his breath seemed to pass to her, making her cheeks blush. Her eyes softened, and her face turned red. Then she heard him chuckle quietly. He reached out and held her close. The warmth between them grew, and the room seemed to fill with quiet affection. Qin Yan had never thought of himself as someone easily carried away by emotion, but being close to the person he loved made it hard to stay calm. He looked at her gently, and she felt her heart race. Sometimes, she thought, Qin Yan could be a little unpredictable, but in that moment, she couldn't help but smile. Qin Yan was very happy. He enjoyed eating the strawberry cake very much. Song Yulan went to visit Grandpa Jiang again. Grandpa Jiang was the skilled artisan who helped them make Dunhuang-style hair accessories last time. Her clothing brand is called Rose, and she plans to use a rose as the brand symbol. To help people remember her brand better, Song Yulan asked him to make a rose using plush flower craft. Since real roses are hard to find in winter, she thought of making roses out of plush flowers. When Grandpa Jiang received this task, he was very pleased. Song Yulan ordered him to make 100 plush roses for the first time. He wouldn't need to take any new jobs for 3 months, just focus on making plush flowers. He truly loved this traditional craft from the bottom of his heart. If he could make a living with plush flower skills, more young people would want to learn it. Song Yulan carefully chose a light pink rose brooch. This brooch was made of plush flowers and looked very delicate. If you didn't look carefully, most people would think it was a real flower. She specially sent this brooch to the TV station and gave it to Deng Jiazi. Deng Jiazi looked at the plush rose brooch. The light pink rose was elegant and natural, and it was a small highlight when pinned on the chest. It matched perfectly with her outfit for the Spring Festival Gala. Deng Jiazi was a bit reluctant to part with it. It's so beautiful. She had never met a seller as attentive as Song Yulan. Song Yulan said, "It didn't take much effort. Jiazi's sister just needs to help us promote a bit. Our first clothing store will open on the 16th day of the Lunar New Year." Deng Jiazi replied, "So soon? I'll definitely support you then." Song Yulan said, "Just come by. You can shop for free at our store." Deng Jiazi was polite. "Thank you, Boss Song. I wish you a Happy New Year in advance." A smile appeared on Song Yulan's face. Happy New Year. On the day of the Spring Festival, the weather grew colder. In the morning, snowflakes gently floated down from the sky. Qin Yan woke up early. He kissed Song Yulan, who was sleeping in his arms. She mumbled a few words and then fell back asleep. He moved to the bedroom on the second floor. This room is very large, so even with 2 people living here, it doesn't feel crowded. Compared to Qin Yan's plain and boring room, Song Yulan's room is full of life. On the windowsill, she carefully tends to her orchids. The curtains have been changed to her favorite light pink, adding a warm and soft touch to the space. On the balcony, there is a rocking chair. Although the weather is cold, it is covered with a fluffy blanket, making it feel warm when sitting on it. Casually placed on the blanket is a novel she has been reading halfway through. Next to the rocking chair is a desk, neatly arranged with Qin Yan's work materials. When night falls, he gets tired from working at the desk. Just a slight turn of his head, and he can see Song Yulan's figure, which gives him a deep sense of peace. Qin Yan was 26 when he first experienced romantic feelings, and he tends to be quite passionate. When his mind is tired, his body still has a lot of energy. Sometimes, Song Yulan can't stand it and softly pleads for mercy. But her pleading only makes Qin Yan's mischievous side more active. He almost wishes to swallow her whole. Finally, after making her cry, he begins to softly comfort her. Song Yulan gradually wakes up. She glances outside the window. Is it snowing? Qin Yan. Yes, she looks a bit anxious. What time is it now? Today, they need to go to her grandmother's house for the new year. There are always many things to do on New Year's Day, so they should go early to help. Qin Yan checks the time. It's just 7 o'clock, no rush. Song Yulan starts to get dressed. She stands in front of the mirror, touching her neck. She is a little annoyed. I told you not to bite. Her skin is fair, and the pink marks on her neck are very noticeable. Qin Yan looks down, feeling a bit innocent. Next time I won't do it. Song Yulan mumbles softly. You said that last time too. Qin Yan, I swear, because her neck is a sensitive spot for her. Just a small bite, and she almost turns into water. This year's New Year's Eve dinner is jointly prepared by Song Yulan and her third aunt. The two stand in front of a stove, busy and lively, with the kitchen filled with delicious aromas. Uncle Three and Qin Yan were helping nearby, washing vegetables, chopping, and passing condiments, working very smoothly together. The twin children, Huan and Lele, ran back and forth between the kitchen and the yard. Sometimes they helped the adults carry things, and other times they played in the yard. Qin Yan was not willing to be left out. He followed them, playing and joking in the snow. The snow in the yard was already piled up thick, like a soft cotton blanket. Huan, Lele, and Qin Yan ran and jumped happily in the snow. They often grabbed handfuls of snow, kneaded them into snowballs, and threw them at each other. The children's laughter echoed in the yard, adding warmth to this cold winter day. Qin Yan was having so much fun that he suddenly slipped, plop, and fell flat on the snow. He was first stunned, then burst out laughing. His laughter spread through the yard, attracting even the adults who were cooking. Seeing Qin Yan fall, the old lady standing under the eaves smiled happily, her wrinkles relaxing. She cheerfully called out, "Walk slowly, don't fall." Uncle 3 secretly reached into a plate to take a piece of braised beef to satisfy his craving. But in the next moment, his hand was tapped by Aunt 3. Uncle 3 helplessly explained, "I just think this meat looks so good." The braised beef was prepared early in the morning. It was specially chilled outside in the yard for a while. The sliced beef shows translucent tendons. Just looking at it makes your mouth water. Song Yuelon started preparing the last dish for the New Year's Eve dinner. She blanched the pork belly, then cooked it with spices until about 70 or 80% done. Once the pork belly was nearly cooked, she poked tiny holes with a toothpick to let the seasoning soak in. Then she fried the pork belly in oil. In the 1980s, people rarely ate fried foods in daily life. The aroma wafted through the entire yard. Huan and Lele stopped and said in unison, "It smells so good." Qin Yan couldn't help but swallow. The twins pulled their cousin and ran toward the kitchen, saying, "Let's go see what delicious food Sister Yuelon is making." Hearing the children's calls, Aunt 3 looked back and saw the 3 little ones standing neatly at the kitchen door, peeking inside to watch what was happening in the kitchen. She smiled as she served each child a slice of freshly cut braised beef. "Auntie San, here, try this dish." The beef was thinly sliced but had a bit of chewiness, and it was not dry at all. The children all said together, "It's delicious, Auntie San." Later, Sister Yuelon's braised pork with preserved vegetables will be even better. She was from the north and had never tried that dish before. But Yuelon said this dish is especially good to eat during the new year. So she bought dried, preserved vegetables from the supply store early. Fried pork belly soaked in cold water makes it easier to get a crispy skin. Yuelon cut the pork belly into pieces about the width of a finger and neatly placed them in a small basin. Finally, she put the dried, preserved vegetables on top of the pork and steamed it. As time passed, the whole kitchen was filled with the aroma of preserved vegetables. Everyone inside the house secretly swallowed their saliva. Yuelon opened the steamer and looked inside. "It's ready." The twins and Qin Yan couldn't help but cheer. Finally, it was time to eat. The elderly lady smiled happily as she sat at the main seat. She looked at her family members around her. Since her eldest son passed away, the house hadn't been this lively in a long time. Qin Yanqing had his own family now and had found a capable daughter-in-law. She felt more at ease and could face her husband and eldest son with pride when she went to the afterlife. The elderly lady smiled and said, "Let's start the meal." This year's New Year's dinner was especially abundant. 12 dishes filled the table completely. Everyone naturally reached for the braised pork with preserved vegetables first. The meat was very tasty. This dish was both fried and steamed, and just thinking about it made it sound delicious. The amber-colored crispy pork skin slightly trembled when lifted. Biting into it, the meat was tender and flavorful, with the aroma of preserved vegetables filling the mouth. Although there was fat on top, it didn't feel greasy at all. Everyone unanimously gave this dish the highest praise. "It's truly delicious." After the New Year's dinner, everyone sat around watching the Spring Festival Gala on TV. As the music started playing, Deng Jiazi, the first host to go on stage, gracefully stepped onto the platform. She wore a bright red blouse, with a simple and elegant pink rose pinned to her chest, adding a touch of freshness and softness to her overall look. Her appearance lit up the entire stage, and all the viewers across the country focused on her at the same time. Deng Jiazi has a face that looks peaceful and happy. Every smile and frown she makes leaves a deep impression. Third and side, this red shirt really brings out her good looks. She looks so nice in this red shirt. The red shirt is a bit darker, with a wine red tone. Deng Jiazi also has bright red lipstick, making her look even more eye-catching. Third uncle said, "Maybe you should wait until spring to buy one too." Such conversations were not only happening in the Song family but were common in many households. After the Spring Festival Gala aired, Deng Jiaji's red shirt quickly became a hot topic. Deng Jiaji's clothes became very popular. Song Yuelan had expected this. But the level of popularity surprised her. Not only did her red shirt become popular, but Deng Jiaji's light yellow dress also gained fame. The clothing factory just started working, and smart business people came to buy stock. Now, the factory doesn't need to look for orders outside. Every day, many people come to buy clothes. Some people pay first and come back a few days later to pick up their orders. Song Yuelan ordered 3 versions of the red shirt, low, middle, and high quality, to suit different customers. The low-quality red shirt sells for 5 yuan each. The middle-quality one sells for 15 yuan. The high-quality red shirt sells for 20 yuan. Different prices mean different quality. Right now, the factory mainly produces these 2 types of clothes. They work at full speed and keep hiring workers. Song Yuelan increased the basic wages and added bonuses based on the number of pieces made. This motivated the workers a lot. Jinghai is a big city. A regular employee at a state-owned company earns about 100 yuan a month. The factory pays about 80 yuan as basic wages. Workers earn an extra 0.3 yuan for each shirt they make. Don't underestimate this small amount. Skilled workers can make 5 or 6 shirts a day. That means they can earn an extra 1.5 to 2 yuan daily. In a month, they can earn an extra 50 to 60 yuan, which is about a third of their salary. Although the clothing factory just opened, the place is busy and lively everywhere. Song Yuelan is very clear about the target market for Rose clothing store, which is middle to high-end consumers. In the 1980s, the country's economy was not evenly developed. Some poor areas people might only earn a few dozen yuan a month. In big cities like Jinghai, thousands of yuan households are born every day. So, Jinghai doesn't lack wealthy people, but it lacks shopping malls that can meet their shopping needs. Rose was opened specifically for these people. The construction team finished decorating the store 4 or 5 days early. Song Yuelan happily paid the construction team. She hired 6 young girls as employees. These girls were recommended by Zhou Gang and Zhang Zhong. The store was officially opening on the 16th day of the lunar month, and during these days, Song Yuelan gave simple training to the 6 employees. Sales is a special skill, especially in the clothing industry. The attitude of salespeople can decide whether the store succeeds or fails. Therefore, she emphasized the importance of good service attitude and taught some basic sales skills and communication methods. Rose clothing stores' prices range from 100 to 500 yuan. People who buy these clothes are definitely not short of money. Currently, state-run stores still dominate, and most salespeople are government employees. These staff often treat customers indifferently. Song Yuelan knew the shortcomings of these stores. Rose's sales attitude must be better than theirs. In modern terms, it means providing enough emotional value. Only then will customers be willing to buy. Rose is located on the street where the steamed bun shop is. Because Song Yuelan sped up the store opening plan. During the new year, the store's location was hard to find. She could only choose that street. That street is full of Qinyan shops, so opening a store there was easy to do. Between the steamed bun shop and the clothing store, there are about 10 shops in between. They don't interfere with each other. Rose officially opened on the 16th day of the lunar month, but it started trial operation on the 13th day. Although she trained the staff, some things can only be learned through practice. It is still important to focus on practical work. On the morning of the 13th day of the Lunar New Year, she arrived at the shop. The 6 employees also came to the shop. Rose follows a mid to high-end style. The shop is quite large, not only spacious and bright but also well-organized, providing a comfortable shopping experience. Song Yuelan combined 3 separate shops into one connected and open space. From a distance, people's eyes are easily drawn to her yellow signboard. The sign is simple yet elegant, with the word Rose written in fancy English letters and a beautiful pink rose drawing next to it. The color combination is soft yet eye-catching, giving a very classy impression from outside. During the renovation, this shop attracted a lot of attention from nearby people. It is rare to see a shop still being decorated during the New Year holiday. When people saw the mannequins in the large display window, they suddenly realized it was a clothing store. Song Yulan placed the red shirt and yellow dress worn by Deng Jiaji in the window. Anyone passing by could see these two outfits from afar. When the shop first opened, the first customers arrived. They were local residents. They saw the shop being decorated early and, upon realizing it was a clothing store, quickly gathered to browse. 5 or 6 women entered together. Song Yulan smiled and said, "Welcome to Rose. Feel free to look around. Take your time, and you can try on anything you like." These 5 or 6 women were professional women around 30 years old. Some shops reveal their price range just from the outside. Rose's design and decor clearly show it is not a cheap store. People sensitive to prices usually wouldn't come in. These women, in their 30s, usually earn over 100 yuan a month, so they felt confident walking into the store. But even so, Rose's prices surprised them. For example, Deng Jiaji's red shirt costs 128 yuan. That's more than 20 yuan over their monthly salary. Yes, it's quite expensive. One person couldn't help but say, "This outfit looks great, but isn't the price?" Song Yulan stepped forward. "You're very observant. This is the same style of red shirt as Deng Jiaji's. She wears clothes from our Rose brand. This one is exactly the same as the original that she has." A lady asked, "The original?" Song Yulan nodded. "Yes, not a copy, but the real original." Wearing the same style as a big star suddenly made the price seem less expensive. She smiled and said, "We also have a matching brooch for her." She picked up a carefully crafted rose-shaped brooch made from plush flowers on the display stand. While many popular clothes on the market have copies, this plush rose brooch cannot be easily copied. Its special craftsmanship makes imitation almost impossible. That's why Song Yulan chose this rose brooch to give to Deng Jiaji. She saw its uniqueness and difficulty to replicate. Such a special detail would become a memorable point for the brand, leaving a deep impression on customers. Sure enough, when one person took the rose brooch from Song Yulan's hand, she exclaimed, "Wow, it looks exactly like the one on TV. Every petal is so lifelike, as if just picked from a garden. Even when holding it close and examining carefully, it's hard to find any flaws." Song Yulan said, "The rose brooch is now on sale for 38. It's cheaper than the clothes, but still a bit expensive." However, Song Yulan doesn't plan to lower the price. This traditional handmade item is worth the price. She explained carefully, "This rose brooch is made using plush flower technique, which was historically used to tribute to royalty." Her detailed explanation made everyone dizzy. Compared to clothes costing over 100 yuan, this brooch at 30-something yuan doesn't seem expensive anymore. When leaving the shop, 4 or 5 people mostly bought the red shirts. Those who hesitated about buying the shirts also decided to buy the rose brooch. Of course, some people didn't buy anything, but Song Yulan kept smiling warmly throughout. She watched the customers leave. A store clerk curiously approached and asked, "Boss, is this how we should serve customers?" This was different from what they had imagined. She originally thought that as long as they didn't show anger or frustration, that would be enough. But just now, the boss demonstrated something else. It was more than just not showing anger. It was about how to speak and serve customers with complete humility and respect. Song Yulan knew their ideas were changing quickly. In the clothing industry, especially among young women, this is common. Not just in the 1980s, but even before the internet was widespread, many clothing store owners operated based on their mood. Back in her university days, Song Yulan had gone shopping with classmates and encountered similar stores. It even made her classmates upset enough to cry. Song Yulan didn't want Rose to become a brand that would disappear after a few years. She wanted Rose to develop and last long. So, she was determined to improve the store's sales attitude. She remembered a supermarket from her past where, despite selling the same products as others, customers kept coming back. The way the staff served customers played a big role in that. Song Yulan said, "Your monthly salary is 150 yuan plus a 5% commission. This salary was higher than 80% of ordinary workers in Jinghai. To motivate employees, the most direct way was money. They didn't need to talk about ideals or feelings." Having worked herself, Song Yuelan knew what employees needed most. When the pay is right, everything else falls into place. Although Rose had been open for less than a month, it had already gained recognition in Jinghai, especially among wealthier groups. Rose's pricing matched their desire for fashionable items, making them very interested. Even some ordinary workers would grit their teeth and spend over a month's salary to buy a genuine red shirt. This shows how popular Rose's products are in the market. Song Yuelan quickly found Deng Jiaji again and signed a spokesperson contract with her. Deng Jiaji didn't expect that the two outfits she wore would become so popular. What made her even happier was that Song Yuelan took the initiative to come to her and sign an endorsement contract. The contract offered very good benefits, with a year's endorsement fee of up to 20,000 yuan. For Deng Jiaji, this was definitely a very satisfying amount. Moreover, she found working with Song Yuelan to be very pleasant. Song Yuelan was generous and sincere when it came to financial dealings. Deng Jiaji successfully endorsed Rose's brand and proactively suggested hiring a familiar photographer to take some photos. She also knew an editor from Jinghai Fashion magazine. Publishing these photos would help increase Rose's brand recognition and influence. Song Yuelan naturally agreed and even spent money to have Deng Jiaji wear Rose clothes on the magazine cover. Now, fashionable women in Jinghai are starting to talk about Rose. After school started, Song Yuelan's life became much busier and more hectic. Every day, she had a full schedule of classes to attend. She could only rush to her shop during her free afternoons. Qin Yan, along with two research assistants, Xian Hai and Chen Rong, was about to graduate this summer. Their experiments were progressing well, and they had completed most of their work, leaving only the writing of their papers. Qin Yan had an important physics experiment project that required his full attention. To focus on this project, he applied to the school to pause his teaching duties. This project was very important to him. It not only related to his personal academic achievements, but could also have a significant impact on the field of physics. Therefore, he had to dedicate himself completely and could not afford to slack off. Qin Yan devoted himself fully to the project and had been rarely seen at Jinghai University lately. Song Yuelan was used to this. She understood that as a family member of a researcher, she needed to support and understand her husband at all times. When she first fell in love with Qin Yan, she was already mentally prepared for this. She knew that Qin Yan's work required him to be busy often and might even cause him to overlook some details of daily life. But she was willing to support him silently. Qin Yan was not just a man obsessed with love. She knew the other person's abilities. Qin Yan should use her skills to contribute to the country. These days, she could see Qin Yan doing simulated experiments in her space every day. Although she couldn't understand these experiments, she knew they were very important. Every day, she would prepare dinner for Qin Yan when she got home. This was also the only time they talked each day. Song Yuelan had no classes this afternoon and planned to buy some groceries and cook at home. At this moment, she ran into a store clerk from Rose's shop, rushing over. The clerk hurriedly said, "Boss, something's wrong. There's a fight in the store. Please come and see." Song Yuelan's heart tightened, and she quickly asked, "A fight? What happened?" The clerk explained hurriedly. "Today, a customer came into the store who was very difficult to please. Jinjin tried on 30 outfits with her, but she was never satisfied. Finally, Jinjin got a bit impatient and said, 'If you can't afford it, don't come.' Hearing this, the customer got angry right away. Without a word, she slapped Jinjin twice. Then they started fighting in the store. All the customers in the shop stayed and watched the scene unfold. The store manager couldn't separate them either. There was no choice but to rush over to Song Yuelan for help. "Let's go and see what's going on." Song Yuelan didn't hesitate and walked quickly with her toward the clothing store. Before she even reached the store entrance, many people had gathered. Jinjin was sitting on the ground, her face flushed with anger. Next to her was a dark, chubby woman cursing loudly. Standing nearby was a familiar person, Yang Xiaohong, Song Yuelan's roommate. The woman shouting was Yang Xiaohong's cousin, Dong Feifei. Since giving birth to her husband's son earlier this year, Dong Feifei had been acting arrogantly at home. She forced her husband, Huolei, to hand over all the family money. Horley was an honest man. Although he had an affair with Dong Feifei after drinking, he believed men should take responsibility. So he married her. When Dong Feifei was pregnant, he tried to avoid trouble as much as possible. But her arrogance only grew stronger. She heard that Jinghai had opened a clothing store, so she pulled Yang Xiaohong to come shopping. But when she saw the store, she immediately ran into Jinjin, who was childhood friends with Horley. Before she married Horley, she saw Jinjin as a rival. Now, meeting Jinjin in the clothing store, she was determined to cause trouble. Jinjin had known Horley since they were children, but one day Horley told her that he had been unfaithful after drinking and had a relationship with someone else. He wanted to take responsibility as a man. Jinjin painfully separated from him. She stayed home resting for more than half a year, gradually moving on from that relationship. But she didn't expect to meet Dong Feifei here. She tried her best to be polite to her, but Dong Feifei kept making things difficult. She couldn't hold back and said, "If you can't afford it, don't buy it." Jinjin, unable to bear it, blurted out, "If you can't afford it, then don't buy it." This clearly angered Dong Feifei. She immediately seized Jinjin's mistake, without hesitation, raised her hand, and slapped her hard. That slap was like a spark, instantly igniting the conflict between them. Jinjin was stunned by the hit, but soon she recovered and started fighting with Dong Feifei. The commotion was quite loud, with many customers shopping and some passers-by stopping to watch. Seeing this, Dong Feifei started crying and shouting, demanding an explanation. At that moment, a staff member suddenly said, "Boss Song has arrived." Before the words finished, the crowd automatically parted to make way. Yang Xiaohong was there just to pass the time and watch the scene. She had always looked down on her cousin Dong Feifei because she knew some things others didn't. About Dong Feifei's husband, Horley. Yang Xiaohong knew very well that it wasn't just a random incident caused by drinking. In fact, Dong Feifei had drugged Horley, making him have a relationship with her. Otherwise, how could Dong Feifei find such a young and capable military officer husband? Standing among the crowd, Yang Xiaohong was just watching the show, thinking about these things. Suddenly, she heard someone nearby say, "Boss Song has arrived." She instinctively turned her head to see who this Boss Song was. When her eyes landed on the person, she was instantly stunned. She looked at the person who just entered the store with a face full of disbelief, staring intently. Song Yuelon. Song Yuelon was the person Yang Xiaohong hated the most at school, without exception. But now, the person she hated the most was actually the owner of this high-end clothing store? How could that be? Yang Xiaohong kept thinking of different ideas. She felt something was wrong. Maybe she had heard incorrectly. After all, the decor and displays in this rose clothing store looked very luxurious. The price of any single piece of clothing here could probably cover her parents' monthly salary. Isn't Song Yuelon just a girl from the countryside? How could she have so much money? How could the owner of such a store be Song Yuelon? But the actions of the store staff confirmed that Song Yuelon was indeed the owner. On her way here, Song Yuelon had already learned the general situation from the staff. She calmly walked up to Dong Feifei and politely said, "Hello, I am the owner of Rose." Dong Feifei, seeing this, crossed her arms and responded arrogantly, "Your employee actually insulted me. How do you plan to handle this?" She looked at the polite young girl, secretly feeling pleased. She thought Song Yuelon was easy to bully. Today, she definitely wanted to make Jinjin lose her job. She had been holding back her anger. Today, she finally found an opportunity and wouldn't let Jinjin go easily. Jinjin was sitting nearby, with scratches from fingernails and obvious handprints on her face, clearly just hit by Dong Feifei. Hearing this, Jinjin's heart sank. She was sure her boss wouldn't let her stay in the store anymore. After all, who would want to keep an employee who caused trouble? Jinjin felt regretful. She really liked this job, the boss had always been kind to them, and the salary was good. She blamed herself for being impulsive just now. But now, no matter what she said, it was already too late. Song Yuelon slightly smiled, showing a faint smile, and softly said, "Calling it insulting you? That's not quite right." She just casually said, "If you can't afford it, don't buy it." Upon hearing this, Dong Feifei's originally raised eyebrows instantly shot up. She looked like a cat that had been stepped on its tail and angrily shouted, "What do you mean by that?" Song Yuelan calmly explained, "We run a clothing store, so of course we need to open for business. No matter who walks into the shop, they are our customers." After hearing this, Dong Feifei's expression softened slightly, but she still crossed her arms and muttered unhappily, "Humph, at least that sounds like a reasonable thing to say." Seeing her reaction, Song Yuelan quickly took the opportunity to say, "Therefore, on behalf of our Rose clothing store, I sincerely apologize." Before Dong Feifei could respond, Song Yuelan suddenly changed her tone. Her voice became serious. "However, our store is definitely not a place where people can casually hit others," she continued. "You just hit one of my employees, and this matter cannot be taken lightly." Dong Feifei was startled and panicked, shouting, "What do you mean? Are you trying to bully customers just because your store is big?" Her voice was sharp and high-pitched, making the entrance of the clothing store sound particularly harsh. This drew more and more onlookers, all curious about what was happening. Song Yuelan completely ignored her unreasonable behavior. She raised her voice. "Everyone, please bear witness. Our staff may have spoken improperly, and I sincerely apologize for that." She paused briefly before continuing, "But hitting someone is absolutely unacceptable. We must protect our staff's rights." Her gaze was firm and confident. She looked around, making eye contact with the crowd. She continued, "Rose has been open for some time now. Everyone has seen for themselves. We treat every customer with respect and sincerity." The people around nodded in agreement, showing they supported what Song Yuelan said. Indeed, Rose is a high-end clothing store. Not only do we offer high-quality clothes, but our service attitude is also highly praised. Compared to state-run clothing stores, Rose's service can be described as like a gentle spring breeze. Customers here can truly feel cared for and respected. Song Yuelan, "We don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. If someone deliberately bullies our staff, we can't just stay silent." At this moment, someone who watched the whole argument couldn't help but explain to others, "This woman is also quite unreasonable. The staff tried on 20 or 30 outfits with her and she wasn't satisfied with any. The staff just said, 'If you can't afford it, don't buy it.' People listening were surprised and said, 'Really? That's too much.'" Exactly. In other stores, the staff would have already asked her to leave. Another person agreed, "I think Rose's clothing store is already pretty good. The last time I shopped there, I felt their service was very nice. And they have many styles and the quality is quite good too. Yeah, I am quite satisfied." Someone else said, "If you're not happy with Rose's service, then you must be very hard to please. Fairness is in everyone's heart," just as Song Yuelan said. "If a staff member speaks rudely, you can find another way to solve it. It's wrong to resort to violence." When Yang Xiaohong heard that Song Yuelan called the police, she suddenly felt nervous. If her cousin really gets taken to the police station, her own reputation will also suffer. She quickly stepped forward, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. "Yuelan, everyone knows each other. Let's just forget about this." Yang Xiaohong smiled politely and said. Song Yuelan turned to look at Yang Xiaohong with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is this?" Yang Xiaohong hurriedly explained, "This is my cousin." Only then did Song Yuelan realize and nod. "Oh, so she's your cousin." Seeing this, Yang Xiaohong quickly took the opportunity to say, Yes. We're friends. Why make things so tense?" But Song Yuelan looked at Yang Xiaohong with a half-smile and asked, "Friends?
Who are you friends with?"
Yang Xiaohong was caught off guard by Song Yuelan's words and was a bit stunned. She didn't expect Song Yuelan to be so disrespectful.
Yang Xiaohong awkwardly smiled.
She continued, "We are all roommates in the same dorm. There's no need to make things so tense." Song Yuelan slightly smiled with a hint of sarcasm. "So, are you willing to pay for this guest?" Yang Xiaohong was stunned immediately. She never expected Song Yuelan to suddenly make such a request. Paying for Dong Feifei's mistake was simply unbelievable. Her face turned bright red instantly, and she stammered without saying a word. At this moment, the police arrived. For ordinary civil disputes, It's best to handle them at the police station. Dong Feifei looked anxious. She turned to Yang Xiaohong and said, Xiaohong, go find your brother-in-law. Her boyfriend is a soldier, and he would definitely have a way to handle this. The group went into the police station, where such disputes are usually resolved quickly. Dong Feifei was the one who started the fight, so she should apologize. But she couldn't swallow her pride and refused to apologize. The police officer in charge said helplessly, if you refuse to apologize and compensate, you'll be detained for 7 days. Dong Feifei was even more unwilling to be detained. Jinjin looked at Song Yuelan with some guilt. She didn't expect her boss to speak up for her. Tears in her eyes, she said, sorry, boss. I caused trouble for you. I will resign tomorrow. She felt guilty for causing such a scene. Song Yuelan shook her head. Why resign? Jinjin's words were a bit inappropriate, but Dong Feifei also came with bad intentions. Running a business, you meet all kinds of people. Song Yuelan wouldn't let her employees suffer in silence. She said, everyone makes mistakes. If we did something wrong, we apologize to the customer. But if the other side is unreasonable, we can't just give in. A few days ago, she trained her employees to treat customers like royalty and provide emotional value. Jinjin might have misunderstood a bit. Song Yuelan noticed Jinjin's emotional change. She gently reached out and wiped away Jinjin's tears. Jinjin sniffed and, with a slightly trembling voice, said, Boss, she originally wanted this matter to pass quietly, but Song Yuelan not only called the police. Standing behind her, he told her not to give in easily. Song Yuelan gently patted Jinjin's back. She comforted her, saying, don't be afraid. I am here with you. If she refuses to apologize, we will let Dong Feifei stay for 2 days so she can think about her mistake. At that moment, footsteps sounded in the corridor. Jinjin looked up. It was her childhood friend, Huolei, who is now Dong Feifei's husband. When their eyes met, he softly said, Jinjin. But Jinjin quickly looked away, as if pricked by a needle, unwilling to look at him. Huolei hesitated for a moment, but then continued, Jinjin, I am here on behalf of Feifei to apologize to you. Please forgive her. Our baby just came home from the hospital and still needs milk. Huolei's voice was strained, showing his regret. He felt sorry for Jinjin. He hated himself all the time for what happened that day when he lost control after drinking. He was not a good man, hurting the one he loved. Jinjin bit her lip tightly, feeling a wave of sadness. She never thought Huolei would appear before her in this way, nor that he would say such things. Even though she knew deep down that there could be no future between them anymore. But when her former lover asked for forgiveness, she felt a little soft. Jinjin sighed, I understand, Brother Hua. Huolei's heart trembled at her words. He quickly took out 200 yuan from his pocket and awkwardly handed it to Jinjin. He said, Jinjin, please take this. It's a small token of my apology. I am sorry for what I did to you. Seeing the scar on Jinjin's face, he felt very upset. Jinjin shook her head. Forget it. She no longer wanted any connection with Huolei or Dong Feifei. Jinjin looked at Song Yuelan and said, Boss, let's forget it. We are leaving. Song Yuelan noticed that there seemed to be some connection between Jinjin and Huolei. She listened to Jinjin and didn't want to go against her wishes. Song Yuelan nodded. All right, let's go back. Huolei watched their figures as they left. He stood there stunned for a moment, then slowly turned and walked toward Dong Feifei. They walked silently on the way back. Song Yuelan turned her head and saw Jinjin crying like rain. Song Yuelan. Jinjin you. Jinjin finally covered her face and cried out, Boss, I really feel so helpless. In the past half year, it seemed like she had moved on, but inside she still felt uneasy. She and Huolei grew up together. She never expected him to be like that. Huolei drank too much and acted impulsively, having a child with Dong Feifei. She kept this inside her, feeling almost overwhelmed. Seeing him again today, her heart finally couldn't hold back anymore. Song Yuelan pulled Jinjin to sit on a stone by the roadside. Song Yuelan. It hurts. Crying might make you feel better. She couldn't do much, but she could be a good listener. Jinjin cried as she told her about her relationship with Huolei. Jinjin. I kept telling myself not to think about him, but I realize I can't do that. I love him, but I also hate him. So many years of feelings can change in an instant. Song Yuelan looked thoughtful. Are you saying Huolei had an affair with Dong Feifei after drinking? Jinjin nodded. We were about to get married. Huolei had always been seen as a reliable and responsible man in everyone's eyes. If he hadn't told her, she wouldn't have believed it. Song Yuelan remembered Qin Yen being drugged by Han Huaiqiao before. She thought for a moment. Could it be that Huolei wasn't willing? I heard there's a kind of medicine that makes people act involuntarily. Jinjin was surprised. There's such a medicine? She knew that everything Luo Lei did was for that child. Jinjin sighed softly. Maybe we are just destined to be apart. Her words showed a sense of acceptance, as if she had already come to terms with this harsh reality. Song Yuelan saw this and felt a bit anxious. She quickly said, But Jinjin, if Luo Lei was truly framed, don't you think you should tell him the truth? Song Yuelan continued, If he doesn't love Dong Feifei but still plans to spend his life with her, that would be really sad. She urged, when you both are in your 70s or 80s, and he suddenly finds out the truth, will you regret not telling him? Her words were like a sharp sword, piercing Jinjin's heart.
Jinjin's face slightly changed.
She bit her lip and said, I don't know. Her voice was a little shaky. Song Yuelan sighed. Jinjin, we only live one life. If Luo Lei was really drugged, he deserves to know the truth. You can't make the decision for him. You should tell him this possibility and let him decide for himself. Whether Luo Lei investigates or not, it will give you both an answer. In her past life, Song Yuelan often felt anxious watching TV shows because of certain scenes. Especially when she saw two people who loved each other but kept silent, missing their chance, she would get very angry and stomp her feet. This kind of situation usually lasted until they were old, with gray hair, and only then would they regret and reveal the truth. Whenever she saw such scenes, Song Yuelan couldn't help but worry for the characters. She would secretly curse in her mind, Why can't you be brave and say how you feel if you love each other? Even if lovers love each other deeply, they can't be like worms in a stomach. Understanding each other's thoughts completely is impossible. If you don't speak, how will he know what you're thinking? Song Yuelan always believed that life is short, and some things should be cherished. If you truly like someone, you should try your best to pursue them. Even if you don't succeed, at least you won't have regrets. Jinjin worriedly said, But the child. Song Yuelan immediately interrupted her. So, what if there's a child? A child isn't everything in life, she continued. If Dong Feifei really caused this trouble, then we can only say that the child is unlucky to have such an irresponsible mother. Having said this, Song Yuelan couldn't make decisions for others' lives. She stood up and said, I'll give you half a day off this afternoon. Think it over carefully. No matter what decision you make, just don't regret it. Song Yuelan's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Although only a small ripple appeared on the surface, it stirred up many waves deep inside, with far-reaching and profound effects. Jinjin looked serious and said, Boss, no matter what, I thank you. After dealing with Jinjin's matter, Song Yuelan went to a nearby vegetable market. Today, the crucian carp was especially fresh. Song Yuelan bought 2 large ones, planning to go home and make soup. Qin Yen had been very busy these days, either at the research institute or doing experiments in the space. She was busier than last year. Although she had spiritual spring water, she still wanted to cook something nice for Qin Yen to help her recover. Song Yuelan bought a lot of vegetables and was about to leave. At that moment, she heard someone call behind her, Comrade Song Yuelan. She turned around and saw a woman in her 50s walking quickly over. As she approached, Song Yuelan recognized her as Han Huaiqiao's mother. A couple of months ago, Song Yuelan had met her once. At that time, Han Huaiqiao was in the detention center, insisting on seeing her once before she would speak. Han Huaiqiao's parents came to see her. Plus, the police also told her about the situation, so she went to see Han Huaiqiao once. She didn't pay much attention to what happened afterward. But in 2 or 3 months, Han Huaiqiao's mother looked much older, with half her hair turned white. It seemed she had been busy worrying about Han Huaiqiao. Han Huichao's mother smiled and said, "Comrade Yuelon, I thought I had recognized the wrong person just now." Her voice was hoarse as she said, "Thank you for visiting Huichao that time." She told the police everything. The police said she provided a lot of evidence and had made some contributions. Her father acted as her defense lawyer. Her father said she might get up to 10 years in prison. If Han Huichao refuses to talk, she could face life imprisonment or even the death penalty. This is a time of strict nationwide crackdowns. Refusing to cooperate is very serious. Han's parents are very grateful to Song Yuelon. They visited Han Huichao in detention and learned from their daughter. Han Huichao often caused trouble for Song Yuelon at school. She didn't expect Song Yuelon to visit her or to say such kind words. The guards often daydreamed during their shifts. Han Huichao thought a lot while inside. She gradually understood some things. In the detention center, she met other women who had broken the law and were imprisoned. One girl was only 18, younger than her. She was in jail for taking the blame for someone else. The police repeatedly urged her to reveal her accomplices, but she refused, insisting it was only her fault. No one could help her. Finally, the court's verdict was announced. The 18-year-old girl was sentenced to death. On the day she was about to be executed, she told the police she wanted to talk to someone her age. Han Huichao went to visit her. The police specifically told Han that if she changed her mind, she could request a review. That night, Han listened as the girl told her story. The girl didn't even have a proper name, only called Second Girl. Second Girl had grown up without her parents' love, raised by many different families. When she was about 16 or 17, her father sold her to a crippled man to be his wife. They beat her, so she ran away. Later, she met a man who treated her very well, buying her food and clothes, speaking kindly. Second Girl smiled happily and said, "No one has ever been so kind to me. I want to thank him." That man had committed a crime, but he brought her to the scene. She knew it was wrong, but she wasn't afraid. After escaping from the house, she planned to jump into the river. If that man hadn't saved her, she would have died. Arya hugged her knees and muttered, "I guess I am repaying kindness." Han Huichao couldn't listen anymore. She became very emotional and said, "Are you stupid? He treats you well only to use you. This kindness is fake." Arya didn't care. "Even if it's fake, I don't mind." Han Huichao was deeply disappointed. "Why would you risk your life for that man?" After saying this, Han Huichao suddenly remembered what Song Yuelon had told her. Even if Qin Yan is very good, he's not worth risking your life for. Han Huichao couldn't help but cry. She was crying not only for herself but also for Arya. Her tears were very sad. "Why are you so foolish, giving up yourself for someone who doesn't deserve it?" Her tears soaked her clothes. Arya touched Han Huichao's face. "No one has ever cried for me. If I die and someone cries for me, at least I won't have lived in vain." Han Huichao sobbed loudly, almost crying with all her strength. She cried out loud, pouring all her tears out. Han Huichao, don't die, Arya. As long as you're alive, there's hope. Go tell the police. There is still a chance. We shouldn't give up our lives. No one is worth you giving up your life." Arya shook her head. "No, I think there's nothing in this world I care about anymore. Next life, I won't be human. Being human is too hard." Han Huichao tightly held Arya's hand. "There is no next life. We only live this one." Arya silently looked at Han Huichao, her eyes showing confusion and despair. Han Huichao continued, "Arya, don't do something stupid. You already said so." Arya's lips moved as if she wanted to say something but finally didn't make a sound. Han Huichao wiped her tears and said, "Look at me. I used to be someone others admired, but I didn't cherish it. I was blinded by a man. But someone told me, it's not worth it." She looked up at Arya and said, "Your life should not be sacrificed for anyone. Even if that man treats you well, you can't repay him with your life. Do you know how death row prisoners are executed?" Han Huichao didn't wait for Arya to answer. She continued on her own. "The armed police will hold a gun and point it directly at your heart." Han Huichao made a sound like a gunshot with her lips. In the quiet of the deep night, this sound startled both her and Arya. "Bullets will pass through your heart, and you'll feel a strong shock immediately, as if your whole body is being torn apart. Han Huiqiao's voice was cold and clear. Forensic doctors will examine your body carefully, checking every part to confirm your death. She kept speaking, each word hitting Arya like a heavy hammer. By then, you'll never see the sun again. You won't feel the air moving or the temperature changing, and you won't even sense the existence of the world anymore. Her words were like a sharp blade, ruthlessly breaking through Arya's last mental defenses. Arya's face turned pale as paper. Her lips trembled slightly, but she couldn't say a word. Seeing this, Han Huiqiao's lips curled into a faint, almost unnoticed smile. My father is a law professor. He's handled many cases and has seen many people like you. She suddenly changed the subject, her tone becoming a little gentler. Do you know? She paused briefly.
Blankly, silent.
Many death row inmates tell my father something before they die. Arya finally couldn't hold back. She asked tremblingly, What do they say? Han Huiqiao's eyes fixed on Arya. She slowly said, They say they regret it. If they had another chance, they wouldn't have committed the crime. Her eyes showed a hint of confusion, as if lost in a fog of time. These stories were things her father had told her during her school days. Back then, she was full of hope for the future. She also once dreamed of becoming a kind and honest person. Time passed, and now she realized she had made such serious mistakes. Fortunately, she still had a chance to correct her mistake. Han Huiqiao slightly turned her head, her gaze falling on Arya. She softly asked, If we get out of prison someday, have you thought about what you want to do? Before Arya could answer, Han Huiqiao continued, I just want to sleep well and then enjoy a good meal. Her voice was calm and gentle, but it stirred a small ripple in Arya's heart. Arya's once tough heart, like iron, was now slightly shaken. Because she also loved eating ice cream, it was the only delicious thing she had ever tasted in her life. That flavor still lingers in her mind, hard to forget. Arya couldn't help but lick her lips and whisper, I want to eat it again. Seeing this, Han Huiqiao slowly smiled, like the first sunlight of spring, warm and gentle. She softly said, Arya, stay with us. When we go to eat ice cream, I know where the best ice cream in Jinghai is. Han's mother told Song Yulan about Han Huiqiao's recent time in the detention center. Han's mother felt a bit embarrassed and said, Comrade Yulan, Huiqiao asked me to thank you. Besides thank you, I also want to say sorry. She and her husband knew what their daughter had done, and she felt deeply sorry for Song Yulan and Qin Yan's family. She also deeply appreciated Song Yulan's words. If it weren't for Song Yulan helping Huiqiao see things clearly, she might have lost her daughter forever.
Song Yulan was also surprised.
She didn't expect Han Huiqiao to help another girl. You reap what you sow. The last bit of kindness in Han Huiqiao's heart was like a seed, sprouting and growing at a crucial moment. Not only did it save herself, but it also saved a lively life. Dong Feifei gently put the child to sleep, then tiptoed to the living room, planning to get a glass of water to soothe her throat. The living room was completely dark, with no lights on. Only the faint moonlight coming through the window made the room look a bit eerie. As she groped her way toward the table, suddenly, a black figure appeared in her sight, startling her so much she almost screamed. She looked closely and realized that it was Horley sitting on the sofa, completely still, like a sculpture. Dong Feifei patted her chest to calm herself, then said irritably, You scared me. Why are you sitting here without making a sound? Since she and Horley got married after he secretly drugged her, their relationship became very strange. Horley had always been cold toward her. They no longer shared a bed. No matter how much Dong Feifei tried to him, he remained indifferent and kept his distance. Her mother once comforted her, saying that Horley might just be going through a tough time, and once he figures things out, he will get better. After all, they were married, and he couldn't avoid her forever. So, Dong Feifei only needed to watch out for other men outside. Because of this, Dong Feifei felt jealous of Jinjin. She even went to great lengths to make things difficult for her. Yesterday, when Horley brought her back from the police station, his face was very grim. She knew very well that she was somewhat at fault. So, these past 2 days, she had been acting very obedient, hoping to ease his mood a little. Today, Huolei was not at home all day. She didn't expect him to sit on the sofa without turning on the lights. Dong Feifei's heart suddenly jumped, feeling that Huolei seemed a little frightening at this moment. After hesitating for a moment, she gathered her courage and tentatively said, "Brother Hua, maybe you should rest early." This way of calling him Brother Hua was something she learned from Jinjin. When she was a nanny at Huolei's house, she often saw Jinjin come to visit him and play. At that time, she felt very annoyed by Jinjin, who always called him Brother Hua in a sweet voice. Before marriage, she always called him Mr. Hua. After marriage, she changed to calling him Brother Hua. Although Huolei had repeatedly asked her not to call him that, she ignored him. Over time, Huolei seemed to get used to the nickname and no longer corrected her as he used to. Suddenly, Huolei stood up sharply, as if electrocuted. His body trembled slightly with anger. Dong Feifei was startled by a sudden movement and instinctively took a step back. Her heart pounded faster, and a strange sense of unease filled her. She looked at Huolei, feeling that he seemed a bit strange today, different from usual. Huolei let out 2 low laughs, with a hint of mockery and disdain in his voice. His voice echoed in the quiet living room, making people feel a little uneasy. "Brother Hua," Huolei repeated this name, full of sarcasm. "Do you even deserve to be called that?" He thought he had been reckless after drinking, hurting Dong Feifei. For the sake of the girl's reputation and the child, he married her, wanting to take on a man's responsibility. Yesterday, Zhenzhen came to him and told him some things. He immediately realized he might have been tricked by Dong Feifei. He went to find Dong Feifei's younger brother. The brother was already in police custody. He specifically went to the police station to see him. At first, Dong Hao didn't want to admit anything. "Huolei, if you don't want to talk, that's okay. I can find a way to make you talk. I'm a soldier. Several of my comrades have retired and become police officers." Huolei stared at him intently. "I can ask them for a little help." Before Huolei finished speaking, Dong Hao couldn't wait to confess. "Brother-in-law, I didn't mean to do it. It was my mom and sister who forced me." Dong Hao explained further. "This medicine was given to me by Black Brother. My sister accidentally got pregnant, but the man ran away. My mom said that no matter what, she had to find a man for my sister to marry. In this era, if a woman got pregnant before marriage, it would be very shameful. My sister said she liked Huolei and wanted to marry him, so I got the medicine. When the baby was born, Huolei was still in the army. Her mother stayed at the hospital on purpose. When the baby was born, she told Huolei's parents. She told them the baby was premature. But the baby was already 8 pounds at birth, not like a premature baby. Of course, when her sister was pregnant, she gained quite a bit of weight. She said the baby was absorbing well, and finally, she fooled Huolei's parents. Dong Hao is somewhat close to Black Brother. Recently, he has been interrogated many times at the police station. So when he heard Huolei wanted to find someone, he immediately became afraid. He couldn't stand that kind of trouble. Anyway, he knew he would have to tell the truth sooner or later, so he might as well do it now. At first, Huolei thought Dong Feifei had tricked him. But he didn't expect that even Dong Feifei's baby was someone else's. He went to the hospital again. Sure enough, the hospital said that Dong Feifei's child was not a premature baby. He had only been with Dong Feifei 8 months ago. The moment Huolei learned the truth, he felt pain and hated himself. Because of this, he felt guilty towards Zhenzhen. He made her sad. Besides feeling hurt, he was also very angry. His anger was hard to control. The pain was sharp and real. When he got home late at night, he heard Dong Feifei comforting the child in the bedroom. Then he heard her leave the room. He heard Dong Feifei call him Brother Hua. Huolei sneered. How dared Dong Feifei? He stood there like a deep, dark tower. His rough hand clenched around Dong Feifei's throat. He showed no mercy. In the moonlight, he saw Dong Feifei struggling to break free. Her face turned red as she fought hard. In the flickering shadows, her mouth moved, but she couldn't make a sound. Huolei's grip was not a joke. Her eyes showed. She was terrified. It looked like he wanted to hurt her badly. Dong Feifei was full of despair. She was young and didn't want to die. Then she heard Huolei's cold voice. You dared to lie to me, Dong Feifei. Aren't you afraid I will hurt your whole family? Are you too confident? Dong Feifei's mind exploded. She didn't know how Huolei found out. She understood this moment. Huolei really wanted to hurt her. Even villains can be afraid of bad people. A foul smell filled the air. Dong Feifei was so scared she lost control and wet herself. Huolei released her in disgust. Dong Feifei collapsed to the ground. She coughed wildly, breathing heavily.
She wanted to say something.
She looked up and saw Huolei's cold face. Huolei squatted down and said, Dong Feifei, you can't go too far, right? I'll give you one chance. Tomorrow, we will get a divorce. Take your son and get out of my house. I don't want to hear a single word from you. Dong Feifei closed her mouth. She could feel the other's murderous intent. Huolei's threat to kill her whole family didn't seem like a joke. She nodded, very afraid of dying. The weather is starting to warm up. Song Yuan is off today and she bought many spices. This year's profits from the food factory are really good. Yesterday, Zhang Zhong came to see her, saying he wanted to sell some other foods. Zhang Zhong thought about many kinds of food, but Song Yuan remembered one she could sell. Right now, the main product of the food factory is chili oil. So, selling spicy strips wouldn't be a problem with the ingredients. Which kid hasn't eaten spicy strips in their childhood? Thinking of the taste of spicy strips, Song Yuan felt a bit nostalgic. She plans to make some at home today and share with everyone. If the taste is good, they can start producing it. Qin Yan is staying at their house today. Since school started, he has become a primary school student. Qin Yan took him there when school began. Because Qin Yan is a transfer student, the school arranged a test to see his learning level. Qin Yan performed very well on the test, answering all questions excellently. The school was very surprised by Qin Yan's results. After some discussion, they decided to let him skip ahead to 3rd grade, a special exception. This was also because Qin Yan advised him not to push too hard. A genius childhood can be lonely. Qin Yan thinks Qin Yan should enjoy his childhood more. Over the past few months, Qin Yan has changed noticeably. He has gained some weight and grown taller. Even though he skipped grades to 3rd grade, he is not much different from his classmates. Qin Yan is working upstairs. Qin Yan is helping behind Song Yuan. He has never tried the food called spicy strips. Curious, Qin Yan watches Song Yuan's actions. She sprinkles a little oil on the beef tendon noodles, mixes it well, and then puts it into boiling water to steam. While the noodles are steaming, Song Yuan pours in the prepared spicy oil. In an instant, the noodles absorb the red spicy oil. She keeps stirring the spicy oil with chopsticks. Ensure that each white beef tendon noodle is topped with a bright red sauce. The air is filled with the spicy aroma of flavored strips. The smell drifts into the yard, and even Little Black, upon smelling it, happily flips over. Qin Yan swallows hard. Next, Song Yuan picks up a spicy and smiles, saying, "Open your mouth." A mix of spicy and fragrant flavors fills the mouth. The heat from the sauce, the aroma of sesame, and a hint of sweetness combine. The layered flavors are so tempting that they are hard to resist. Qin Yan takes a sip of water and says, "Sister, this is so delicious. This food is very addictive." His mouth feels numb, and his tongue tingles slightly. Song Yuan lowers her head and takes a bite too, looking very satisfied. "I'll go try some for your brother." She carries a plate of spicy strips and runs upstairs quickly. Qin Yan is finishing the last formula. He hears footsteps and sees Song Yuan coming toward him with a tray, saying, "Try this. I just made it." Qin Yan has never seen such a strange food before. He instinctively holds Song Yuan on his lap. The plate in her hand almost drops, and she quickly steadies it. "Hey, don't get sauce on your clothes." Qin Yan says, "Feed me." Song Yuan carefully picks up a spicy and says, "Open your mouth." Qin Yan watches her obediently open her mouth. He comments, "It smells so good." Recently, Song Yuan changed her soap to a lemon scent. Getting a little closer to her neck, He can smell a faint lemon fragrance. Song Yulan's neck quickly turns red. She feels a bit shy and annoyed, saying, I just wanted you to smell the flavor of the spicy strips. Qin Yan lowers his eyes and says, I was talking about the spicy strips. Could it be that you think I meant? Song Yulan instinctively tries to cover his mouth. Qin Yan's sweet talk is now casual and natural. But he doesn't give her a chance. He softly says, You smell the best. Be good, don't move, let me enjoy the scent. Zhang Zhong, after tasting the spicy strips, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. With his experience in selling chili oil, he knows this kind of delicious food will definitely be popular. The market prospects look very bright. He asks Song Yulan to write down the recipe for the spicy strips. In the next few days, they will start looking for 2 skilled technicians to work on the recipe. Song Yulan reminded, the price of spicy strips shouldn't be set too high. She knows that these spicy strips are meant to be affordable food. If the price is too high, it will be hard to sell in the market. Zhang Zhong strongly agrees. Their chili oil has always been affordable, offering good quality at a reasonable price. The spicy strips will be no different. They definitely won't set the price too high. He plans to carefully calculate the costs when he goes back. He wants to make sure that, while maintaining quality, the product can be sold at a fair price so customers can easily buy delicious spicy strips. Song Yulan brought the spicy strips to the clothing store. She handed them out to each staff member, and as expected, everyone loved the taste. Even the 2 girls who usually avoid spicy food. At this moment, they couldn't care less about the spiciness. They were drinking water eagerly and eating the spicy strips happily. The clothing store was about to close, and there were still many customers inside. Recently, Rose's business has been very good. Employees often work overtime to serve the last customers. Of course, Song Yulan's overtime pay was also very generous. She casually looked at the display window. A familiar figure caught her eye. Song Yulan thought he was here to see Jinjin. She quickly walked out of the shop and approached him, saying, Jinjin is off work today. Huolei nodded. I know, Boss Song. I came here today to thank you. Song Yulan was surprised. Me? Huolei took a deep breath. Jinjin said that if it weren't for you, she wouldn't have been able to tell me those things. He almost missed a lifetime with Jinjin because of this. Hearing Huolei say that, Song Yulan also felt happy. The misunderstanding between them was finally cleared. She was happy for both of them. Curious, Song Yulan asked, What are your plans next? Huolei said, My military leave is over and I have to go back. When I come back next time, I will propose to Jinjin. He just got divorced and still wants to save some face for Dong Feifei. Even his parents don't know why he's suddenly divorced. He went to the army, and after some time, everyone would no longer be curious about his reasons for divorce. At that time, he was married to Jinjin, so it wouldn't affect her much. Huolei, Boss Song, I really appreciate you. I heard you study traditional Chinese medicine. He then took out an old, yellowed book from his bag and handed it to Song Yulan. My family has a history of practicing medicine. Originally, I had a complete set of notes, but now only one remains. I'm not sure if you're interested. She knew this was a very special acupuncture treatment method. It was used specifically to treat madness caused by evil spirits. In her past life, Song Yulan's grandfather knew a little about the 13 needles of Ghost Gate, but he never taught her this technique. Now, this method appeared so clearly before her, making her feel both excited and nervous. She looked at her notes, silently memorizing the treatment methods inside. She now interns at Professor Hua's clinic every week, but she hasn't yet met anyone with this kind of symptom. Jinghai Rinshin Hall. Professor Hua sat calmly at her desk, focused on writing the medical records. Today there were fewer patients, so her work was relatively easy. Suddenly, a soft sound of the door opening was heard. Professor Hua instinctively looked up, ready to greet the visitor. But when she saw who it was, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. Standing at the door was a middle-aged man in his 50s. He wore a black suit, looking very serious. His eyes showed some sharpness, and he had a faint smile on his face. Professor Hua looked at him expressionlessly and asked coldly, "What are you here for?" The man didn't seem to mind her attitude. He slightly smiled and said, Junior sister, we are somewhat familiar. Why act so distant? Then he took a small step forward and continued, I came to visit you specifically because I want to discuss something with you. Professor Hua's face grew darker. She cut him off without courtesy, saying, I have nothing to discuss with you. Seeing this, the man quickly smiled twice, trying to ease the mood. Junior sister, don't be so anxious. I came to China this time to hold a China-Japan traditional medicine exchange. He paused and added, over the years, I have also trained a few talented disciples. He looked at Professor Hua and smiled. I believe you have also trained many excellent students over the years, right? Professor Hua remained unmoved and coldly replied, so what? The man seemed to have expected this. He calmly said, in that case, why not let your students participate in this exchange? This is a rare opportunity for learning and exchange. How about we let them communicate with each other? Professor Hua frowned when she heard the phrase, China-Japan Traditional Medicine Exchange Conference. She knew that what was called traditional Chinese medicine in Japan was just an official term used there. Regarding the organizer Lu Hongtu, Professor Hua's feelings were complicated. He is a senior brother from the same school as her, more than 20 years ago. Lu Hongtu has always been ambitious. When he was in his early 30s, he went to Japan with great effort. Since then, he has been developing in Japan, and her contact with him has become less and less. Actually, when she was young, Professor Hua had some feelings for Lu Hongtu. But once she learned he went to Japan, her good feelings disappeared. After all, her grandfather and Lu Hongtu's grandfather both came from the same village. They were cruelly killed by the Japanese back then. Professor Hua simply couldn't understand how Lu Hongtu could work for the Japanese. No matter how much she once liked him, it could never outweigh her family and national hatred. So, when Lu Hongtu appeared before her again, Professor Hua's attitude was very cold. You can communicate with whoever you want. Lu Hongtu didn't seem to notice her coldness. Instead, he leaned closer and said with a smile, Junior sister, don't worry. I brought some funds this time. He added, if your students perform well at the exchange conference, Mr. Noda will invest in building a teaching building at your university. Of course, if your disciple wins, the money will go to Jinghai University. Don't you want Jinghai University to be better? Professor Hua frowned. You're so kind, Lu Hongtu said. We just want to meet young people skilled in traditional medicine. Isn't it good for everyone to exchange and improve together? Professor Hua looked at Lu Hongtu with some suspicion. He was very clever, and his words only revealed half the truth. Fearing she wouldn't believe him, Lu Hongtu said, I've already reported this. Not only will the school get investment, but students will also receive scholarships, and they can even go to Japan to study. Junior sister, if you don't like it, you can't stop students from improving. Besides, are you worried that your students might not be good enough? Lu Hongtu knew that his junior sister's medical skills were better than his, so he always believed that when their master was teaching medicine, he held back a little. Junior sister truly received the real teachings. Therefore, he thought that as long as he was in the country, he would always be below her. That's why he went abroad. Professor Hua knew that this project had been approved by the higher-ups, so she wouldn't make things difficult. Her students are all very skilled in medicine, especially Song Yuelon, whose acupuncture is outstanding. Professor Hua raised an eyebrow. Oh, that's fine. Just don't cry and refuse to admit you lost. Zhang Zhong shared spicy strips with the factory workers. These spicy strips looked ordinary, and making them wasn't difficult. But they received unanimous praise from everyone. Few people dislike spicy strips. The food factory already produces chili oil. Now they started making spicy strips, which was a natural step for them. Zhang Zhong also made sure to follow Song Yuelon's request. The spicy strips come in 3 sizes, large, medium, and small, to meet different customers' needs and make it easy to buy. He took the new spicy strips to the supply and marketing office for the managers to try. Compared to the difficult promotion of chili oil last time, this time's promotion of spicy strips went much more smoothly. The first batch included over 2,000 packages for trial sale at the supply and marketing office. Now, La Dandang is very well known in the market. The spicy strips also bear the La Dandang brand, which many people find quite novel. The largest package of spicy strips costs only 15 cents. The small package costs just 2 cents. Most people can afford this price.
So many bought some to try.
As expected, the spicy strips received very good reviews. Zhang Zhong also went to find Song Yuan again. He explained the recent plans to her in detail. The food factory recently built a new production workshop. Now, the factory adds dozens of workers or opens a new production line almost every month. But considering how popular the spicy strips are, he plans to set up a dedicated spicy snack department within the food factory. This department will be responsible for the production and management of spicy snacks. It will have its own team and production line to better control quality and supply. When Zhang Zhong told Song Yuan about this, she was not surprised. Spicy snacks can be called the cat treats of humans. When they have free time, they enjoy a piece. The spicy, numbing sensation is truly addictive. At Jinghai Research Institute, only the physics group's meeting room still has the lights on. Under the light, the members of the physics team sit around a long table with serious expressions, and the atmosphere is very heavy. At both ends of the table, there seems to be an invisible dividing line, splitting the group into two sides. Qin Yan says, "I have explained my opinion many times." His voice sounds a bit low in the quiet room. "We must follow Plan A as scheduled." As soon as he finishes speaking, a man in his early 40s sitting opposite him immediately retorts, "We have also explained that Plan A is definitely wrong." This man speaks confidently without backing down. "If we carry out Plan A, it would be a waste of the country's money. The best approach is to run Plans A and B at the same time to see which one gets closer to their goal. Everyone knows that the best way is to run both plans simultaneously. This way they can compare and see which plan is more effective. The funding for this research project is very large. Running both plans at the same time means spending twice as much money. And it's not just about money. Time is also very tight. Their research team is also studying similar projects abroad. To keep up with international progress, time is very precious. Qin Yan asks, "You say Plan A has problems. Please show me the data." The middle-aged man takes out his notebook and begins reading their calculations step by step. The dull and boring derivation formulas go on for 10 minutes, and he hasn't finished yet. Jiang Zhou looks at Qin Yan nervously. They have been in this meeting for 5 hours. Almost the entire project depends on Qin Yan's decisions. At this moment, Qin Yan suddenly looked up and said, "Wait a moment." The middle-aged man stopped. Qin Yan asked seriously, "How did you get the data from that group just now?" The middle-aged man quickly looked down at the data in his hand. Then he whispered a few words with the person next to him. After a while, the middle-aged man looked up and replied, "Professor Qin, this set of data was actually published last year by a foreign laboratory in the journal Science." Qin Yan frowned slightly and asked, "So, this experimental data wasn't created by you personally?" The middle-aged man nodded and explained, "Yes, but Science is a very strict and careful academic journal." Qin Yan sneered and said, "So you think we can believe this data without question?" His tone carried some dissatisfaction and doubt, making the middle-aged man feel a bit embarrassed. Qin Yan continued, "Scientific research requires a careful attitude. Using words like can be trusted to describe experimental data, isn't that unprofessional and careless?" The middle-aged man didn't expect Qin Yan to criticize him so directly. He awkwardly wiped his eyes. He looked back at the data and said, "Professor Qin, I personally believe that the chance of this data being wrong is very low. Foreign labs always have better equipment than ours, so there's no reason for their data to be incorrect. On the contrary, their data should be more accurate. Over the past few years, they have tested many times, and the data published in Science has never been wrong." Qin Yan said, "We can run an experiment to verify it." The middle-aged man wiped his sweat and said, "Professor Qin, that might not be possible. Verifying this data would take a lot of time, which is why they had to rely on foreign experimental data." Qin Yan took out a black pen and began writing steps on a piece of scratch paper. Qin Yan said, "I know, we don't need such complicated experiments. We just need to verify if the first formula is correct. If the first one is wrong, then the rest must be wrong too, right?" The middle-aged man nodded and took the steps from Qin Yan. a method he had never considered before, but it was very feasible. He paused for a moment. Professor Qin, let's start the experiment now. He then hurriedly led the team members to the laboratory. Jiang Zhou curiously leaned closer to Qin Yan. How did you know there was a problem with this data? Finding a small error in such a long report was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This showed that Qin Yan listened very carefully to every step. He even verified it in his mind. This level of attention is almost impossible for a human to achieve. Qin Yan nonchalantly replied, "Want to know?" Jiang Zhou nodded eagerly. Qin Yan said, "I won't tell you." He had already verified this data in space, so he could immediately spot the problem. He was also grateful to his wife at home. Thinking of Song Yuelon, Qin Yan's eyes softened with tenderness. Professor Hua said, "Classmates, that's all for today." Class dismissed. The students in the classroom began to stand up one after another, packing their bags to leave. Song Yuelon was no exception. She quickly organized her notes, ready to put them in her bag. At that moment, she heard Professor Hua call out, "Yuelon, come here for a moment." She looked up in surprise. Seeing Professor Hua smiling and waving at her, she hurried over. He picked up a registration form from the desk and handed it to her. Professor Hua said, "Yuelon, there's a recent competition. Are you interested?" She took the form and looked at it carefully. It clearly said, China-Japan Traditional Medicine Exchange Conference. Curious, she asked, China-Japan Traditional Medicine Exchange Conference? Professor Hua nodded and sighed. This competition was organized by an older student of mine. He went abroad a few years ago and has been working with Japanese people. Recently, he returned to China and organized this China-Japan Traditional Medicine Exchange Conference. Logically, they should be here to learn from our traditional medicine experience and techniques. But in reality, this exchange is more like a competition. The competition has two parts. The first round tests the contestants' knowledge of classical Chinese medicine texts. So, they used a test paper exam format. The semi-final seems quite challenging. It involves a live competition with real cases. Participants draw a complex case on the spot and have limited time to diagnose. They must write a prescription or create a treatment plan on the spot. Judges ask questions about the diagnosis, medication, or predicted effectiveness, and the contestants need to respond immediately. It looks very challenging. Professor Hua said, "Do you want to try?" My senior brother is quite proud of his Japanese students, but Professor Hua is confident in Song Yuan. He said, "The winner of this competition can be recommended to study at a university in Japan." Song Yuan is not interested in studying in Japan. After all, traditional Chinese medicine originated from our own country. It would be funny for a Chinese medicine student to go abroad to study Chinese medicine. However, part of the prize money is funded by Japanese people. Since they are earning money from foreigners, she feels no guilt. And earning money from Japanese people doesn't bother her either. Her business, Rose, is now on the right track, so she doesn't need to watch over it every day. Therefore, she has plenty of time to participate in this Chinese medicine exchange. Song Yulan nodded and said, "Professor Hua, I will join this exchange. But if I win, tell the sponsor not to give me a spot to study in Japan. Just give me more money instead." Professor Hua smiled and said, "All right, I will negotiate with them." A few days ago, Qin Yan asked them to do an experiment, and the results finally came out. After careful checking and analysis, everyone was surprised to find that the results matched exactly what Qin Yan had previously said. What does this mean? It means there is a problem with the data published in the journal Science. Science is a very authoritative journal. Its published research is usually considered to be thoroughly reviewed and verified. Do people who publish in Science not know there are issues with their data? In Science, even a small data error can lead to completely different conclusions and research directions. Those who doubted Qin Yan's data now remain silent. They began to reconsider their previous opinions. Qin Yan's research was actually correct. The process of this experiment's development, except for a small part of the data that was taken from a science magazine, all the other data were obtained through their own experiments and proof. However, the problem was with that small part of the reference data. If Professor Qin hadn't pointed out this issue in time, the experiment might have gone down a long and difficult path. Thinking of this, many people broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, they quickly returned to the right path and stayed on course. The development of this matter went as Qin Yan had predicted. For those who didn't know the full story, it might not seem very exciting. But only Jiang Zhou knew how valuable the information really was. Jiang Zhou eagerly moved closer to Qin Yan. He asked with amazement, "You're just a person. How is your mind so sharp?" These data were obtained through synchronized computer calculations and experiments. And Qin Yan was able to predict the results so accurately. It's truly amazing. Despite Jiang Zhou's enthusiasm, Qin Yan remained very calm. He replied seriously, "Get married. Marriage will make your mind sharper." Jiang Zhou felt a sharp sting in his heart. Jiang Zhou, no way, I don't believe that. After class, Song Yulan walked out of the teaching building and saw Qin Yan's car parked downstairs. Qin Yan had been very busy these past few months. This was the first time Qin Yan came to pick her up. Song Yulan quickly ran to Qin Yan's car. Qin Yan got out of the car and Song Yulan said, "Brother Yan." As May arrived, many people started wearing short sleeves. Song Yulan wore a light green dress. Her thick long hair fell naturally with slight waves, revealing her delicate neck as she moved. She looked up at Qin Yan, smiling as she spoke to him. Qin Yan slightly lowered his head and patiently listened to her. The wall beside them was covered with climbing roses, and a gentle breeze carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Passers-by couldn't help but slow down and turn to look at the two of them. The loving young couple looked like a beautiful picture just standing there. People didn't want to disturb them. Qin Yan softly said, "Let's go. I'll treat you to something delicious today." Song Yulan looked a bit surprised. "Today you're dressed differently than usual." Qin Yan was wearing sports clothes today. Compared to his usual formal attire, he looked more lively. Qin Yan said, "After we eat, I'll take you mountain climbing. There's a place called a mountain nearby where the cherry blossoms have just bloomed. It's the perfect time to go see them." Song Yulan agreed. "Sounds good." Suddenly, Qin Yan reached out and pulled Song Yulan into a tight hug. His sudden action caught her off guard. Her body instinctively pressed close to Qin Yan's chest, feeling his strong heartbeat and the minty scent. Before she could recover from the surprise hug, a dull sound suddenly came from nearby. The sound was not loud but very clear, like something hitting something else. Song Yulan's heart tightened. She quickly broke free from Qin Yan's embrace and took a step back. Qin Yan was holding a tennis ball in his hand. She took a step back and saw the tennis ball in his hand. Qin Yan looked sharply toward the tennis court. Following his gaze, Song Yulan saw the tennis court. It was Chun Xian playing. Chun Xian held his tennis racket tightly, with a challenging look. "Professor Qin, want to play a match?" Chun Xian was playing tennis with friends at Jinghai today. He hadn't seen Song Yulan for nearly half a year. Jinghai has 3 tennis courts. He chose the one on the west side of the school. He didn't know why he chose this place. It was the closest to where Song Yulan had her classes. While playing, he kept glancing at the teaching building. He had Song Yulan's class schedule. If everything went as expected, she would finish class soon. Not long after, a black car arrived at the foot of the teaching building. At first, Chun Xian didn't pay attention to the car. During the break, he saw Song Yulan come out of the building. He was about to step forward to say hello. Qin Yan got out of the car. The two stood together, looking sweet and affectionate. Chun Xian turned around angrily. He really didn't want to see Qin Yan and Song Yulan so close anymore. But his feet felt glued to the ground, and he couldn't move. A wave of unwillingness rose in Chun Xian's heart. He suddenly grabbed his tennis racket, as if he wanted to vent all his frustration and anger through it. He used all his strength, swinging the racket hard and hitting the ball forcefully. He was annoyed with Qin Yan. He also didn't want the other person to feel too happy. Of course, he couldn't just hit him directly. Chun Xian planned to have a good match with him. Tennis? Basketball? Any sport would do. He was determined to make Qin Yan lose badly, and let Song Yulan see that she had chosen the wrong man. Qin Yan looked at Chun Xian with a cold expression. He simply said 2 words, "Okay." He knew Chun Xian well. He was very clear about Qin Xian's feelings for Song Yuelon. Such a person was like a bothersome fly, always buzzing around their lives, making people annoyed. Qin Yan decided to teach Qin Xian a lesson, to let him know when to stop. He turned to look at Song Yuelon beside him, gently rubbing her head, and softly said, "We'll eat later. You wait for me a little while." Song Yuelon looked at Qin Yan with some worry and couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful not to get hurt." Qin Yan replied, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." When he entered the tennis court, everyone around looked at him curiously. Most students at Jinghai University knew Professor Qin. His stern appearance and neat clothes left a deep impression. Usually, Qin Yan wore formal clothes, and the place he went in most was the laboratory. But today, he was dressed in sportswear, with his messy hair neatly combed back, revealing his sharp features. His sports shorts perfectly showed his long, strong legs, with smooth lines and faint muscles. Compared to his usual attire, he looked more like a lively college student than a serious professor. Professor Qin's research abilities are well known. However, asking a researcher to play tennis against a sports student, does that seem unfair? That was what everyone there was thinking. Qin Xian didn't expect the other person to actually accept the challenge.
Tennis is one of his best sports.
In high school, he represented his school in a tennis tournament in Jinghai and won first place. Back in the 1980s, tennis was not yet a popular sport in the country. Most people knew very little about it. Qin Xian was confident he would win. His blood was boiling with excitement. He walked over to Qin Yan and whispered, "Playing just for fun isn't enough. How about we make a bet?" Qin Yan looked up and met Qin Xian's gaze. He asked calmly, "What are you betting?" Qin Xian smiled slightly, showing a hint of a mischievous grin. "If I win, I want your wife to kiss me. Deal?" Before he finished, Qin Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed Qin Xian's collar. Qin Xian's collar was pulled tight, making it hard to breathe, but his smile grew even more intense. He didn't back down. He stared fiercely at Qin Yan and challenged, "What? Are you afraid, Professor Qin?" He knew very well that for a man, such a challenge was a serious insult. But he deliberately wanted to provoke him. Song Yuelon saw the tense atmosphere and couldn't help but shout, "Brother Yan." She was standing far away and couldn't hear what they were saying. She only saw Qin Yan grabbing Qin Xian's collar. Qin Yan was very angry. It was the first time Song Yuelon saw him so upset. Qin Xian whispered, "You better hit me in front of Song Yuelon." Qin Yan took a deep breath and slowly released Qin Xian's collar. He said coldly, "If I win, you will stay out of Song Yuelon's sight. And if you don't, I will break your leg." In May, the weather was warm and sunny, not too hot. It was the best season for outdoor sports. There were many people playing sports near the tennis courts. Many people stopped to watch when Qin Yan and Qin Xian prepared to play tennis. Soon, about 30 or 40 spectators gathered around the court. Song Yuelon sat on a bench beside the court, nervously tugging at her skirt. She felt that Qin Xian had bad intentions and worried that Qin Yan might get hurt. She had never seen Qin Yan play tennis before. A dark shadow sat down nearby.
"Hey, long time no see, Qin Yan."
Song Yuelon turned her head to look. "Brother Jiang." Jiang Zhou was passing by the court and saw Qin Yan getting ready to play tennis. He also noticed Song Yuelon sitting nearby. Jiang Zhou couldn't help but think, men always like to show off in front of women they like. Even Qin Yan, usually cold and reserved, was no exception. The crowd watching the game also started talking. "Professor Qin, who is the person playing against you?" "Qin Xian from Jinghai Sports School's swimming team. Swimmers can play tennis too. Who says athletes only excel at one sport?" Qin Xian even won the Jinghai High School Tennis Championship. One of Qin Xian's classmates said this. He added, "You should worry about your Professor Qin.
He spends all his time in the lab.
Does he even know how to play tennis?" This was what others around him were thinking too. Does Qin Yan know how to play tennis? He has a tall, slim figure with strong, defined muscles. But he's up against Qin Xian, who is just as good. Hearing the gossip, Song Yuelon felt worried about Qin Yan. She was afraid these negative words might affect him. Without hesitation, she stood up and shouted loudly toward Qin Yan, "Yan, you can do it." Her voice was clear and loud, reaching across the entire court and into Qin Yan's ears. No matter whether he wins or loses, Qin Yan was the best to her heart. Qin Yan turned his head and gave her a reassuring look. Zhang Zhou sneered. Don't worry about him. Song Yuan only watched the game without hearing Zhang Zhou's words. Next, the match began. She stopped talking and kept her eyes fixed on Qin Yan. Song Yuan's nails unconsciously dug into her hand as her gaze stayed on the bright yellow ball on the net. When Qin Yan's return shot brushed the edge of the net and bounced up, she felt her heart skip a beat. The ball brushed past Qin Xian's hair and hit the baseline. The cheers from the sidelines exploded, making her ears vibrate. Although she wasn't very familiar with tennis, she could tell that Qin Yan and Qin Xian were very close in score. Did Qin Yan not tell you? Zhang Zhou's voice suddenly sounded beside her, startling her and making her hand tremble. When she turned her head, she bumped into Zhang Zhou's mischievous smile. When he played in the University League abroad, he was the main starter on the school team. Song Yuan was a bit surprised. She hadn't heard Qin Yan mention this. When Qin Yan was around 17 or 18, he was in the most energetic stage of his life, and his physical strength was at its peak. At that age, besides dealing with academic challenges every day, Qin Yan also needed sports to release his inner stress and excess energy. He tried many sports but finally found tennis to be the best fit for him. Tennis is a sport that combines intense competition with artistic beauty. It not only tests a player's strength, speed, and endurance, but also emphasizes strategy and mental toughness. The air on the tennis court was hot and distorted under the blazing sun. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the crowd. Song Yuan looked up. Qin Yan's racket left a deep red imprint on his palm. His score with opponent Qin Xian was tied at 5-5. Sweat trickled down his spine into his sports shorts, and each step on the court kicked up tiny stones. Qin Xian's serve became tricky again. This time, he tossed the ball higher than before by about an inch. Song Yuan clenched her fists nervously. She even saw Qin Yan's eyelashes flutter slightly. When the ball whistled past the racket frame, she heard Qin Yan make a soft, tisk sound. Qin Yan stared at the tennis ball rolling to his feet. As he bent down to pick it up, Song Yuan noticed the prominent veins on his neck, like a coiled snake. Qin Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, and when he grabbed his racket again, his arm muscles looked tense. When Qin Xian served again, Qin Yan suddenly noticed a hesitation in his racket swing. His Adam's apple moved, and he pretended to go for a net volley but then sidestepped at the last moment to hit a backhand slice. The tennis ball tore through the air like a shooting star but was caught by Qin Xian's racket just before it landed. This save completely disrupted the balance. As Qin Xian staggered back, his racket frame hit the flying ball precisely. A sharp snap sounded. In the clear, crisp collision, the tennis ball brushed past Qin Xian's brow and left a bloodstain on his cheekbone. Blood dripped down his jaw into his shirt collar. As Qin Xian staggered backward, he dropped his racket, which hit his ankle. Qin Yan coldly said, "You lost." This shot was a return to the one Qin Xian had just hit at them. Suddenly, the noise from the sidelines became very distant, as light as a feather, yet it struck Qin Xian's ears heavily. When Qin Xian heard this sound, he felt confused. It's over. He lost. When was the last time he lost a game? Oh, right, it was to Song Yuan. It was during their shooting competition. Qin Xian looked up at Song Yuan in an instant. She didn't give him a single glance. She was wiping sweat from Qin Yan's face. Everyone's eyes were on the two of them, making his failure even more obvious. Qin Yan asked, "Have you decided what to eat? There's a new Sichuan restaurant in the west part of the city." Song Yulan didn't look up, her fingertips still touching the sweat on his forehead. "I heard their spicy rabbit head is pretty good. Then let's eat Sichuan food." Qin Yan responded quickly, but his gaze flicked to Zhang Zhou, who was sitting at the very edge of the audience seats. He remembered their seats had been too close earlier. His throat moved, and he reached out to pinch her face. "Next time, don't sit so close to him." Zhang Zhou almost puffed up in anger and stuck her head out. "I'm here to cheer for you." Only then did Song Yulan look up, meeting his slightly sour gaze. She pursed her lips and smiled. Got it. Qin Yan and Song Yulan left the court. As they passed by Chun Xian, he was sitting on the ground, holding his brow with the hem of his shirt. Qin Yan paused, turned his face slightly, and said, "Remember what I told you." Chun Xian slightly curled his lips, as if he wanted to smile but was in pain, and frowned. When Song Yulan's white skirt swept past him, he suddenly spoke without thinking. "Yulan, you're a doctor, right?" Hearing Chun Xian's voice, Song Yulan stopped. She frowned and looked at him. She could hear the implied meaning behind his words. Chun Xian was hurt because of Qin Yan, but she didn't have any first aid tools nearby. Song Yulan took a white handkerchief out of her pocket. "Here, take this. The school nurse's office is nearby. You should go see her," she said. Then she stopped looking at Qin Xian. She took a few steps and caught up with Qin Yan. Qin Yan put his arm around her shoulder. He looked back at Qin Xian with a casual expression, not minding Qin Xian's apparent weakness. It was just the cry of a defeated opponent. The two of them walked along the sycamore-lined path beside the tennis court toward the car. Suddenly, they heard hurried footsteps behind them, and a slightly choked voice called out, "Professor Qin." Song Yulan and Qin Yan turned around. A tall boy was running a few steps toward them, sweat on his forehead. Song Yulan's pupil shrank. She recognized this face. It was Wang Liang from Hualong Village. Wang Liang quickly nodded. "It's me, Boss Song." He looked grateful. "I saw your figures just now and thought I was mistaken." "Thank you, Professor Qin." Wang Liang had participated in the national math competition, but his results were replaced by Wang Deshishi. If Qin Yan hadn't helped expose Wang Deshishi's cheating, he wouldn't have known his scores had been stolen. Wang Deshishi had already dropped out of school. The school leaders in Jinghai had studied the matter for a while, then gave Wang Liang a new set of exam papers. Wang Liang answered perfectly. He truly qualified for admission, and the lost spot finally returned to him. Wang Liang was full of gratitude. "I really got into Jinghai University. I really am going to college." Song Yulan was happy for him too. "That's wonderful." Wang Liang took out a few brown paper envelopes from his pocket, their edges frayed. "These are letters from the children, saying they want to give them to Sister Yulan in person." Song Yulan took the letters. The top envelope was crooked, with the words, "To beautiful Sister Yulan," written on it. The character, "Yu," was repeatedly drawn, the ink blurred. She pulled out one letter, its edges stained with grass, clearly torn from a notebook. "Your crayons are so pretty. The red looks like mountain peony flowers and the blue like the ocean in the book. Yesterday, I drew a pink flower and stuck it on the back wall of the classroom. The teacher said it was a flower of hope. When I get into university, I will go to Jinghai to find you and show you the sunflowers I planted, which are taller than the school wall." Song Yulan's eyelashes trembled. She heard that after the school they funded was built, she sent a batch of school supplies to the children there. She didn't expect that the children were thinking of her. Jinghai, Hiyue Hotel. Lu Hongtu respectfully walked to the door of the room. He gently raised his hand and carefully knocked on the door with his knuckles, afraid of disturbing the person inside. After a while, the door slowly opened, and a young man appeared. Lu Hongtu quickly smiled and nodded at the young man, then followed him into the room. However, thick curtains were drawn across the windows, blocking out all sunlight. The whole room was shrouded in shadow. The two of them walked through the room toward the back. Lu Hongtu moved as quietly as a cat, afraid of making any noise. The young man stopped at a corner of the room. He respectfully said in Japanese to the elderly person in the wheelchair, "Grandpa, Mr. Lu has arrived." The elderly person didn't respond immediately. He sat quietly, motionless. After a while, he slowly waved his hand, signaling Lu Hongtu to come forward. Seeing this, Lu Hongtu hurriedly walked to the elderly person and bowed, speaking in the same respectful tone. "Mr. Noda." Noda opened his mouth, struggling to make a sound. It seemed his vocal cords had been injured, and his voice sounded like a duck with its neck squeezed, which was a bit uncomfortable to hear. "How is the matter going?" Noda finally managed to say this with difficulty, his tone revealing a hint of urgency. Lu Hongtu saw this and quickly said, "Mr. Noda, rest assured, I will do my best and not let you down. I will find the best traditional Chinese medicine doctor for you under the guise of the exchange meeting. Noda coughed twice and nodded. The young man standing nearby interrupted. Mr. Liu, this matter concerns my grandfather's health. It must succeed, and failure is not an option. Liu Hongtu touched his forehead, where a thin layer of sweat had already appeared. Mr. Noda, I can only say I will try my best. Onoida's eyebrows furrowed tightly, and his voice carried a hint of threat. Try your best. We have spent so much time and effort training you, and you only say, try your best. Onoida's tone was laced with a subtle threat. Liu Hongtu looked a bit guilty. Mr. Onoida, don't worry. I have found my junior sister. She has agreed to let her students participate in the exchange. My junior sister is more skilled in medicine than I am. This last sentence was spoken with difficulty, as it was hard for him to admit. Onoida asked, why not let your junior sister treat my grandfather? Liu Hongtu showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. What could he say? His junior sister's grandfather had died at the hands of the Japanese. How could she agree to treat Japanese people? Liu Hongtu said, my disciple is not inferior to her teacher. I believe her students are quite talented. We can have them treat Mr. Noda. If that doesn't work, I will ask my junior sister for help. Onoida snorted coldly. Noda hesitated but finally said, let's proceed as Mr. Liu suggested. Only then did Onoida relax. Liu Hongtu, in his early 30s, decided to make a name for himself. He learned that Japan was in a golden age at that time.
He found a way to go to Japan.
Although life was tough, Liu Hongtu was excited when he saw Japan's rapid development. He believed this land of opportunity was where he could realize his dreams. With his excellent medical skills, Liu Hongtu gradually gained a foothold in Japanese society. The Noda family, a wealthy Japanese family, noticed Liu Hongtu's medical talent. Especially the head of the family, Mr. Noda. He suffered from a very rare and strange illness. This illness was so unusual that Mr. Noda visited many top doctors worldwide but could not find an effective cure. Mr. Noda, the current head of the family, had a strange disease. It was so strange that even after seeing many doctors around the world, no one could cure him. Liu Hongtu had never seen such a case before. When he first saw Mr. Noda suffering, he suggested, would acupuncture help? Unexpectedly, acupuncture did help improve Mr. Noda's condition. Although it cannot be cured, it can be eased. From then on, Liu Hongtu became Mr. Noda's personal doctor, responsible for his health. The Noda family invests a large amount of money each year to fully support Liu Hongtu's research work. They have high hopes for Liu Hongtu, hoping he can find an effective way to cure Noda's illness. More than 10 years pass quickly. Although Liu Hongtu has trained several excellent students, he still cannot find a cure for Noda's disease. Recently, Noda's condition has worsened, and he struggles every day in pain, feeling like life is not worth living. Faced with this difficult situation, Liu Hongtu comes up with an idea. He suggests that Noda return to his home country to try their medical resources. After all, in his country, there might be better traditional Chinese medicine experts who could find a good cure for Noda's illness. After careful thought, Noda decides to accept Liu Hongtu's suggestion. He then sets out with his grandson on a journey to Jinghai. They hope to find a glimmer of hope in this unfamiliar place and escape the torment of the disease. At this moment, Noda's body suddenly begins to shake violently out of control. It feels as if a powerful force is raging inside him. He makes a hoarse sound in his throat, a struggle full of pain that sounds terrifying. Noda's body twists, as if fighting an invisible force. His screams sometimes sound like a woman's cry, sometimes like a child's wail. It's hard to tell what kind of terrifying experience this is. Standing nearby, Liu Hongtu and little Noda appear very calm. They just watch quietly, without any surprise or fear.
They're used to scenes like this.
Time passes second by second, and Noda's symptoms last for a whole hour. Finally, after a long ordeal, his trembling and shouting gradually stop, and everything becomes quiet. He turns around and says, "Thank you, Mr. Liu." Liu Hongtu respectfully helps him take off his shirt. Little Noda quickly moves away from his grandfather. As Noda takes off his shirt, the air begins to become polluted. The moment his shirt falls, a blue-green mist floats in the air. That is gas from the bacteria of decay. Noda's right side looked as if it had been splashed with strong acid, corroding a large area. But his left side showed a shocking sense of vitality. Blue-purple veins bulge abnormally under yellowed skin, pulsing with faint heartbeat, like live snakes writhing beneath the surface. When he tried to move, his joints made a brittle cracking sound, like rotten wood breaking. His left leg spasmed strangely, with the kneecap breaking through the skin and growing outward. It looked like a deformed coral reef, turned inside out, with dark red bone marrow liquid steaming out of foul, sweet mist into the air. If anyone else had been here, they would have been shocked or even vomited at the sight. Mr. Noda was no longer just a person. Half of his body was rotting away, yet he was still alive. Song Yuelon happily enjoyed Sichuan cuisine in the west of the city. She was numbly sipping orange soda through a straw from a glass bottle. Song Yuelon, Zhangzhou, did you play tennis when you studied abroad? Qin Yan patiently picked out the fish bones from the grilled fish and held it in front of her. Yeah, I played a little when I was bored with studying, Qin Yan said. A healthy body is the foundation of everything. Most researchers want to stay in their field long-term, and having good health is essential. Without energy, it's hard to support mental work. Song Yuelon was curious. You haven't told me about your past. Since she wasn't involved before, she was curious about Qin Yan's history. Qin Yan finished eating the fish and picked out more bones, saying, My life used to be very boring. School, eating, sleeping. Qin Yan thought for a moment. Sometimes I exercise to relax my mind. Song Yuelon, is that all? Don't you have good friends? Qin Yan shook his head. Most people probably don't like to hang out with me. They might think I'm pretty boring. If Zhangzhou were here, he would say that's not true, that it's all a lie. It's not that others don't want to play with Qin Yan, it's that Qin Yan doesn't want to play with others. For example, in the research institute, everyone liked playing chess. But Qin Yan only played with 2 or 3 specific people. As Qin Yan said, playing chess is interesting only when there's give and take. Winning all the time becomes boring. Those words sound quite annoying. When Qin Yan was studying abroad in college, he was about 17 or 18 years old. He was younger than most students, but he was tall and often kept a cold face, not talking much. Many people in school liked him. However, Qin Yan found them too annoying and didn't want to play with them. Usually, Qin Yan would be isolated, but he was the proud disciple of a Nobel laureate at the school. The big boss took him almost everywhere. The school only bullied those unnoticed geniuses. If you went to trouble him, you would only bring trouble on yourself. Of course, some students didn't believe in that and still challenged him. 4 or 5 of them surrounded him in an alley. He was capable of handling these people, but they were like flies. No matter how many times he drove them away, they might come back. Qin Yan preferred a quick and permanent solution. So, he deliberately left a mark where it was most visible. The next day, the bruise on Qin Yan's face caught the professor's attention. Soon, those troublemakers were expelled. From then on, Qin Yan's college life was smooth, and no one dared to bother him again. When Qin Yan dealt with problems, he always liked the most direct way. He didn't care whether it was reasonable or not. This habit also carried over into his research. He had solved many difficult problems in his studies. But often, he used unconventional methods. They were strange but very effective. At this moment, the waiter brought the food again. She staggered a few steps while carrying spicy blood tofu, and the boiling soup spilled directly towards Song Yuelon. Qin Yan instinctively rushed forward and caught her in his arms. The hot soup brushed his arm and spilled all over the floor. The waiter screamed, "Sorry, sir. This all happened in just a few seconds." Song Yuelon immediately looked at Qin Yan's arm. Luckily, only a few drops fell, but the skin was red and hot. The waiter standing nearby was so scared, she kept apologizing repeatedly. "Do you have ice cubes and a towel?" Song Yuelon calmed her nerves and turned to ask the manager, who rushed over. The The store manager was a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a trembling voice. Yes, yes, we have ice pops here. I'll get one for you. The manager immediately apologized. Sorry, comrades. Today's food is on the house. If you need to go to the hospital, we will cover the medical expenses. This restaurant was opened by an individual owner. They originally came from Sichuan province and just opened a shop in Jinghai. They hadn't yet established themselves when something like this happened. Qin Yan asked, "Did you get burned?" Song Yulan chuckled a little. "You already got burned for me. How could I get burned?" Qin Yan finally relaxed. Song Yulan wrapped an ice pop in a towel and applied it to Qin Yan's injury for cooling. Since the store manager said so, Song Yulan didn't say anything more. This minor injury would heal quickly with some spiritual spring water when she returned home. The store manager turned and glared at the waiter slumped in the corner, Lu Tsuehua. Lu Tsuehua, what do you have to say? You burned Uncle Zhang's hand last time, and now you've burned a customer? I told you to go to the back kitchen and peel garlic, didn't I? Lu Tsuehua, with tears in her eyes, apologized. Sorry, manager. Seeing that the customer didn't intend to pursue the matter, the manager let out a sigh of relief. Song Yulan and Qin Yan planned to leave. At this moment, Lu Tsuehua spoke up. Hello, are you Qin Yan? Qin Yan turned to look at her. Yes, and you are? Lu Tsuehua was a bit excited. Your grandfather is Qin Zheng, right? I am his neighbor in Jinjihu village. I am Lu Tsuehua. When I was young, I often played at Qin Grandpa's house. Qin Yan's grandfather, Qin Zheng, retired and missed his hometown very much. He decided to return to his old village and renovated the old house there. He lived there with Qin Yan's grandmother until he passed away. Qin Yan's grandmother then returned to Jinghai. Lu Tsuehua recognized Qin Yan immediately because Qin Zheng used to put family photos in a frame. When Lu Tsuehua visited his house, she saw Qin Yan's photo at a glance. There was no other reason. Qin Yan's appearance was very distinctive and outstanding. Lu Tsuehua was a bit excited. You really are Qin Grandpa's grandson. She had been observing Qin Yan and Song Yulan since they entered. She couldn't believe it was really Qin Zheng's grandson. She noticed Qin Yan's clothing and demeanor, which looked like someone from a wealthy family. Seeing the two people about to leave, I couldn't help but speak up to confirm. Qin Yan didn't want to chat with her anymore. His face was expressionless as he looked coldly at Lu Tsuehua and asked softly, "Is there anything else?" Lu Tsuehua didn't expect him to ask that and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Yes, he's just the neighbor's kid from Grandpa's house. Why must I get to know him? Seeing that she didn't speak, Qin Yan took Song Yuelan's hand and turned to leave. Other waiters saw their backs and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Such a handsome young couple. He's handsome and she's beautiful. Looks like they are well off. One waiter asked, Tsuehua, do you know those two just now? They had seen Lu Tsuehua talking with them earlier. One of them sneered. How could she know them? Just a country bumpkin. Lu Tsuehua couldn't help but retort. Of course I know him. That guy's grandpa used to be my neighbor. Another scoffed. They've taken a long detour. The shop manager saw them chatting and said, What are you talking about? Lu Tsuehua. The free meal today will be deducted from your salary. Lu Tsuehua reluctantly nodded. She then remembered how Song Yuelan was protected in Qin Yan's arms earlier. Women are so different from each other. The leaves of the phoenix tree rustled overhead. Song Yuelan's backpack was on the ground, the strap slightly hurting her shoulders. Inside, she had half a bag of tangerine soft candies, 2 cans of preserved plums, dried peaches, and spicy strips. Today was a group spring outing at school. It's already May, and in a few days, it will be the beginning of summer. The school has this tradition every year, but it started a bit later this year. Fortunately, it was cloudy today with no sun, and a gentle breeze made it quite comfortable. Su Jingjing ran over, wearing a blue and white checkered shirt tucked into khaki pants. She also carried a bag full of snacks. This spring outing was organized by dormitory groups. Song Yuelan had moved out of her dorm for a while, but she still got along well with her roommates. Now, many people at Jinghai University knew that Song Yuelan and Qin Yan were a couple. Only Yang Xiaohong saw Song Yuelan snort coldly. She's been like this lately, Su Jingjing whispered. Last time, Chen Xian got hurt playing ball. She took a fruit basket to visit, but they didn't even let her in. I heard Chen Xian even said, "I'd rather get hit by the ball than see your angry face." Su Jingjing quietly gossiping with Song Yuelon, which she heard from others. Recently, Yang Xiaohong has been in a bad mood in the dorm, speaking sarcastically all day. Since Chun Xian kicked her out last time, she felt her pride was hurt. She kept thinking about Song Yuelon, wondering why she was so lucky. She found a young, successful professor. Many classmates envy her. Meanwhile, she was scolded by Chen Xian again. She also remembered her cousin Dong Feifei. It turns out Song Yuelon is the manager of Rose's store. That Rose clothing store sells clothes for more than a worker's monthly salary. She couldn't even afford to buy one. Last time, she asked her cousin Dong Feifei to help, but Song Yuelon didn't give her face. She just got a professor, right? That store must have been opened with Qin Yan's help. Plus, after being turned down by Chen Xian, she suddenly realized that choosing a partner isn't just about looks. The most important thing is money. With money, she could also open her own clothing store. She definitely wouldn't be worse than Song Yuelon. A group of people headed towards Xiangshan Park. "We can't walk anymore," Su Jingjing said. She supported her knees, panting, her curly hair glued with sweat into a strand. "Maybe we should rest for a bit." "Okay," Song Yuelon immediately agreed. Many classmates also stopped to rest. She put her backpack on a nearby blue stone slab. The snack bag, filled with the sweet aroma of orange soft candies, crinkled softly. There were dried peaches, preserved plums, sesame candies, and lots of spicy strips hidden inside. Wow! Su Jingjing crouched down and was dazzled by a bright red wrapper. "What's this?" "Spicy strips." Song Yuelon tore open the package and handed her one. New stock from the supply store. The glossy red oil shimmered enticingly in the sunlight. "It smells so good." "Try it." Su Jingjing pinched one, her fingertips still slightly oily. At the moment she took a bite, her tongue was first burned by the spicy heat, causing her to recoil. Then the fragrant, spicy flavor filled her mouth.
Wow.
This is even spicier than the pickled vegetables from the cafeteria. She chewed while gasping, almost crying from the heat, but she smiled with her eyes curved like crescent moons. "It's really delicious." The aroma seemed to take flight. Next door, Wang Hao from the other class leaned over, sniffing eagerly. "What's that smell?" "It's so fragrant." When he heard that this was a new product, he immediately took out his peach and offered to trade it for the spicy snack. Song Yuelon smiled happily and agreed, also telling them that the spicy snacks are now available at the supply store. "It's best to go on Thursday. If you go late, they might be sold out." The snack factory's spicy snack department was just set up, and their production line was expanding. These snacks are very popular in the market. Although they deliver to the supply store every week, they sell so well that they often run out of stock because they are cheap and tasty. Seeing her roommates talking to Song Yuelon, Yang Xiaohong grew more annoyed. She was supposed to be the class leader. Was it just because she had a good boyfriend? After everyone finished eating, they prepared to leave again. A black car slowly rolled over the gravel road, shining with a glossy sheen in the sunlight. Nowadays, most cars on the street are green Jeeps or small trucks. Suddenly, a car appeared, attracting everyone's attention like a magnet. The window rolled down, and a man in his early 50s wearing sunglasses greeted, "Jingjing, where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride." Everyone around looked at Su Jingjing with envy. Su Jingjing didn't want to talk to him, but since so many classmates were watching, she had to say, "No need, Dad. We're going to Xiangshan. We'll be there soon." But Su Jinye refused to leave. "Jingjing, don't be polite to your dad. Come on, get in with your classmates." Jingjing was reluctant, and Yang Xiaohong along with another roommate brightened up. They were tired of walking, and having a car to take them was just perfect. Yang Xiaohong said, "Thank you so much, Uncle." She turned to call Jingjing. "Let's go, Jingjing." At this point, Jingjing hesitated and said, "Okay." Then she took Song Yuelon's hand and said, "Yuelon, come with me." Yang Xiaohong was the first to open the car door. She sat directly in the front passenger seat because she didn't want to sit with Song Yuelon. Su Jingjing, Song Yuelon, and another roommate sat in the back. They left amid the envy of others. Throughout the ride, Su Jingjing kept her face serious and didn't speak. Song Yuelan could sense that her relationship with her father wasn't very close. She held her hand gently and patted it to comfort her. Su Jinya asked, "Are you all roommates? Is Jingjing in the same major as you?" Yang Xiaohong quickly answered, "No, uncle. I'm in the Chinese language major." Su Jinya nodded and looked in the rearview mirror, smiling at Song Yuelan. "And you, student?" Song Yuelan hesitated slightly and softly replied, "Traditional Chinese medicine." Her voice was calm and gentle, with little emotion. Hearing this, Su Jinya showed a small smile and said, "Traditional Chinese medicine is good.
You can treat people.
If I feel unwell in the future, I can come to you for treatment, okay?" His tone was relaxed and a bit teasing. Song Yuelan didn't respond to his joke, only offering a slight smile as a polite gesture. Seeing this, Su Jinya didn't mind and continued smiling as he asked, "What year are you in?" Earlier, when he was driving past, he saw Song Yuelan clearly. She was biting into a peach, her braid loose and hanging over her shoulder, revealing a delicate white neck when the wind lifted her hair. Sunlight filtered through the locust leaves, casting dappled golden spots on her face, and even the tiny hairs on her nose glowed warmly. She took a second bite of the peach, a little juice on her lips, and blinked her eyelashes when she looked up. She was very beautiful, so much so that he couldn't look away. Su Jinya was immediately captivated. He also saw that his daughter was talking to her. Without hesitation, he stopped the car, greeted them, and invited them to get in. Song Yuelan hadn't spoken yet. Su Jingjing quickly interrupted, "Why are you asking so many questions?" Su Jinya smiled. "Jingjing, you're all classmates. If you have time, invite your classmates to visit our home. Your aunt still has a room for you." Su Jingjing rolled her eyes and said nothing. Her parents had divorced long ago, and she didn't understand what kind of mood Su Jinya was in today. Suddenly, paternal love overwhelmed him, but no one believed it. Su Jinya drove slowly all the way, constantly chatting with the girls in the car. Su Jingjing was impatient and often teased him whenever she had the chance, but he didn't get angry. Yang Xiaohong took the initiative to start a conversation. "Uncle, what kind of work do you do?" Su Jinya held a cigarette in his mouth and replied casually, "I'm the manager of Jinghai Electronics Foreign Trade Company." In the 1980s, China's electronics industry was just beginning. The Electronics Foreign Trade Company imported chips and parts from abroad through agents and exported assembled electronic consumer products. This company was small but very popular. Nowadays, TVs, radios, and washing machines are all bought with ration tickets. The demand far exceeds supply, so the company's business has always been good. Su Jinya is the second in command at Jinghai Electronics Foreign Trade. This year, his company even provided him with a private car. Yang Xiaohong's face suddenly turned red. She remembered last month when her brother said he wanted to work at the Electronics Foreign Trade Company. The family pooled together 2,000 yuan to give as a gift, but the spot was taken by someone else. She secretly glanced at Su Jinya's profile, his temples slightly frosted, dressed sharply in a suit. The watch on his wrist sparkled in the sunlight, making her dizzy. Looking at Su Jingjing, who usually didn't show off, she realized her family had such strong backing. Normally, she saw Su Jingjing had a good relationship with Song Yuelan, so her relationship with Jingjing was lukewarm. At this moment, she felt a bit regretful. If she had known Su Jingjing's family was so capable, she should have built a better relationship with her. But now that she knew, she would try to improve her relationship. Su Jinya caught a glimpse of Song Yuelan through the rear-view mirror. The car window was rolled down halfway. Her face rested on her arm, her nose pressed against the glass, and her eyelashes cast delicate shadows beneath her eyes. Her warm, jade-like skin created crescent-shaped shadows at her collarbone. Her straight nose resembled the outline of distant mountains, with a slightly upturned tip, like a jasmine bud touched by morning dew. Her nostrils moved gently with each breath, each rise and fall full of youthful vitality, like the first camellia blooming in spring. Su Jinya's heart stirred with ripples. He had seen many beautiful girls, but Song Yuelan's beauty was different. Her beauty was pure and natural, without any trace of vulgarity, simple and stunning. Such a girl was truly rare. Su Zhenye took them to the foot of Xiangshan Mountain. Jingjing, have fun. Dad will wait here for you. Jingjing turned around. You go ahead and do your work. We can take the bus back, Su Zhenye said casually. I don't have anything to do this afternoon. I'll wait here. Just spend some time with your daughter, it's no problem. He got off the car, walked around to the back seat, and opened the door for them. When Song Yuelon stood up, he smelled a light scent of soapberry. It mixed with the fresh smell unique to young girls, like spring water flowing over smooth stones. He instinctively said, I don't have anything else to do this afternoon. I'll wait here. Spend some more time with your daughter, it's fine. Jingjing couldn't just follow him and had to go along. The group headed up the mountain. Jingjing walked and complained, Has my dad changed his personality? Usually, he's so busy I hardly see him. Today, he's even waiting for us to come down the mountain. Jingjing couldn't help but talk about her family with Song Yuelon. Su Zhenye was one of the first young people sent to the countryside. When he went there, he met Jingjing's mother. After they got married, Jingjing's grandfather found a way to bring both Su Zhenye and his wife back to the city. Jingjing also has 2 younger brothers. In theory, the family should be very happy living together. But Su Zhenye was assigned to work in Jinghai by his company. He only came home twice a year. As Su Zhenye's position rose, his relationship with his wife grew colder. Later, Jingjing's mother found out that Su Zhenye was close to a woman at work. She naturally cried and caused a fuss. She even slapped the woman at her company. Jingjing's eyes turned red. Later, my dad broke a teacup and said, Whether I stay or leave is up to you. My mom cried and smashed everything at home, saying he had someone else in his heart. My little brother was so scared he hid under the bed and wet his pants. Eventually, they really divorced. My mom didn't want me anymore, saying I was a burden. My dad was willing to raise me, but he only came home twice a year. The food made by the nanny was tasteless. I often dreamt of my mom braiding my hair. Jingjing recalled that time as a painful memory. She was in middle school then, and her 2 brothers were just in elementary school. Her mother forced her and her brothers to persuade Su Zhenye not to divorce. Unfortunately, her father refused to change his mind. The divorce scene was very ugly, and everyone knew about her family's breakup. Su Jingjing was almost furious with Su Zhenye. When her mother divorced, she firmly refused to take her daughter. She thought Su Zhenye definitely wanted a son, hoping that he would remarry her for his son's sake. Su Zhenye didn't care that his daughter was with him. He spent money to hire a nanny to take care of her and then went to work in Jinghai. Su Jingjing sneered, You know what? My dad didn't marry the woman from his company in the end. He ended up marrying a woman who was 10 years older than me. Su Zhenye took good care of himself, was generous with money, and was a refined older man. Naturally, many young women liked him. So, Su Jingjing's attitude towards Su Zhenye was complicated. He caused this family to fall apart, but when her mother didn't want her, her father was willing to raise her. Song Yuelon comforted her. Parents' issues are for them to solve. Love and relationships, no one can interfere. As a daughter, just do your duty. In her past life, Song Yuelon's parents were similar to Su Jingjing's. After they divorced, they each remarried and didn't care for her anymore. Su Jingjing nodded. She couldn't control her parents' affairs. Now that her father had a new family, she didn't want to go to his house anymore. Her father's new wife was kind to her, but still, she felt uncomfortable there. She preferred to stay at school. Song Yuelon linked her arm with Su Jingjing's. The 2 slowly climbed to the mountaintop where there was a small temple. Many people went there to pray for peace and good luck. Song Yuelon asked Qin Yan for a peace talisman. When facing someone they loved most, sometimes their wishes are simple, just wishing for their safety. Su Zhenye sat in his car, feeling happy. He took out a pack of cigarettes but put it back. He remembered how Song Yuelon looked just now through the rearview mirror. Her beauty wasn't made up or artificial. It was like dew on morning grass, wild roses at the alley's old wall. A kind of beauty that makes you feel gentle and warm just by a glance. He suddenly felt that this trip to Xiangshan might be more meaningful than making 10 business deals. When Song Yuelan and Su Jingjing were coming down the mountain, they indeed saw Su Jinya parking his car there. Su Jinya was not impatient at all. "Let's go. I'll take you back." Yang Xiaohong had come down the mountain a bit earlier than them.
She was a little excited.
"Let's go, Jingjing." Just now, while Song Yuelan and Su Jingjing were not around, she had a quick chat with Su Jinya. Her admiration for Su Jinya grew even more. Although he was a bit older, the gentlemanly grace he carried was unlike that of ordinary men. She also mentioned that her brother hadn't had a chance to work at an electronics company. Su Jinya told her that if she had time, she could give him her brother's information, and if there was an opportunity, he could help arrange something. That was a huge favor. Her family had spent so much money, but her brother still hadn't entered an electronics company. Now, with just one word from Su Jinya, this matter seemed about to be settled. Yang Xiaohong's attitude towards Su Jingjing did a complete 180-degree turn. The group got into the car, and not long after, Su Jingjing asked, "Dad, isn't this the way back to school?" Su Jinya smiled. "Can I treat you girls to a meal?" As he spoke, he stopped the car at a state-owned restaurant. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, the usual dinner time. Su Jingjing tugged at Song Yuelan's arm. "Yuelan, it's not a bad idea to eat here. My dad is treating us." Her father rarely accompanied her, so it was a rare chance to go out for a meal. Song Yuelan remembered that Qin Yan had left early in the morning and said he wouldn't be home for dinner tonight, so eating out was fine. Although Su Jinya was paying, she thought she could return the favor by treating Jingjing to a meal later. Su Jinya was a regular here. He ordered a private room and generously said, "Whatever you want to eat, just order." Yang Xiaohong and another roommate discussed what to eat. Song Yuelan didn't mind. She looked out the window, lost in thought. Su Jinya asked, "Did you have fun on the mountain?" Hearing this, Yang Xiaohong immediately perked up. She excitedly replied, "Yes. The scenery on the mountain is beautiful, especially the peach blossoms. They just bloomed, covering the whole hill in pink flowers. It looks like a fairyland." Jingjing Su also agreed, saying, "Yes, she's really very beautiful, and we even want to get a peace charm." Jinya Su asked curiously, "A peace charm?" Jingjing Su quickly took out a red peace charm from her bag and handed it to Jinya Su. "This is the one I specifically asked for you." Jinya Su happily accepted the charm and muttered, "Good daughter, so thoughtful." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and turned to look at Yulan Song. He casually asked, "Yulan, did you also get a peace charm for your parents?" Yulan Song was caught off guard by his question. She smiled slightly, shook her head, and softly said, "No." She didn't say who she had asked for a peace charm. Jingjing Su understood Yulan's meaning. She changed the subject. "Dad, what do you care? Anyway, I didn't ask for one for you." Jinya Su twitched his mouth, feeling a mix of emotions. Lu Tsuehua stood at the gate of the courtyard, feeling a bit uneasy. She made up her mind and finally knocked on the door. Not long after, she heard someone walking over and opening the door. Seeing the middle-aged woman who opened the door, she gathered her courage and asked, "Is this Grandpa Qin's house?" Since Qin Yan and Song Yulan left that day, Lu Tsuehua had been thinking about the other person. She remembered visiting Grandpa Qin's house when she was a child. Grandpa Qin and Grandma Qin were generous people, and the children in the village liked their home. Lu Tsuehua was no exception. Back then, every family was poor, but whenever she went to Grandpa Qin's house, she would get some small treats. Once, she went to Grandpa Qin's house and saw him fall to the ground. She was startled and ran to find an adult. Grandpa Qin was taken to the hospital, and Grandma Qin brought many gifts to thank her. Since then, Grandpa Qin's family treated her very well. She even got to eat foreign candies. But after a few years, Grandpa Qin and Grandma Qin left the village.
She was very sad for a long time.
That day at dinner, she saw Qin Yan and wrote a letter asking her family if they still remembered Grandpa Qin. Today, her family replied that Grandpa Qin had left an address when he left. They said she should visit Jinghai if she had the chance. Lu Tsuehua found this place based on the address in the letter. The person opening the door was Qin Yan's third aunt. Grandma Qin saw her and immediately remembered her. She warmly greeted her. Grandma Chin held her hand and asked where she was working now. She had a good impression of Lu Tsuehua. The old man's illness that time was very serious. If Lu Tsuehua hadn't discovered it in time and taken him to the hospital, the consequences would have been terrible. She heard Lu Tsuehua was working as a waitress at a private restaurant. Grandma Chin frowned, saying, "That place doesn't last long. I'll think of a better place for you." Since the family owed her a big favor back then, it was only right to repay it. Finding her a proper job was worthwhile. Lu Tsuehua didn't expect Grandma Chin to give her a job so easily.
This was a job in Jinghai.
Having a formal job meant she could get a city household registration. They were talking when suddenly there was a noise from the yard. Lu Tsuehua looked up. Chin Yan was walking in quickly. Grandma Chin smiled and asked, "Why are you alone today? Where is your wife?" Lu Tsuehua's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Grandma Chin in disbelief. That day, she saw Chin Yan with a girl who seemed very close, and she thought they were a couple. But seeing Grandma Chin call her wife, could they be married now? Chin Yan said, "School's not out yet. I'll pick her up later." Grandma Chin nodded. She then introduced Lu Tsuehua to Chin Yan. Chin Yan only gave a cold nod in response. Lu Tsuehua didn't expect him to be as cold as last time. She felt a bit upset. She had saved Grandpa Chin's life, after all. Chin Yan's grandma spoke. "If you're driving today, you can give Tsuehua a ride. Tomorrow, go ask at the tobacco factory. I remember there's a spot available there." That spot belonged to Chin Yan's younger sister, Chin Jimin. She didn't want it anyway, so she might as well give it to Lu Tsuehua. Chin Yan nodded. "I'll ask Director Chi tomorrow." After a few words, Chin Yan glanced at the time. Since he was taking Lu Tsuehua, he needed to leave early, or he would be late to pick up Song Yuelan. He said goodbye to Grandma Chin. Lu Tsuehua also stood up to say goodbye to Grandma Chin. She followed behind Chin Yan. She looked at the other person's back. Chin Yan was very tall, so she had to look up at him. It was her first time riding in a small car. She watched Chin Yan get into the driver's seat and instinctively moved to the front passenger seat. Chin Yan frowned slightly. "Sit in the back." His voice was cold, like iron. Lu Tsuehua didn't hear clearly. "What?" Chin Yan raised his voice again, and only then did Lu Tsuehua understand. Her face turned red quickly, and she hurriedly reached to open the back door. After she sat down properly, Chin Yan started the car. Chin Yan didn't say a word the whole time. Lu Tsuehua couldn't help but start a conversation, but he only responded with a few words. Chin Yan seemed to not want to talk much. Lu Tsuehua felt a little wronged inside. Chin Yan planned to first take Lu Tsuehua home and then go to pick up Song Yuelan. But unfortunately, there was road construction ahead. Taking a detour would delay picking up the person. He quickly made a new choice. He couldn't delay picking up Yuelan. Chin Yan's hands on the steering wheel paused slightly. Then, he turned the car onto a side road. He pressed the accelerator a bit harder, and the tires made a faint crunch as they rolled over the gravel on the shoulder. Lu Tsuehua sat in the back seat, her gaze unconsciously falling on the driver. She looked at Chin Yan's clenched jawline, which was sharp and cold, showing a hint of urgency that was hard to notice. When the car turned onto the university road paved with blue stones, Song Yuelan's figure appeared at the entrance of the teaching building. She wore a light blue dress, with her hair slightly touched by the sunlight. From afar, she saw Chin Yan's car and waved as she ran over. Almost at the same moment, Chin Yan stopped the car and opened the door. He took a few steps forward and naturally reached out to take the bag on Song Yuelan's shoulder. "Are you happy today?" His voice was low, like cotton soaked in warm water, soft and gentle, only for her. His face still showed a calm, expressionless look. But from Lu Tsuehua's angle in the back seat, she could clearly see the moment his icy expression melted in his eyes. It was a kind of warmth so thick it almost overflowed. His long fingers naturally brushed aside the few stray strands of hair blown by the wind on Song Yuelan's head. Song Yuelan looked up and said, "Yes, Professor Hua praised me for my quick progress in acupuncture today." Chin Yan praised sincerely, "You're so well behaved. People in love often can't help sharing even the smallest things with each other." Song Yulan happily opened the front passenger door. Wow! She exclaimed softly with surprise. She picked up a cold bottle of orange soda and a beautifully wrapped chocolate. How did you know I wanted snacks? Qin often brings little surprises when he sees her. Sometimes it's a bouquet of flowers, sometimes a small comic book. This time it was her favorite snacks. Qin said, I just knew. He leaned over naturally and reached out to open the orange soda bottle for her. The soft, pop sound was especially clear in the quiet car. Song Yulan lowered her head and skillfully peeled open a piece of chocolate wrapper. She directly offered the dark brown candy to Qin Yan's mouth. He slightly lowered his head and took it from her hand. The rich chocolate aroma quickly spread on his tongue. Song Yulan happily squinted her eyes, like a contented cat. This is delicious. She loved candies, and Qin Yan remembered this the best. Her office drawer, her small home cabinet, even her school bag, always filled with various candies he carefully picked out. He even asked his classmates abroad to send back some rare brands of candies. If you like them, I'll have them send more, Qin Yan said calmly. Song Yulan nodded eagerly, cheeks still puffed with chocolate. At that moment, she turned her head casually and suddenly noticed Lu Tsuehua sitting quietly in the back seat. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes widened instantly. Who is this? She had indeed forgotten their brief encounter at the Sichuan restaurant. Lu Tsuehua was stared at with those clear eyes, and she awkwardly smiled. Qin Yan's gaze didn't shift from the road or Song Yulan at all. His tone was flat, as if he was talking about something unimportant. Grandma asked me to give her a ride. He didn't bother explaining who Lu Tsuehua was. He simply mentioned it casually. Song Yulan knew Qin Yan's personality. She immediately smiled warmly and friendly, greeting Lu Tsuehua proactively. Hello there. She picked up a piece of chocolate and enthusiastically offered it to the back seat. Want to try this? It tastes really good. Lu Tsuehua quickly reached out to take it, her fingertips touching the cool wrapping paper. She tightly clenched it in her hand.
Thank you, she said softly.
Song Yulan was very good at caring for others. Noticing the subtle change in atmosphere, she started a conversation with Lu Tsuehua. Under her influence, Lu Tsuehua's tense nerves relaxed a little, and she became less shy. When Lu Tsuehua accidentally mentioned that she had once helped Grandpa Qin, Song Yulan immediately turned around, her face showing sincere gratitude. Thank you so much, Sister Tsuehua. Although she had never met Grandpa Qin, she was grateful to anyone who had helped the Qin family. Lu Tsuehua smiled a little nervously. It's nothing. Grandpa Qin is a very kind person, Song Yulan nodded. She remembered Lu Tsuehua mentioning that her grandmother had arranged a position at the tobacco factory. She naturally turned to Qin Yan. Brother Yan, when you ask Director Qi tomorrow, please help Sister Tsuehua find a good position. She helped Grandpa Qin, so we should take good care of her. The tobacco factory was doing well, and there were better and worse positions. With a little effort, she believed they could find a more comfortable one. Qin Yan looked focused on the road ahead and casually replied, Yes, don't worry. He turned to look at Song Yulan. Tomorrow I will go to the tobacco factory. Will you come with me? But Song Yulan shook her head, a hint of playful apology in her tone. Tomorrow won't work. My teacher asked me to visit her clinic. There's a competition coming up soon. You and Sister Tsuehua go together, she added thoughtfully. When Lu Tsuehua heard this, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. A feeling of indescribable joy quietly rose in her heart. Although Qin Yan might not speak much to her the whole time, being alone with him in a car, even for a short ride, made her secretly feel excited and satisfied. The car soon arrived at Lu Tsuehua's current dormitory. Lu Tsuehua opened the car door politely and said goodbye. Thank you, Comrade Qin. Thank you, Comrade Song. Song Yulan waved enthusiastically through the car window. Goodbye, Sister Tsuehua. Be careful on the way. Qin Yan didn't even glance at Lu Tsuehua and casually asked Song Yulan, What do you want to eat tonight? As the car drove away, the scene became more and more blurry. Lu Tsuehua stood still, not moving her feet for a long time. Then she slowly, almost ceremoniously, lifted her tightly clenched hand. Inside her palm, the beautiful piece of chocolate had softened a bit from her body heat, and the wrapping paper was slightly wrinkled. She lowered her head carefully and peeled off the shiny foil. She placed the small square in her mouth, gently touching it with her tongue. A slightly bitter, rich, smooth sweetness spread quickly in her mouth, filled with a complex aroma she had never experienced before, sweeping through her senses. The taste was so unfamiliar, yet so wonderful. It was very different from the simple sweetness of the cheap fruit candies she used to eat. This chocolate carried the luxurious feeling of the world she had glimpsed briefly and then quickly lost. It was so delicious. Lu Tsuehua thought. If only she could taste this every day. How wonderful that would be. It wasn't just about craving the taste. It also carried a vague, passionate longing for the life represented by that car, that cold, handsome man, and that radiant girl. Before 5 in the morning, the sky was just beginning to show a thin layer of crabshell blue, and the small courtyard was still immersed in cool, quiet silence. Song Yuelon had already gotten up quietly. She was thinking about the zongzi she needed to cook today, which required slow simmering for a long time. Nothing could be rushed. As she moved, Qin Yan, who was sleeping nearby, seemed to sense it and immediately opened his eyes. Song Yuelon smiled helplessly. "Did I wake you?" "Sleep a little longer, it's still early." Qin Yan refused to, stretching out his arm to pull her back into his arms and nuzzle her, his voice hoarse from just waking up. "I can't sleep well when you're not here." He simply got up, put on his clothes, and followed her into the still cool courtyard. Qin Yan rolled up his sleeves and efficiently went to handle the mugwort. He carefully took the smoking bundle of mugwort and carefully smoked every corner of the small courtyard. The wisps of blue smoke curled in the faint morning light, dispersing any lingering bad air from the Dragon Boat Festival. Song Yuelon sat down at the stone table in the middle of the courtyard. In front of her, there were 2 large bowls filled with shiny, sticky glutinous rice and a stack of clean, fragrant green bamboo leaves. The salted egg yolks looked rich and tempting, the marinated pork had a bright red color, and the red dates were plump and clear. Both sweet and salty flavors were neatly arranged on a porcelain plate. In the corner of the yard, a shiny black dog named Xiaohei was napping. That mischievous 3-colored cat, loved dearly by Song Yuelon, was now using Xiaohei as a fluffy hill. Its tiny paws occasionally stepped on Xiaohei's back and head, messing up his smooth fur. Xiaohei, with a good temper, wagged his tail and occasionally looked up at the playful little cat. He let out a low, indulgent purr. The little cat, tired of playing, was distracted by Song Yuelon's action of wrapping the rice dumplings. It tilted its head and watched for a while, then suddenly got playful, stumbling under the stone table to reach for the hanging bamboo leaves with its tiny paw. It chose one leaf and, imitating its owner, tried to pull hard, but the little creature was too weak. It didn't pull the leaf off, instead being pushed backward by the force and tumbling onto the grass, landing on all fours. It immediately meowed in protest, feeling wronged. Song Yuelon couldn't help but laugh at its antics, calling out loudly, "Xiaohei, go comfort your sister." Hearing this, Xiaohei stood up, shook his large body, and his fluffy fur rippled like waves. He trotted over, lowered his head, and stuck out his warm, rough tongue. Without hesitation, he began to lick the little cat's fur fiercely, as if a storm was pouring down. The little cat was licked until it wobbled and protested with a few meows. Finally, feeling comfortable, it closed its eyes, stretched out its belly, and let out a contented purr. Xiaohei continued to lick its fur until it was even more messy. Song Yuelon smiled and shook her head, then focused on her work again. She picked up 2 large bamboo leaves, skillfully overlapped and folded them, and with a quick twist of her wrist, formed a perfect cone-shaped dumpling. First, she pressed a layer of sticky rice into the leaf, then added a bright orange salted egg yolk and a piece of thick, flavorful marinated pork before covering it with another layer of rice. She pinched, folded, and wrapped with flowing movements, and a sturdy, well-shaped 4-cornered rice dumpling was born in her hand. The method of wrapping sweet rice dumplings with red dates is quite similar, just replacing the filling with sweet red dates. She wrapped them quickly, and each lush green dumpling looked like obedient little soldiers, soon forming a small pile in the nearby basin. The wrapped dumplings were carefully stacked into a large iron pot, filled with water until it covered the dumplings, then covered with a heavy wooden lid. Qin Yan had already lit a fire on a simple stove in the corner of the yard. Now he added some durable firewood. The flames flickered at the bottom of the pot, licking the darkened surface. Soon, a gentle bubbling sound came from the pot, and steam began to escape from around the lid. Gradually, a rich, indescribable aroma filled the yard. It was the deep scent of glutinous rice being cooked thoroughly. It was the fresh, grassy smell from the heated bamboo leaves, and faint hints of meat and sweet dates. This aroma grew stronger and filled the entire yard, even drifting beyond the walls, announcing the arrival of the Dragon Boat Festival. During the long wait for the dumplings to cook, Qin Yan walked to the yard wall. There, lush vines climbed, dotted with round, shiny gourds with unique amber-colored patterns on their skins. These gourds had been nourished by the spiritual spring, and this year they grew especially well, with many more on the sprawling vines. He picked the ripest one, heavy in his hand. Returning to the stone table, he took a knife. As soon as the blade touched the gourd, with a crisp sound, it suddenly cracked open, revealing inside a translucent, moist, light green flesh. Sweet juice immediately flowed out, filling the air with a fresh, fruity aroma. Qin Yan cut the gourd into bite-sized pieces and placed them on a white porcelain plate. He picked up a piece and offered it to Song Yulan, who was tidying up the remaining bamboo leaves. She naturally lowered her head and gently took a bite from his hand. The sweet, refreshing juice burst in her mouth, accompanied by the crisp, juicy flesh, tasting far better than she remembered. Her eyes lit up with surprise. This year's gourd. Last year, when Aunt San brought it, the amber gourd was tender and juicy, but not very sweet, which was a bit disappointing. But this piece was sweet, refreshing, and full of juice, perfectly making up for last year's shortcoming. Yanji, you should try some too, Song Yulan urged him quickly. Qin Yan also picked up a piece of fruit, and the crisp texture and just right sweetness were much better than before. Song Yulan looked at the melon on the plate and remembered that her third aunt had mentioned the difficulty in promoting the amber melon because it wasn't sweet enough. Now, the quality of this melon. Later, when the zongzi is cooked, take some to Grandma, and bring a few of these melons too. She pointed at the melon vine. By the way, ask third aunt if their unit needs these melon seeds. Third aunt works in the Agriculture Bureau, mainly in fruit and vegetable breeding. Qin Yan. Okay, I'll listen to you. He reached out and picked up another piece of melon to feed her, his finger accidentally brushing her soft lips. The small fire simmered for nearly 3 hours. The bubbling sound in the pot became steady and long, and the rich aroma of zongzi announced that it was ready. Song Yulan turned off the heat and lifted the lid. A fragrant steam wafted out, and all the zongzi inside looked full and upright. She carefully scooped them out and drained the water. Then she started packing them. For Grandma, for third aunt, for friendly neighbors and friends. All wrapped in clean bags. When she finished packing, she remembered Lu Tsuehua, whom she met yesterday. She took out another clean bag. She put a few different flavored zongzi inside and also selected the best amber melon. Song Yulan, Brother Yen, take one to Sister Tsuehua. Qin Yan took the bag, but his gaze fell heavily on Song Yulan's face. He stepped closer, his tall figure overshadowing her, with a hint of subtle displeasure. Suddenly, he leaned down and, without warning, gently bit her soft lips, with a hint of a teasing punishment. The bite was not hard, but enough to make her feel a possessive desire. Song Yulan, surprised and in pain, looked up at him. Qin Yan's thumb rubbed the spot where she was bitten. His voice was low, with a hint of grievance and complaint. Today, you're thinking of Grandma, third aunt, neighbors, and Lu Tsuehua. But why not think of me? Before he finished speaking, his strong arm muscles tensed instantly. His arm was well-defined. With a quick movement, he caught Song Yulan around the waist and hips, easily lifting her off the ground. He carefully placed her on a cold stone table that had been cleaned and prepared. Startled, Song Yuelon gasped and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck to steady herself. Qin Yan leaned in, holding her neck gently but firmly, and kissed her deeply. This kiss carried a faint scent of mugwort. The sound of water splashing echoed until the young girl's lips turned unusually red, and he felt satisfied. Qin Yan picked her up from the table. "Wait for me to pick you up tonight," he said. The morning fog had not yet lifted. Lu Tsuehua stood by the roadside. Her fingers tightly clutched a small mugwort sachet sewn from rough cloth inside her pocket. In the distance, a familiar black car approached. It was finally here. She had almost cried from excitement over this sachet. She sewed it stitch by stitch, her fingers sore from the effort. In her hometown, wearing a mugwort sachet during the Dragon Boat Festival was an old tradition to ward off evil and poison, symbolizing a wish for safety. She wanted to give this wish to Qin Yan, not for any other reason, but to thank him. Taking a deep breath, she sat in the back seat with a slight, barely noticeable nervousness. The leather interior and Qin Yan's cool, faintly icy aura made her feel dizzy. The car started smoothly, and the scenery outside the window began to retreat. She gathered her courage and spoke with a slight trembling voice. "Comrade Qin, I made a mugwort sachet yesterday and want to give it to you. I don't mean anything else. I just want to thank you." Qin Yan glanced at the small object in her hand through the rearview mirror, then quickly looked away. His voice was calm and steady. "No need to thank me. It's because of my grandfather." That was the longest sentence Lu Tsuehua had heard him say since they met. A faint warmth quietly filled her heart. Her grandfather's reputation? Well, that's good enough. At least he explained himself and was no longer just silent or giving monosyllabic responses. Maybe his attitude toward her was truly softening a little. This thought made her previously dull eyes suddenly brighten. "How about I help you hang the sachet in the car?" she almost eagerly suggested, her voice filled with a hint of hope. "This mugwort sachet is very good at keeping away bugs." As she spoke, her eyes wandered inside the car, searching for a suitable spot. She wanted to leave a small mark of herself in his space. It was enough to make her secretly happy. Finally, her gaze settled on the smooth rearview mirror. The car just entered the tobacco factory gate. Qin Yan stepped on the brake, accompanied by a slight squeal of tires and the click of the engine shutting off. He spoke at the same time. No need. Unfortunately, the sound of the car stopping drowned out his cold refusal. Lu Tsuehua didn't catch the no at all. She was immersed in a small burst of joy, pointing at the rearview mirror. "Comrade Qin, can I hang it here?" Before she finished speaking, she leaned forward, holding the string of the sachet, ready to hook it onto the small hook above the mirror. A slender, well-defined hand reached out. Precisely, and with undeniable strength, it stopped her wrist. That hand was cool to the touch, like a piece of cold jade. Lu Tsuehua's heart suddenly jumped, and her movements froze. Qin Yan turned his head, his deep eyes showing no warmth. His voice was even colder than before, piercing through the brief silence inside the car. "I don't like others touching my things." Then he opened the door and got out of the car. This sentence felt like an invisible slap, harshly hitting Lu Tsuehua's face. Her cheeks instantly turned hot, a burning sensation spreading to her ears. A huge sense of shame almost overwhelmed her. She quickly withdrew her hand, but her fingertips still retained the coolness from his touch. This cold feeling contrasted strangely with the burning heat on her face. It made her heart beat faster, pounding loudly in her chest. A bold, almost absurd thought suddenly appeared. In this moment of extreme shame and rapid heartbeat, it uncontrollably surfaced. What if I were his wife? Then maybe I could naturally hang the sachet for him. I could legitimately get close to him, share everything with him. This idea exploded in her mind like a thunderbolt, startling her greatly. She hurriedly looked down, trying to hide her cheeks flushing and the panic in her eyes. Fortunately, there were only the two of them in the car. No one knew her secret thoughts. Qin Yan had already opened the car door, stretched out his long legs, and got out. Lu Tsuehua took a deep breath and quickly opened her door as well. She jogged to catch up with the tall, distant figure ahead. Qin Yan walked quickly, with big strides, heading straight toward the director's office. He seemed to forget that someone was following behind him. Lu Tsuehua had to jog to keep up. Qin Yan was clearly familiar with Director Qi. He knocked on the door and went straight in. "Oh, Qin Yan, you really are a rare guest. Long time no see." Director Qi was a cheerful middle-aged man. As soon as he saw Qin Yan, he stood up enthusiastically from behind his desk, walked over, and patted Qin Yan's shoulder hard. He was friends with Qin Yan's father, Qin Jixiang, and they had a close relationship. "Last time you got married, I was on a business trip and missed the wedding. What a pity. Your wife. I heard from my wife that she's as beautiful as a flower, and she's a top student from Jinghai University." A smile appeared in Qin Yan's eyes. "Uncle Qi, Yulan is really very nice." Director Qi laughed loudly. "You little guy." Then he finally noticed Lu Tsuehua, who looked a bit nervous behind Qin Yan. "Who is this?" He looked at Qin Yan with curiosity. Qin Yan calmly introduced, "A friend from my hometown, Lu Tsuehua. She wants to find a job here. Could you help arrange something?" Director Qi suddenly understood and immediately put on a polite smile suitable for dealing with connections. "Oh, Lu Tongji. No problem." Qin Yan asked, "So it's fine." He turned to Lu Tsuehua, his tone friendly but professional. "Lu Tongji, what kind of work have you done before? Or what are you good at? Our factory is big, with many positions. We need to see which one suits you." This question was like a needle, instantly breaking Lu Tsuehua's forced calm. She slowly looked down, unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. She was just a waitress doing the same tasks every day, cleaning tables, serving food, washing dishes. A deep sense of inferiority weighed heavily on her. She looked up, forced a small smile, and her voice was a little shaky. "Director, I can learn if given a chance. I am willing to work hard and learn quickly." Director Qi still smiled, but a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. "It's good to have ambition. Here's what I'll do. I'll find a colleague familiar with the work to give you a detailed introduction to the different positions." He walked to the door and called out, "Little Jiang, come here." Soon, a young girl dressed neatly in a uniform similar to Lenin's style, with shiny braids, responded promptly. "Director, you called me?" "Little Jiang, this is new comrade Lu Tsuehua. She wants to learn about our factory's jobs. Please tell her in detail, especially about the roles suitable for women." Jiang Wanwan nodded efficiently and said clearly, "Hello, Comrade Lu. Welcome to our Jinghai tobacco factory. Our factory is a large one with many positions. Look, the main jobs suitable for women include silk-making workers who handle tobacco leaves, cigarette machine operators who work on the assembly line, packers who package finished cigarettes, and redrying workers and quality inspectors." She intentionally started with jobs that require less technical skill and are easier to learn. These positions pay the same for men and women and are popular choices for women without technical backgrounds. As Lu Tsuehua listened, her gaze was naturally drawn to Jiang Wanwan, who looked lively and spoke as beautifully as singing. Her neat, crisp clothes and confident, calm manner made Lu Tsuehua feel a strange admiration and a sense of distance. She couldn't help but softly ask, "Comrade Jiang, what do you do for work?" Jiang Wanwan smiled proudly. "I am the factory's announcer. Every day, I handle the factory's announcements and play music. Sometimes I read newspaper articles too." Lu Tsuehua's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She knew what an announcer was. In the village, the announcer's clear voice could be heard by everyone during broadcasts. She always wore the latest fashionable clothes and was the envy of all the village girls. This was a way of life completely different from working with soil and smoke. It represented cleanliness, dignity, and being noticed. Lu Tsuehua, "Director Qi, can I become a radio announcer?" Every word she spoke carried a strong rural accent. The word "can" was pronounced as "gone," with a slightly elongated ending. Jiang Wanwan suddenly turned her head sharply, her eyes widening instantly. This Lu Tsuehua, who had just entered the factory and couldn't even speak standard Mandarin clearly, dared to directly ask to be a radio announcer? That was one of the most prestigious, respectable, and strictly required positions in the factory. Jiang Wanwan's mind buzzed loudly. She seemed to hear Lu Tsuehua's earthy voice stumbling over the factory loudspeakers, announcing, "Attention." Today in the afternoon, Director Qi clearly didn't expect Lu Tsuehua to aim for the high ground of being a radio announcer. He paused while holding his teacup, his eyebrows slightly furrowing. If he had known, he wouldn't have let Jiang Wanwan introduce her. The radio announcer position was carefully selected, even with special recruitment quotas. Fluency in Mandarin, appearance, and quick thinking were all essential. This girl in front of him, her speech still carried a strong rural flavor. She wasn't articulate or precise. How much effort would it take to change her accent? Getting her on the job seemed far off. Director Qi felt a slight headache coming on. But since he had already spoken, he couldn't easily refuse. Qin Yan, standing silently nearby, shot a sharp glance at Lu Tsuehua. His voice was steady but carried a penetrating scrutiny. "Are you sure?" Those 3 short words hit Lu Tsuehua like cold rain on her heart. She was slightly stung by his gaze and question, but a stubbornness surged from within her. Was she really unfit to be a radio announcer? People from the city could do it, so why couldn't she, Lu Tsuehua?
She was determined to try.
This stubbornness overcame her initial fear. She straightened her not-so-strong chest and nodded firmly. "Lu Tsuehua, Director Qi, I can do it. I will work hard and learn." "I can learn." Director Qi glanced at Qin Yan, who looked expressionless beside her. He hesitated, wanting to advise her, but in the end, he swallowed his words. That's enough. Since people have already spoken and with Qin Yan's connection, refusing now would seem petty. He waved his hand, sounding a bit helpless. He turned to Jiang Wanwan, who looked a little upset. "Xiao Jiang, please help out. Take Comrade Lu to the radio station to get familiar with the environment and report to Director Li." Jiang Wanwan felt like she had a lump of wet cotton stuck inside, making her feel uncomfortable. What is this about? She kindly introduced her work. But now she was being introduced as a relative of someone, a potential rival. She forced down her sour feelings and unwillingness, forcing out a faint smile. "Got it, Director Qi." Seeing that Lu Tsuehua's work arrangement was settled and the task was done, Qin Yan didn't stay any longer. He walked away quickly and steadily from the director's office. Lu Tsuehua instinctively followed him into the corridor. She couldn't help but call out, "Comrade Qin," stammering a bit. She said, "Thank you so much." Qin Yan nodded slightly but kept walking without looking back. During this brief moment, behind the door of the next office, which was covered with frosted glass, her curiosity, which had been held back, started to boil like boiling water. In the small office of the factory publicity department, 4 or 5 young women were crowded together. Since Qin Yan appeared in the corridor, standing out like a crane among chickens, they peeked through the rare, transparent part of the glass window, secretly looking outside, as if watching a Western scene. Qin Yan's cold, outstanding appearance and unique aura immediately caused a small, suppressed commotion inside the office.
Wow.
Look. Who is that man? So handsome. I've never seen him before. Not from our factory, right? Such style. Wow. He just went into the director's office? Looking for the director? When they saw Lu Tsuehua, a girl with simple clothes and a clear rural air, actually called out to that stern-looking man in the corridor. Everyone's gossip radar instantly reached its peak. Qin Yan stopped in his tracks, turned around expressionlessly, and his gaze was as cold as early winter. Lu Tsuehua seemed to say a few words softly. From a distance, it was hard to hear. Qin Yan listened without showing any extra emotion. He simply nodded very slightly, then decisively turned and walked away. What did he say? What did he say? Does she know him? Their relationship seems unusual. The whispers in the office quickly turned into excited chatter. Soon after, they saw Jiang Wanwan come out of the director's office, walking toward them with the unfamiliar girl. As the door was pushed open, Several female staff immediately gathered around, talking eagerly and focusing their intense gazes on Lu Tsuehua.
Wan.
Who is this? A new colleague. Someone couldn't hold back their curiosity. They asked Lu Tsuehua playfully and with a hint of envy, "Hey, new colleague, was that the person who called out to you in the hallway just now?" As soon as the words were spoken, everyone's eyes shone like spotlights on Lu Tsuehua's face. "Your partner is really handsome." The girl with a short bob immediately chimed in, openly showing her admiration, like a movie star. Exactly, his aura, his build. Another female worker, who hadn't spoken much before, added with a meaningful look of envy. "Your partner's connections are really strong. He managed to get Director Chi to arrange a job for you, even as a broadcaster. Not just anyone can do that." Her words hit the core of everyone's amazement, the power behind the job arrangement. Lu Tsuehua was stunned by the sudden enthusiasm and straightforward questions. "Partner? Qin Yan?" That name was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring huge ripples in her heart. Confusion, shock, disbelief. But then, a secret, never-before-experienced feeling of joy, warm like spring water, quickly overwhelmed all other emotions. Being envied and misunderstood like this. Qin Yan's partner. The pride that came with this identity was so immense and sweet that it instantly overshadowed any desire to clarify. She felt her cheeks flush, her heart pounding loudly in her chest. She lowered her head slightly, but a shy, slightly proud smile couldn't help but curl up on her lips. Her fingers unconsciously twisted her clothing, her voice soft as a mosquito's buzz, yet clear enough for everyone to hear.
Still
okay." This almost automatic response, like a key, completely opened up the office atmosphere. Envy and admiration mixed with friendly teasing and curious looks. Lu Tsuehua stood in the middle of the crowd, feeling the attention and honor that came from a misunderstanding. It was as if she really wore the beautiful and unreal Qin Yan's partner outfit. At this moment, the challenge from the announcer and the trouble with the local accent seemed to fade into the background. Only the dazzling pride of being a city girl remained. Jinghai Rinxin Clinic. Song Yulan had just seen off an elderly woman with white hair and slow steps. "Teacher." Song Yulan leaned slightly and asked the question she had been thinking about. "I don't quite understand the herbal prescription for that old lady. Dragon's root herb is more direct and faster in clearing liver heat in this condition, so why did you choose Baizhu in the end?" She paused and added, "Baizhu helps with digestion and dampness, which is good, but I feel its effect isn't as precise and quick as Dragon's root herb." Professor Hua smiled.
I knew you'd ask that.
From a pharmacological point of view, choosing Dragon's root herb is correct. But when prescribing medicine, you can't just rely on the best solution from books. You also need to consider the patient's living environment. You heard the chat earlier. The old lady's family only has her and her husband. The children live far away. Dragon's root herb is good, but it requires careful preparation. It needs to be cooked first, then added later, with precise timing and heat. The steps are quite complicated. The old lady can't read or write Yulan. Imagine she takes a bag of herbs home and can't tell which herb to add first or later. Most likely, she'll just dump everything into the pot at once and cook it all together. The proper medicinal effect of Dragon's root herb wouldn't be achieved. It might even have the opposite effect if not prepared properly or interfere with other herbs' effects. The result would be wasted money and effort, and the medicine's effectiveness would be greatly reduced or even nullified. The old lady's illness would just get worse. Our goal in treatment is to cure the disease. We shouldn't pursue the so-called best solution if it causes trouble for the patient or delays recovery. Song Yulan's confused expression gradually faded, replaced by deep admiration after she understood. "I see now, teacher. Prescribing medicine means making sure the prescription can come alive in the patient's hands. This is a kind of wisdom that goes beyond books and is rooted in real experience." Professor Hua smiled and said, "Just look at more cases and gather more experience." She liked Song Yulan very much, curious and patient, an excellent student. Su Jinya's black car was parked under the shade across from the clinic. He turned off the engine but didn't get out immediately. His eyes clearly saw Song Yuelon. She was wearing a slightly old but very clean white coat, which made her neck look even longer and fair. Right now, she was slightly leaning forward, focused on the teacher checking the patient's pulse. She looked very serious. In her right hand, she held a pen, quickly jotting down notes in an open notebook. Su Zhenye leaned back in his leather seat, his gaze deep. The labels, married, and looking down on others, that Yang Xiaohong had mentioned seemed so pale and powerless in front of this calm, focused scene. They even seemed a bit tempting in a forbidden way. He had seen many women with heavy makeup and deliberate flattery, but rarely seen such pure, refreshing beauty. Every line of Song Yuelon's profile touched his heart, making him feel restless. Su Zhenye adjusted his meticulously neat suit collar. The sound of him opening the door broke the quiet inside the clinic. The fresh scent of medicine instantly surrounded him. The clinic was small but very tidy. Professor Hua was gently reminding the patient of precautions. Hearing this, Song Yuelon looked up, her clear eyes like autumn water. When she saw it was Su Zhenye, a faint surprise flickered in her eyes. Song Yuelon, Uncle Su. Su Zhenye immediately put on a warm, caring smile suitable for an elder. But his gaze seemed glued to Song Yuelon. Yuelon, what a coincidence to meet you here. He approached the consultation table. I've been feeling a bit unwell these days, dizzy and with a poor appetite. Thinking you're studying medicine, I happened to pass by, so I came in to see if you could take a look. He learned everything about Song Yuelon through Yang Xiaohong. So he hurried over, not expecting Song Yuelon to actually be inside the clinic. He deliberately directed his request to Song Yuelon, with a subtle sense of closeness and testing. Song Yuelon slightly turned her body, subtly taking control and guiding the conversation to the teacher. Uncle Su, I am still learning from Professor Hua, so my experience is limited. Professor Hua is very skilled. Let me have him take a look at you. Her words were polite and humble, but like an invisible barrier, gently blocking Uncle Su's intentions. All right, I trust you. Uncle Su smiled warmly and obediently sat down on the small stool in front of the examination table. His eyes, however, lingered with interest on Song Yuelon's beautiful side face and Professor Hua. Professor Hua calmly placed 3 fingers on the wrist pulse. Yuelon, try this. Feel Mr. Su's pulse. Yes, teacher. Song Yuelon stepped forward. When her slender, jade-like fingers gently pressed on the inside of Uncle Su's wrist to feel his pulse, an indescribable tingling sensation suddenly exploded from the contact point, rushing along the blood vessels to his forehead. He suddenly clenched his other hand on his knee, his fingers turning white, and he momentarily held his breath. In his mind, he harshly scolded himself. Uncle Su, have you never seen anything like this? Just having a girl check your pulse makes you so distracted? You're like a young fool who's never seen a woman. But his body's instinctive reaction was undeniable. That heart, soaked in wine, desire, and wealth, was pounding wildly at this moment. Even the pulse under Song Yuelon's fingertips seemed to beat more fiercely. Song Yuelon held her breath, focusing intently on the obvious, overly excited, and slippery pulse. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if carefully analyzing, then a flash of understanding crossed her eyes, followed by a subtle sense of detachment after realization. She looked up at Professor Hua, her lips moving slightly, but no sound coming out. From the pulse, she could make a certain judgment about Uncle Su's character. Uncle Su caught the subtle change in her expression, feeling a strange tightness in his chest, and instinctively asked, Yuelon, what's wrong? Did you see something? Song Yuelon spoke. The pulse feels tense, smooth, and strong, like beads rolling on a plate. This indicates typical liver qi stagnation and internal damp heat. It suggests too much socializing, excessive smoking and drinking, which damage the liver and spleen, causing internal dampness. Professor Hua added, drink less alcohol. More importantly, keep a clear mind, be moderate in desires, and control intimacy. Health is fundamental. You should take good care of it. His words sounded like a thunderclap over Su Zhenye's head. especially the phrases control intimacy and keep a clear mind, which felt like hot irons burning his face. He had been used to flattery all his life, but never had anyone openly, especially in front of Song Yuelon, exposed his indulgent lifestyle so plainly. A wave of shame and anger surged through him. His face turned red and purple. Even his ears felt hot. He suddenly coughed a few times, trying to hide his embarrassment, and nervously glanced at Song Yuelon. She still lowered her eyes, focused on her notes, as if the shocking medical advice had nothing to do with her. Professor Hua's words were like a mirror exposing his hidden flaws beneath his polished exterior. Thoughts of his wife at home, who he found tiresome and only kept appearances for, flashed through his mind. Then he thought of the several lovers outside, supported by his money, who tried to please him but increasingly made him feel bored and dull. Su Jianye forced a smile. I will follow the doctor's advice. Anyway, he already had a new goal. Jinghai University staff housing Song Yuelon stared at Qin Yan without blinking. She still held a silver needle between her fingers, her breathing slightly quickened from concentration. How does it feel? Qin Yan, shirtless and muscular, his tan skin glowing healthily under the light. He was like a test subject for Song Yuelon. Several silver needles were carefully inserted into acupoints, moving slightly with his breathing. His Adam's apple moved, and his voice was a bit hoarse from restraint. Hot, like a warm flow running through. Very comfortable. The word comfortable was drawn out, and his gaze was deep and meaningful, surrounding Song Yuelon. Song Yuelon nodded with satisfaction. Her fingertips unconsciously brushed the edge of his hot skin, causing him to shiver slightly. Song Yuelon, feeling heat is good. It shows this acupuncture method really works. Recently, her studies had been heavy, and Qin Yan had become her most convenient and willing model for practice. Qin Yan's gaze grew deeper. He slightly moved his arm, which was fixed with silver needles, but his fingertips precisely caught a strand of Song Yuelon's hair hanging by her side, playing with it. I've already helped you. His voice grew lower, filled with undeniable possessiveness. Yuelon, isn't it time for you to return the favor? Song Yuelon's heart skipped a beat, and a blush spread across her face. She instinctively tried to step back, but was gently pulled by Qin Yan's fingers tangled in her hair. She smiled, a bit shy and pleading, covering his hot lips with her hand. We agreed. Only once. Her eyes glanced at the thick medical books and dense notes spread beside her. The competition is next Saturday. I need to study these days and can't get distracted. Thinking about the Japanese participants, a flash of competitive desire crossed her eyes, strengthening her focus. Qin Yan's reply was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. He leaned in and kissed her palm, which was covering his lips. The warm, moist sensation made Song Yuelon recoil as if electrocuted. A trace of triumphant smile flickered in his eyes, quickly replaced by a stronger desire. There is a way to solve this. Before he finished speaking, he forcefully embraced Song Yuelon into his arms. In an instant, they moved into a different space. As they used it, the space's functions became clearer. Qin Yan could control the experiments and gravity within the space. Song Yuelon could control the spiritual spring and time. They could also share each other's abilities. At this moment, Qin Yan's mind moved slightly, and the gravity within the space was instantly removed. Song Yuelon gasped and floated weightlessly, her long black hair spreading out like seaweed in the void. Qin Yan's strong arms wrapped tightly around her waist, holding her securely. They slowly spun and floated in the endless emptiness. His long fingers traced her soft lips, and his intense gaze seemed almost capable of melting her. I want to slow down time. His voice was hoarse, and his hot breath brushed against her sensitive ear. That way are things. And your studies won't be delayed. Is that okay? Although he sounded doubtful, his lips pressed down firmly on hers. Song Yuelon was held in his weightless embrace, with nowhere to push back, only able to cling to him. She glared at him in embarrassment and anger. Suddenly, she remembered something. By the way, Why is there one leftover piece of the rice dumplings and amber melon today? She was referring to the one meant for Lu Tsuehua. He interrupted her, casually saying, "That one? Oh, I forgot to give it," his hot forehead pressed against hers, breathing heavily, with a strange, almost pleading tone in his voice. "Don't think too much. Don't you love me? Be good, sweetheart, relax," he softly comforted her. At this moment, he no longer looked cold and ruthless like during the day. He was just a man tormented by desire, begging for his lover's full attention. Before Song Yuelon could speak, he vaguely ordered, just before a deeper kiss fell. His arms tightened around her, almost pulling her into his bones and blood. Time, under his precise control, became thick and slow, each second stretched and magnified infinitely. "Be attentive. Yuelon." Tobacco Factory Radio Station. The initial excitement and curiosity Lu Tsuehua felt when she first arrived quickly faded. She didn't think it was her lack of ability. In her view, it wasn't her fault. The radio station staff were too strict. And Jiang Wanwan, the flamboyantly dressed woman leading the exclusion, was the main reason. They just couldn't stand her being there, taking the spotlight away from them. Why should they sit behind that glamorous microphone? And she could only run errands like a servant. The silent distance, the deliberate avoidance in work assignments, the helpless exchanged glances, they all felt like needles stabbing her. She had become an eyesore and an unwelcome presence in the station. A wave of grievance rose in her heart.
Why do you look down on me?
This afternoon, she was ordered to find an old, rarely used script in the archive room. She hesitated and felt a surge of anger inside her. Just outside the office door, she could hear clearly and deliberately lowered voices discussing her, like sharp ice shards piercing through the door and stabbing into her ears. Ugh, she's really unlucky to have such a boss. Her script sounds terrible, like a dog chewing on it. She can't remember the device keys even after practicing 3 times, and she still acts proud. Does she think the radio station is her own home? One voice complained openly. Exactly. Even relatives should follow some basic rules, right? With her level, she's embarrassing the whole factory. If the leaders hear about this, we'll all be in trouble, another voice echoed, full of worry. There was a low, annoyed chorus of agreement. At this moment, Jiang Wanwan's clear voice, tinged with obvious superiority, rang out. She sneered even more. Enough, say a few less words. She has powerful backing, someone above her. Our skills are so limited compared to her connections. What does it matter? Just bear with it and don't make yourself unhappy. She stretched out the word, connections, with a mocking and contemptuous tone. Lu Tsuehua froze outside the door, a fiery anger rising from her feet to her head. No, it was more like being hurt and then furious with shame. She automatically blocked out all the objective comments about her lack of ability. She only caught the harsh words, connections, embarrassment, powerful backing. They were jealous. Jealous that Lu Tsuehua had ways they didn't. Jealous that she didn't have to struggle through exams and studies to get in. That Jiang Wanwan, relying on her pretty face and a few days of schooling, targeted her everywhere. Looking down on her as a rural girl. She was the most vicious one. What about lacking knowledge? What about needing to learn? In Lu Tsuehua's eyes, all of that was just an excuse. Suddenly, she remembered the news she overheard when passing by Director Chi's office. In 3 days, the visiting leaders from out of town would come to observe, and the radio station needed to broadcast welcome speeches and factory tours. This was a perfect chance, an opportunity to prove herself in front of the entire factory. Lu Tsuehua's eyes lit up, and her lips unconsciously curled into a smile. Did Jiang Wanwan look down on her? When the time comes, she will let everyone see that Lu Tsuehua is no worse than anyone else. As for those unfamiliar characters, she can look them up in the dictionary in advance or memorize them by heart. Anyway, if she succeeds this time, who will dare to look down on her? The laughter from the radio station still continued, but Lu Tsuehua could no longer hear it. Her mind was full of images of herself standing in front of the microphone, her voice echoing throughout the factory. What expression will Jiang Manwan have? It will definitely be very impressive. She turned around and left, her steps light and confident, as if she had already won. Lu Tsuehua didn't notice that the manuscript in her hand, soaked with sweat, had the words, "Guidance Welcome," written next to it, with the pinyin Linyu crookedly marked beside it. Song Yulan arrived at the clinic early. She was with a few senior students, checking the medical equipment needed for the day's outreach. "Yulan, have you checked the acupuncture kits?" Professor Hua came in, holding a list. Song Yulan replied, "Yes, Professor Hua. The acupuncture needles have been sterilized, and we have enough alcohol swabs." Professor Hua nodded with satisfaction. "This time, you're mainly responsible for acupuncture treatment at the tobacco factory. Most of the workers there have muscle strain issues, which is right up your alley." On the way, Professor Hua explained the situation at the tobacco factory. "Director Chi is an old classmate of mine from high school. They have many workers, and the working environment is special. Many people have occupational diseases. We go there for free clinics once a year as a way to give back to society. Next month, Song Yulan will participate in the Sino-Japanese Traditional Chinese Medicine Exchange Competition. This is also a form of intense training before the contest." Director Chi arrived early with his team at the factory gate. His gaze swept over the medical team and suddenly paused on Professor Hua's side. Standing there was a young woman, the morning light just touching half of her body. With almond-shaped eyes, a delicate nose, and lips like a touch of rouge. Her white coat did not hide her figure. Instead, the belt accentuated her slim waist. This look would be perfect for a movie star. Director Chi snapped out of his thoughts and hurried forward to shake hands. During the greeting, he suddenly remembered something and smiled, saying, "What a coincidence. My old friend's daughter-in-law also studies at your school. Her name
Seems to be
Yulan." He casually mentioned the name Qin Yan brought up a few days ago. When Qin Yan talked about his wife, a rare gentle expression appeared on his usually cold face. Suddenly, a kind laugh echoed in the medical team. Professor Hua patted the girl next to him. "Old Qi, your memory isn't what it used to be. Come, let me introduce you." The girl took a half step forward, and the morning light shone fully on her. She wore a perfect smile, her voice clear and bright. "Hello, Director Chi, I am Song Yulan." Director Chi was momentarily surprised, then he laughed loudly, the lines around his eyes relaxing. "Good old Qin Yan, no wonder that young man acts like a different person when he mentions you." Before he finished speaking, Song Yulan's ears turned slightly red. The morning breeze brushed her loosely tied black hair, a few strands fluttering near her cheeks, making her blush look even more lively. She wore only a simple jade orchid hairpin, yet her plain appearance was more charming than any jewelry. Director Chi personally led them to the prepared consultation room. It was a large meeting room in the factory, temporarily converted for this purpose. Several tables were arranged in a row, covered with clean white sheets. A red banner on the wall read, "Warmly welcome medical college experts for free clinic at the factory." "I've already notified everyone in the factory," said Director Chi. "The workers are very excited. Especially those with chronic issues. Going to the hospital and waiting in line is such a hassle. Being able to see the experts right at the door, everyone is very grateful." Soon, a long line formed outside the consultation room. Song Yulan was assigned to a seat by the window, mainly responsible for acupuncture treatment. The first patient was a woman worker in her 40s. She sat down with a worried look, holding her shoulder. "Doctor, I've had pain in my right shoulder for half a year. I can't even lift it." Song Yulan gently asked her to sit, then carefully inquired about her symptoms before softly pressing on her shoulder points. "Does it hurt here? How about here?" Her fingers pressed with moderate strength, gentle but precise. Yes, right there," the woman grimaced. Song Yulan nodded. "This is typical shoulder periarthritis. I'll do some acupuncture and suggest simple rehabilitation exercises. It should improve." She took out silver needles, disinfected, and inserted them with practiced skill. At the moment the needle pierced the skin, the female worker nervously closed her eyes, but found there was almost no pain. "Huh? It doesn't hurt." She opened her eyes in surprise. Song Yulan smiled. Acupuncture is about getting the energy rather than causing pain. You should now feel a dull ache, which is normal. She skillfully turned the needle handle, adjusting the depth. After 15 minutes, when Song Yuelon removed the needles, the worker was able to slowly lift her arm. The worker said, "Wow, I feel so much better. Little doctor, your skills are amazing." One after another, patients came to see Song Yuelon. There was a packaging worker with back muscle strain, a line worker with wrist tendinitis, and a quality inspector with neck pain from looking down for a long time. Song Yuelon patiently treated each one, sometimes using acupuncture, sometimes teaching simple massage techniques for specific points. By noon, the good reputation outside the clinic was spreading. Workers whispered to each other, "That young female doctor is really good at her work. The needles don't hurt at all. She explains things clearly, unlike doctors in big hospitals who just brush you off after a few words." While Song Yuelon was tidying up her tools, Director Chi entered with an older worker with gray hair. "Dr. Song, this is Master Ma from our factory. He's been working here for 30 years. His back and legs hurt badly. Can you take a look?" Master Ma looked to be around 60, with a dark face, and he clearly hesitated to put weight on his left leg while walking. He suspiciously looked at Song Yuelon. "Director, is this the expert you mentioned? Can such a young girl really do the job?" The room suddenly fell silent. Song Yuelon felt everyone's eyes on her. She took a deep breath and stood up. "Master Ma, please have a seat. Whether I can help or not, you'll find out after trying." Master Ma snorted and reluctantly sat down. "I've been to several hospitals for this old problem, but no one has cured me. I've used countless plasters and ointments, and now I can hardly walk." Song Yuelon calmly asked about his medical history, then asked him to lie down for an examination. Her fingers gently pressed along his spine. At the fourth lumbar vertebra, Master Ma suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch! Is it especially painful here?" Song Yuelon asked. Master Ma nodded, cold sweat already forming on his forehead. Song Yuelon thought for a moment and said, "Master Ma, you are experiencing a typical case of herniated disc pressing on the sciatic nerve. I suggest you try acupuncture a few times to relieve the pain, along with some rehabilitation exercises." Master Ma frowned and asked, "Will those fine needles really work?" The workers in the clinic held their breath. But Song Yuelon still kept a gentle smile. "Master Ma, acupuncture has a history of over 2,000 years in our country and is very effective for this kind of condition. If you're unsure, I can do a trial first. You can feel the effect and decide whether to continue." Master Ma looked at Director Chi with some doubt. He encouraged him with a nod. "Old Ma, give it a try. Dr. Song has already treated more than 20 workers today. All right, I'll give it a try." Finally, Master Ma agreed. Song Yuelon took out her needles, disinfected her hands skillfully. She asked Master Ma to lie on his side, then accurately found the acupoints like Huan Tiao and Wei Zhong, and quickly inserted the needles. Master Ma tensed up nervously, but found almost no pain. "Relax, breathe deeply." Her voice was soft but firm. "Now I will twirl the needles. You might feel a dull ache. That's normal." With her expert technique, Master Ma's expression gradually relaxed.
Huh.
"It really doesn't hurt that much." After 20 minutes, when Song Yuelon removed the needles, Master Ma was able to sit up by himself. He tried to stand and walk a few steps, surprised. "Amazing! This leg is starting to feel stronger." Everyone in the room clapped and praised. Embarrassed, Master Ma scratched his head. "Dr. Song, it's just that I'm an old man who didn't recognize talent. Please don't take it to heart." Song Yuelon shook her head with a smile. "I'm glad you feel better. This condition needs several treatments in a row. Come back tomorrow, and I'll adjust the acupoints again." Master Ma nodded repeatedly. "I will definitely come back." Director Chi watched this scene with admiration. He quietly said to Professor Hua, "Old Hua, your student is impressive. She's young but has strong will and skill." Professor Hua looked proudly at Song Yuelon, who was busy treating the next patient. She softly replied, "Yes, she has a rare quality. She combines a kind heart with focused learning. This kind of student is rare in 10 years. Jinghai Radio Station. "Hey, have you heard? Jiang Wanwan came in from the door, holding two small pieces of paper. Today, the factory invited a famous old Chinese medicine doctor from the city to see patients. I heard it's hard to get an appointment. I woke up early and managed to get 2 slots from Director Li. She went to her seat and placed one of the slips on her colleague Zhang Li's desk. Shall we go see him together tomorrow afternoon? Zhang Li gratefully said, That's really great. Tomorrow morning, the leaders will visit the factory and the radio station needs to broadcast high-quality programs. But at this moment, her voice was a little hoarse. However, Zhang Li also felt a faint sense of relief. Because the person in charge of hosting tomorrow is Jiang Wanwan, who is very capable. This means Zhang Li and a few other colleagues can take a break. In the corner, Lu Tsuehua lowered her head, as if completely absorbed in the thick script she was holding. Her thin shoulders slightly hunched, her fingers tightly gripping the edge of the script, her knuckles turning white. The writing on the script was blurry, yet clear before her eyes. She was silently reciting, but not a single word truly entered her mind. No, she wouldn't let Jiang Wanwan be so successful tomorrow. Yesterday afternoon, in the small woods south of the factory, she accidentally found some plants. Others might think they were just wild grass, but Lu Tsuehua recognized them. These were bitter gourd vines. When she was a child, she went up the mountain with her grandfather to pick herbs. Adults warned her repeatedly, Tsuehua, this is bitter gourd vine, it's very potent. The dried roots are medicinal, but if used raw or in the wrong amount, even a little touch can cause diarrhea and weakness in the legs. Never touch or eat it casually. Lu Tsuehua stood up, walked to her cabinet, and took out an unremarkable paper package and a clean enamel teapot. That was the shared tea leaves. The tobacco factory's benefit was that each office received a pound of tea every quarter. But now, the package didn't contain only tea leaves. It was mixed with some chopped, darker-colored root fragments, exactly the bitter gourd roots she had secretly dug up and processed. She poured boiling water into the teapot, and the dark brown liquid quickly spread out, carrying a faint earthy smell and the fresh aroma of tea leaves. Everyone, let's have tea. Lu Tsuehua poured tea for everyone in the office. Everyone was used to it. Usually, she didn't have a broadcasting task, and most of the time, Lu Tsuehua was doing miscellaneous chores. She often brewed tea, so this wasn't the first time. Zhang Li took a sip of tea and spat out her tongue. The tea leaves need changing. It tastes a bit earthy. Another person said, It's good enough to have free tea. Lu Tsuehua sat back in the corner and picked up her draft again. The medicinal effects of Gansu will show tonight, so as long as tomorrow comes, she will prove herself. Lu Tsuehua kept her eyes open, listening to the sounds from the bed next door. The night was very quiet, only Jiang Wanwan tossing and turning and the occasional muffled groan. Jiang Wanwan once again pulled back the blanket and groped to get out of bed. This was the 4th time. Lu Tsuehua closed her eyes, thinking tomorrow would be a good day. At dawn, Lu Tsuehua woke up. She quietly sat up, her gaze falling on Jiang Wanwan, curled up on the opposite bed. Wanwan? It's time to get up. Her voice was just right, mixed with a hint of worry. Jiang Wanwan's face was pale, and her bangs were stuck to her skin with cold sweat. She weakly shook her head. I might have eaten something bad. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly curled up again. No. I still need to go. Lu Tsuehua watched her stumble towards the bathroom, then calmly adjusted her uniform collar. In the mirror, she saw her mouth briefly turn up uncontrollably, then quickly pressed into a caring smile. I'll tell Director Li, she raised her voice, and ask Zhang Li to take over for you. From the bathroom came a response with steam. Okay. The draft is on my desk. Corridor of the tobacco factory. Director Li's shoes clacked anxiously on the concrete floor. When he looked at his watch for the 3rd time, he finally saw Lu Tsuehua walking from the end of the corridor. Where's little Jiang? His voice was anxious and sharp. Lu Tsuehua jogged a few steps and said, Tonight I vomited and had diarrhea. I can't get out of bed. Zhang Li also took leave. The arriving clerk interrupted. Strangely, no other staff members came either. At this point, it didn't matter much anymore. Outside the window, the main road of the factory could already be seen with the outline of a black car. He quickly grabbed Lu Suehua's wrist. You know how to operate the equipment, right? You've read the script, haven't you? Lu Suehua was pulled unsteadily and shook her head nervously. I can't do it. I've never. She pretended to be very scared, showing she didn't want to go on the radio. It was just to clear her name. The clock at the radio station struck the hour, ringing clearly. Director Lee almost forced her into the announcer's chair. His sweaty palm left fingerprints on the control panel. The switch is here, the volume is here. Just read the script and follow along. No matter what, she had to find someone to cover. Director Lee didn't know her skill level. He just thought Lu Suehua was modest. Someone who could suddenly be assigned to the radio station must have some ability. Director Lee looked out the window. The black cars inside the factory had already arrived. Director Lee said, Xiao Lu, quick, quick, quick. Lu Suehua suppressed her excitement. She turned on the radio equipment, cleared her throat. Her voice spread throughout the entire factory. She held the script tightly and began reading carefully, word by word. Jinghai Tobacco Factory, Main Road. The black car slowly entered the factory. Manager Chi leaned half his body out the window, enthusiastically introducing the new developments at the factory to the leaders. He had styled his hair into a shiny, slicked-back look, and in his new Zhongshan suit pocket, 2 pens gleamed under the sunlight. Leaders, please see. This year we introduced 3 new production lines, he said, pointing at the new factory buildings in the distance, his voice loud enough to compete with the radio. Before he finished speaking, the factory's loudspeaker suddenly crackled loudly. Then a female voice announced, Jinghai Tobacco begins broadcasting. The voice sounded strained, as if someone was choking it, with suspicious pauses between words. The originally clear and pleasant radio broadcast now sounded like an old, rusty record player. Occasionally, it would jump with heavy regional accents and exaggerated pronunciations. Director Chi's smile froze on his face. He watched helplessly as a certain leader in the back seat suddenly covered his mouth, and his shoulders shook suspiciously. This year, our factory has achieved profit and tax benefits. Suddenly, the female voice in the broadcast faltered, and the sound of papers rustling came through. Profit, sleep, snicker. Finally, the person in the back seat burst into laughter. The director with gold-rimmed glasses patted his thigh and said, Old Chi, your announcer must be doing a comedy show on purpose, right? A vein on Director Chi's forehead throbbed rapidly. He stared fixedly at the small building of the broadcasting station 100 meters away, as if he wanted to burn a hole through the announcer with his gaze. Even more frightening was that the broadcast kept messing up. Now, the news for today's visitors. After 5 seconds of silence, the female voice suddenly gave up and said, the visitors for inspection. 2 words, guidance, were completely wrong. Even the driver couldn't hold back his laughter, almost driving the car into the greenery. Very special. Truly special. The head of the economic committee laughed so hard his glasses tilted. Old Chi, are you trying to compete for the first prize in this year's cultural performance? Director Chi's knuckles turned white as he gripped the car door handle. At this moment, he deeply missed Jiang Wanyang's clear, spring-like voice. When that girl read scripts, even boring production data sounded poetic. But now, the person in the broadcasting station was like a student reading a text aloud with Pinyin, clearly repeating lessons. The funniest part was when the broadcast announced, the overall labor productivity has increased by 15.8%. Suddenly, the female voice gasped in surprise. 15 point.
No, 8.
8. Director Chi roared inwardly, almost biting his back teeth to pieces. He finally understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. Yesterday, he boasted at the leadership meeting that the overall quality of our staff has improved, and today he was publicly exposed. In the broadcasting station, Lu Tsuewa's palms were sweaty. She stared at the dense numbers on the script and suddenly saw the Arabic characters dancing before her eyes. It turns out that being a radio announcer is not so easy. Next, the broadcast. Her voice started to shake, and she accidentally knocked over a porcelain cup, spilling half a glass of water onto the script. Director Lee closed his eyes in despair at the door. On the factory road, laughter echoed from the black car. Manager Chi stiffly turned his head, too afraid to look at the faces of the leaders. At that moment, the broadcast came to an end with a final, tearful voice. "The broadcast is finished." Then came a loud crashing sound. Someone had clearly fallen onto the control panel. Director Lee responded and left. Soon after, Song Yulan followed behind him. She was dressed neatly in a white coat and had a calm demeanor. Professor Hua was busy seeing a patient and couldn't leave. At this moment, there were no patients, so Professor Hua asked her to go with Director Lee for a quick trip. When Lu Tsuehua saw her figure, her pupils suddenly contracted, and her face turned pale as paper. She never expected that Song Yulan was a doctor working at the factory. Song Yulan saw Lu Tsuehua and smiled politely as a greeting. This smile, in Lu Tsuehua's eyes, was more frightening than any mockery. Song Yulan stopped paying attention to her and carefully examined the tea leaves. She leaned in, sniffed a small amount, and quickly frowned. "There is some bitter herb mixed in." Before anyone could ask, she explained clearly, "That herb is very strong and can cause severe diarrhea. The fresh, unprocessed bitter herb is potent and unstable. When mixed into the tea, its smell and appearance can be hidden, but the moisture..." She touched the leaves and said, "It looks like it was recently picked and mixed in. This is unlikely to be accidental during tea picking. It seems deliberately added." Deliberately, Zhongli blurted out, her eyes suddenly turning to Lu Tsuehua. "Yesterday, Lu Tsuehua was the one who brewed the tea for us." Everyone's eyes focused on Lu Tsuehua. If anyone benefits from this incident, Lu Tsuehua is the biggest. But her poor skills meant she didn't actually gain anything. Instead, she caused trouble for the factory. Lu Tsuehua, with a crying tone, shouted, "It's not me. I just brewed the tea. I didn't know there was that stuff inside. Director Lee asked me to go broadcast. I didn't want to go." Director Lee sighed and nodded helplessly, confirming, "Yes, the broadcast was arranged last minute. I forced Lu Tsuehua to do it." His words cleared Lu Tsuehua of any suspicion of acting on her own. Song Yulan quickly wrote a prescription for relief and handed it to Jiang Wanan and others. "Take the medicine on time today. Drink plenty of water and you'll be fine." At that moment, the office door was gently knocked. Everyone instinctively looked toward the door. Standing there was a tall, stern-looking man, Qin Yan. Lu Tsuehua's face instantly turned pale, and her mind buzzed loudly as the last bit of color drained from her face. Song Yulan's eyes showed a hint of surprise. "Brother Yan, why are you here?" Qin Yan quickly glanced over Song Yulan, then briefly greeted Director Qi. When he turned to Song Yulan, his stern expression softened slightly. "Finished work early today, so I came by to pick you up." His voice was quiet but clear, reaching everyone's ears. Except for Director Qi, who understood everything, the others were all stunned. Especially the radio station staff. They looked at Qin Yan, then at Lu Tsuehua, who was pale and trembling, and finally at Song Yulan, with disbelief and confusion on their faces. Zhongli, the most impatient, couldn't help but point at Qin Yan and blurt out, "Aren't you Lu Tsuehua's partner?" As soon as she said this, the whole office seemed to freeze. Lu Tsuehua felt her vision darken and almost fainted. Qin Yan's appearance and Song Yulan's identity shattered her carefully built lie completely, leaving nothing behind. Hearing this, Qin Yan's eyebrows furrowed sharply, and with obvious disgust, his voice was low and commanding. "Who told you that?" Zhongli was intimidated by his presence and instinctively took a half step back. She hurriedly pointed at the nearly collapsing Lu Tsuehua. She said it herself. She told us." All eyes focused on Lu Tsuehua's ghostly pale face like countless spotlights. Contempt, shock, realization, and schadenfreude, these complex feelings flickered in everyone's eyes. Qin Yan's gaze swept coldly over Lu Tsuehua without a hint of warmth, as if looking at something disgusting. He spoke firmly, clearly, coldly, with no hesitation or regard for feelings. "I don't know what she said." He paused, each word like an ice spike hitting the ground. "But I have no relationship with her. She helped save my grandfather's life, and my grandmother asked her to take over my aunt's job at the tobacco factory." He naturally reached out and gently placed his hand on Song Yulan's shoulder to completely cut off all rumors and false ideas. This gesture clearly signaled his stance. He looked around at everyone and spoke seriously. "Let me introduce you to my wife, Song Yuelon." The words, wife, hit Lu Tsuehua like a heavy hammer, crushing her last bit of hope and shattering her fragile fantasy. The lie was exposed openly, by the person involved, and in such a cold, decisive way that there was no room for apology. She could no longer hold herself up, her body swayed. If someone nearby hadn't instinctively caught her, she might have collapsed on the spot. A wave of shame and fear overwhelmed her instantly, far worse than discovering Gong Sui's betrayal, tearing her apart inside. She was finished, completely finished in this factory. Qin Yan's words, sorry, hit her like a cold iron hammer, sharply damaging her fragile pride. Lu Tsuehua's throat tightened, and tears streamed down her face like broken beads. She dared not look at Qin Yan, nor at the suddenly complicated expressions around her. It felt as if she had been stripped and thrown into the middle of a square, shame wrapping around her like a cold snake squeezing her heart. Director Chi's voice was filled with obvious anger and disappointment. "Xiao Lu, this is too unreasonable." He looked sternly at Lu Tsuehua. "Qin Yan got married last year. How could you be so careless and speak nonsense? If this gets out, it will seriously damage Qin Yan's and his wife's reputation. Have you thought about that? For ordinary people or those with doubts, it might seem like Qin Yan and Lu Tsuehua had some secret relationship. After all, why would a girl say a man is her partner without reason?" But Qin Yan and Song Yuelon stood right here. No one would doubt them. Their presence was the best proof. With a wife like Song Yuelon, how could anyone look at Lu Tsuehua? Lu Tsuehua's secret, sweet, hopeful fantasies. The subtle hints of a special relationship among colleagues. All of this was ruthlessly exposed by Director Chi. Like a soap bubble bursting in the sunlight, leaving no trace behind, only a mess of embarrassment and chaos on the ground. "I'm sorry." Lu Tsuehua finally managed to say a few words through her clenched teeth. Her voice trembled badly. She was speaking to Qin Yan. Overwhelmed by deep disappointment and embarrassment, she almost felt suffocated. "You should apologize to Yulan," Qin Yan said without any hesitation, cold and firm, correcting her direction. His tall figure shielded Song Yulan, forming a silent, protective stance. Lu Tsuehua's body suddenly trembled, and with great difficulty, she turned towards Song Yulan. Her eyes flickered and avoided, finally settling on the neat corner of Song Yulan's clothes, but she dared not look into her face. Her gaze was filled with a mix of resentment, hatred, and extreme inferiority. "I'm sorry." Lu Tsuehua struggled to say these words again. Song Yulan looked at the person in front of her, who not long ago seemed simple and pitiful. Her feelings were complicated. Her initial sympathy had long disappeared, replaced by cold detachment and understanding. Lu Tsuehua lowered her head, and a feeling of bitterness rose in her heart. This bitterness was not directed at Qin Yan, who humiliated her publicly. Nor was it aimed at Director Chi, who upheld justice. Instead, it was sharply and unfairly directed at Song Yulan. Sometimes, people's hearts are just so unreasonable. You simply stand quietly in your place. You haven't invaded anyone's space or stolen anyone's treasures. Just because you exist, you reflect others' shame and delusions, becoming an unforgivable sin in their eyes. This baseless hatred, like wild thorns in a field, grows wildly for no reason. Lu Tsuehua's hatred for Song Yulan was exactly like that. Pure, blind, and full of destructive resentment. Lu Tsuehua didn't know how she managed to shuffle back to the radio station office. Every step felt like walking on cotton, yet also like being burned by countless gazes on her back. She almost collapsed onto her seat, burying her face into her crossed arms. A strange silence filled the office. She could feel several eyes scanning her hunched back, full of unhidden scrutiny and contempt. Zhang Li, Jiang Wanan, and a few other colleagues quickly exchanged glances. Their looks were full of tacit mockery and a sense of satisfaction. Today, Lu Tsuehua was truly embarrassed. First, There was a disastrous radio incident in the morning that angered the leaders and brought shame to the factory. Then, her proud and widely spread story about her partner was publicly exposed as a lie. This was a new level of embarrassment, making her the joke of the entire factory. A brief silence was broken by Zhongli, who deliberately let out a long sigh. "Oh my, Dr. Xiao's song really is like a fairy coming down from heaven." She exaggeratedly patted her belly. "After drinking this medicine, my energy immediately calmed down a lot. A true healer is truly a healer." Someone nearby quickly added on. "Not just good at medicine. That look, tsk, even more attractive than movie stars and magazines. That aura, just standing there, is different from us." "Exactly." Another person joined in with an exaggerated tone. "You see, someone like that, a fairy-like person, is the only one worthy of someone like Comrade Qin Yan, right? Standing together, they are a perfect match, a beautiful couple." "That's right." Everyone chimed in enthusiastically, forming an invisible wave of sound that surrounded the figure curled up in the corner. Every compliment about Song Yulan felt like a sharp knife dipped in salt, repeatedly stabbing Lu Tsuehua's heart. A voice with deliberate doubt sounded. "Honestly, I don't know what some people are thinking. Where do they get such thick skin?" This comment immediately triggered more direct mockery. "Exactly. Helping Grandpa is a kindness, no doubt, but does that give you the right to make up stories and say you're her partner? That's just too shameless," someone sneered. "Look in the mirror and see what kind of person you are. Do you deserve someone like that?" More vicious words were thrown out openly, each one piercing into Lu Tsuehua's ears with clarity. She bit her lip tightly, a strong smell of blood filling her mouth. She buried her head even deeper, wishing she could shrink into a non-existent point. She dared not lift her head, dare not argue, not even move, only passively enduring the overwhelming, indirect insults and shame like a victim of punishment. Every phrase like "some people," every mention of thick-skinned, and every comment about not being worthy sharply hit her most painful wounds. Director Chi just said she was a first-time offender and wouldn't be punished this time, but this generosity now felt like another form of torment. It meant she had no chance to distract others with any form of punishment. She was exposed openly to her colleagues' spit and disdainful looks. Jiang Wanwan's sarcastic comment rang out, like a cold slap, ending the group mockery. "So, people should know their place." Her voice was quiet but clear through the noisy office, with a tone of condescending judgment. "If it's not your own, don't covet it. And don't dream of things out of reach, like a frog wanting to eat swan meat. In the end, you'll only embarrass yourself and bring shame." The words, "embarrass yourself," hit Lu Tsuehua like the last straw, heavy and crushing. She trembled suddenly, her nails digging deep into her palm, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks. The others in the office echoed and chuckled, their voices buzzing like countless venomous bees circling her ears. She leaned over the desk, like a shell emptied of its soul, filled only with endless shame and resentment, growing wildly in her silent heart.